The problem is this place is also contested, so people are running around like people without heads, and something to drop their aggro onto me. Kind of rare to see you still live at the shower. Let's heal up to full. We can do a big pull here. If somebody tries to contest my pull, I think I can even steal it from them. I think I have enough DPS to do it in terms of AoE. Alright. And we're doing all of this to get a new bow, dude. Because I think goblins drop good bows. Alright, do it. Big pull incoming. Oh my god, dude, these people are everywhere. So satisfying, my friend. Yes, sir! Tell me that's not satisfying, chat. Look at those kills. Oh my goodness. They never stood a chance. Ah. Satisfaction's real. Make sure we kill them all so they can all revive similar times. That is a thing of beauty. I just loot all the corpses. Mamma mia, indeed. There's actually more than I thought. Maybe I should have waited a bit longer for the respawn. No items. That's okay. And Ghost Machine, thank you as well, my friend, for the support. You know we can do a video for that, right? I think that's not a bad YouTube video. Ranger solo AoE farming. What do you think, chat? Is that good for temps to put on real quick? It can be a real quick video. Maybe. Maybe just something for the day. Maybe. How much are you enjoying the game so far, 1 to 10? 4.5. It's not bad. Could be a lot better. But that's to be expected from Alpha. Bro, what? Leave my farm spot alone. Oh my god. They're invading my farm spot, chat. Hey, thank you for the sub there. Snella Shell. Thank you. Thank you, dude. Thank you for the support. Alright. Ban him. I was summoned. Yes, you were, Tams. Alright. If I can have this spot to myself, I will, I'll show you a real quick YouTube idea. I see green, I run for green. What the hell is it? Oaken Bear? What is Oaken Bear? Avoid the Bjorks. No. No! 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 No!
First we must win. After, I'll be glad to fix any clothes, hair, or...
Bro. I am not the ranger you're looking for. Okay, we're good. Thank you for the sub as well. Kanayero with the prime sub as well, man. Thank you. Dude, a lot of subs today. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you very, very much.
30 seconds until
this game, dude. Oh, it's pure suffering, but it's fine. I don't mind suffering. Suffering is fine with me.
Seeing my dress twirl reminds me to smile.
Alright, YouTube. Wait, lies. Alright, wait. Is it? No! Why is he following me? Alright, YouTube, forget it. I'm not ready yet, YouTube. This ain't the video.
Onward.
Okay, he's not looking at me. Wait, is he gone? Are you done? I'm just gonna kill you. I'm just gonna kill the bear. I'm just gonna kill the bear. You're ruining my video, brother. Don't add this to the video, Tams. He's ruining my video. It's fine. Oh, now you run away to reset? When I finally turn around... Now he resets. Cute. Alright, anyway. Anyway, as I was saying, hello YouTube. I'm going to show you how to AoE farm with a ranger. You see all these goblins? I am level 14. They're all around level 11, 10, 11, whatever. Check this out. Like a Giga Chad. You run at them. No fear. Drop the shear. Hit. Hit. Run away. Hit. Hit. Run away. Hit, 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 hit. Run away, run away, run away. Drop right under you, snare. And then you go into the double arrows. Look at this. Look at the damage! Yes! Woo! And then we go for a double lightning shot here. One more time. Peace! Oh, baby! Look at that XP dropping all over the place. And there it is. That's how you AoE farm with the ranger. All right, let's just be careful not to die here like idiots, though. And the place I'm doing it at right now is
way more different.
Open Main Keep, but there are other places you could do it at. If you look at the map, right down there. That's my spot for the moment, but there's any place that has melee creeps and not range creeps, you can group just like that. Group them up, run away, you drop down your big AoE snare, and party. Make sure you don't leave anything alive.
I can't lose this. I won't.
So, is there anything else I can add to that, chat? Is that good? Any level from that? No. I just got my, I'm clearing XP debt, unfortunately. How much XP was that? A lot. So one of them gave me 1400. I don't know what I killed for 1400. One of them did. It was like probably 4k XP, I'm guessing. To work on cam, perhaps. You wouldn't be able to take it. It's too much for you. The world is not ready for that. Listen, 1,000 gifted subs with work on cam right now. Right now. You got 30 seconds to get the wait, how did I say? 1,000? Oh god, no, I take it back. No. Even if you gifted 1,000 gifted subs, I'm not twerking on cam. Forget about it. That shit would haunt me forever. Nope, not happening. I take it back. The offer's off the table. You were too late. Clip it? No. No. He's trying the reverse tactic. It's not a reverse tactic. I'm not doing it. I'm not twerking on cam. Alright. I feel like this farm is meh. What do you guys think? Is this farm actually good? So, to explain how it works, after you saw me do it, it's pretty simple. You need the following things. You need a point in Vinefield. You need all 3 points in Scattershot. And you need, well, ideally you want Thundering Shot and Explosive Thundering Shot. If you had all of that, it's easy. You run in, group all the mobs, you drop the Vinefield right under you, or right in front of you. You run across it. You have the mobs on the other side. They will get rooted once they walk into it. You charge Scattering Shot twice, it hits all the mobs. And after that, you can use your lightning arrows to do even more AoE damage. And then pick anything off that's left with Barrage. And we'll do it one more time for your entertainment, just to see if we can get it off properly. And that should be a good video. So, one last AoE pull. Ideally, don't pull these mycelians. They're more trouble than they're worth.
The black mist won't hurt anyone. I promise.
Where's the spawn? Okay, here it is, and there's one over there. Alright, we're good. Oh, they're not respawned yet, I think. I think I messed up. Okay. Abort! Abort mission! Abort mission, chat. We're aborting. Abort mission. Mission was failure. Oh my god, they're back. Bro! How are they here? Oh my god. They're not
Without
giving up on the
this
chase.
guy's like actually
Okay.
playing, I
In
don't
the
think I
open,
need
in the wild,
boots.
I am the master.
I don't just hold my.
I think they reset. We're good. No twerk the way we farm. Get out of here.
I will experience
Are we
everything
finally
that
debt
has
free?
consequences.
No. We have 600 more XP debt. Just want to let you know, you're my goat. Hope you have a good night. Thanks, man. Thank you. I mean, that's not a bad pull. If there was a better... I wish there was a better spawn that had no range mobs, but I can't think of one. Do you guys know any good goblin spawns with no shamans? Because I know there's a few goblin spawns, but they all have shamans. And shamans are a problem, because they're ranged. You can't really grip them up. They'll just kill you. JK, thank you for the follow, dude. Thank you. So 14 subs today. We're almost at 400 total subs. It's been very successful thus far. God, they're gonna ruin it. All right. YouTube, we're gonna do it one more time for you, just for your viewing entertainment. Appreciate this. Watch this. We run in. Pull. Run away. Snare them all on the ground. And then big forward AoE damage once, twice. I'm dead. I'm actually gonna die. I'm legit gonna die, chat. I'm legit gonna die!
Each footprint means something.
Tevs, the first take worked. Listen. The first take worked and nobody has to know. Nobody has to know that future takes failed, okay? You as my editor have the power to make this all... No, chat, you're all under NDA, okay? Listen, everyone in my chat is under NDA. You can't tell a soul.
My work here can do just
Anybody
the
who
same.
leaks the NDA, I'll call my lawyer, okay? You've all signed whether you like it or not. I don't know why this is failing so hard though. It's annoying as hell. They're bugging out, it feels almost like.
To get this right.
Right, this is a good one. Okay. Jesus, what the hell, man? They feel worse than before.
You don't frighten me.
What? No! He was not even close, dude!
Has been slain. An ally has been slain.
I know what's wrong. Dude, okay, chat, I know what's wrong. I know what's wrong. I'm not washed. Listen, I forgot to repair my gear. My gear is broken. Look, my bow is 6 gear. My sword is 3 out of... So, I'm doing way less damage than I'm supposed to do. I broke my gear. No, that's the issue. 100%. I'm not doing enough damage. My damage is too low. That's 100% the problem. So, for those who don't know, if your gear is damaged, your weapons give less power, I believe. Even if it's not fully fixed, I believe. It's not fixed. Okay, we'll test it. We have 137 physical power, and then we'll repair. Detler, guys, it's a small amount of debt, okay? Small amount. Next payment's due in 4... Wait, what? What do you mean pay your dues? What dues? Huh? Hey? I don't have enough items? What do you mean citizenship? Bro, I'm in all kinds of debt. I'm so confused. Wait, are there goblins here we can farm? This is a much nicer spot if there was goblins here. Like, around here. No, probably not. Lone Ranger's got his taxes. Vulture, Wolf, Vulture,
I am to win.
Vulture. Oh, these are all level 6 guys. Okay. Alright, let's see. Keep a slow horse. And then faster than that. Shouldn't be good.
An enemy has been slain.
Huge stroke, I didn't even know if you intended to do that.
Fully movement. Yep. Well, you play Ranger. So we need to repair all of our gear. The repair guy is somewhere over there. Let's get there ASAP. I will fix the debt, chat. I will fix it. Yo, by the way, when's the elections for the U.S.? I need to start thinking of either Kamala, whatever her face is, memes, or Donald Trump memes. I just don't know which ones to make first. November 5th. Dude, the U.S. is so screwed. Oh man, I feel like whoever wins, it doesn't matter. It's gonna be memes all over the place. It's gonna be great. Today? There's no way it's today, is it? I feel like November 5th sounds about right. Alright, so here. Equipment vendor. You, sir. I'm gonna sell you some stuff. Even though I'm broke. Alright, repair all. 25 silver? Holy crap. Alright. So look, I told you 126, now 137. Look at that. The physical power's higher. You see? That's why we were failing the pulls. I told you, chat. You didn't believe me, but I told you. Now you know. I didn't fail. My gear failed. Okay?
An ally has been slain.
Alright. It was the quirk. It was not the quirk. Stop it. Right. We're gonna pull a different spot. I got a new plan. We're gonna pull... Listen. We're gonna do a giga pull up here. There's goblins up here. Level 10 goblins somewhere around there. We're gonna pull them all. I don't care about shamans. Shamans can suck it. Even though there's shamans all over the place, it doesn't matter. We're gonna pull every one of these mobs. Prepare yourself for greatness. Wait, where are they, though? I gotta find them first. I think they're over there.
That brisk fresh air.
Because you lied about the twerk, I even donated 12k subs. You did not do that. Alright, all of these goblins, chat. Every one of them is mine. I'm gonna kill every single one of them. With my AoE prowess. Watch this play. Let me just make sure I have everything buffed. I don't have any buffs.
An enemy has been slain.
Alright. We're going in. Okay. All we gotta do is avoid the big guy.
Double kill.
These poor guys doing one mob at a time. Imagine taking one mob at a time is good. And you can do 50 mobs at a time. Look at this. What? Can you look up please? Yeah, right, nerd! Woo! Insane! Insane gameplay. They never stood a chance. Holy crap. Actual insanity. Did you see that, chat? Did you see that? Airstrike doesn't do damage. Okay, actually it does a little bit of damage. It's actually not that bad. Alright, let me remove spells I don't need. Add other spells. I don't need snipe. I can add snare on my bind here. Oh, that's so good. That's so freaking good, chat.
Still can't believe I
Your
get to
turret has been destroyed.
all on my own.
That's so good. We're insane. Oh, no. Where's my horse? Have I some perfect score? Yes. My horse dead? My horse is not dead. He's over there somewhere.
What a delight!
Still alive. Wait, where is he though? And we're only 10k in debt, chat. Look, we're almost out of debt. We're almost done.
An enemy has been
My
slain.
dress twirl reminds me to smile.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
Cut fast, cut
Your
strong.
team has destroyed a turret.
Don't say a word, chat. Don't say a word.
Shut down.
I gotta run through this comment first.
Without me.
Your team has destroyed
What?
a turret.
Wait, how did that? Dude, they're so buggy. They're so buggy, dude. They're so buggy. Someone's on the phone. Oh my god. Alright, it's legit over, chat. All our dreams were gone.
Victory.
Someone's on the phone. I gotta answer the phone. Alright, anyway, that's enough for today. Hope you had fun. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a great day. And until next time, friends. Peace.
What you saying, cuz? Turn it up, you get me? It's a coup d'etat. Better put 'em up if your motives corrupt. Is that you? Show my teeth from the start. Better lie low, better keep in the dark. Okay. Cause I eat it up. Don't get caught with your hand in the jar. Had your run, so don't come to my yard. Shut your mouth when I spit bars. Had your run, so don't come to my yard. Shut your mouth when I spit bars. I'm ready for the battle when I enter. Faced with it, I ain't never seen a war, can't tear down. Now watch them all scatter, because they're scared now. You're done, just get your white flag out, surrender. If you're on my list and you're finished, if I'm on my vibe, can't kill it. Your cook got you sizzling in a skillet. At the end of the road, got you swinging. I'm concerned that thing that you bring it. Like a virus that needs clearing. It's time to repent for your sinning. Got blood on your hands that you're spilling. I'm ready for the fight. I'm coming like a thief in the night. Just empty the clip and when you're done. What doesn't kill me, better run. 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 If you know me, then you know I'm on crud. Sharks in the water and they all smell blood. If you test my team, then I'll drag you to the mud. Better build a boat, cause you ain't ready for the flood. I got a theory, bury bodies in your bed, then now you gotta lie. Bring it down to my level and a key like Lord of the Flies. Threw stones at a glass house, now I can't play nice. Equip up the blaster, man, why you surprised? Empty the clip and when you're done. What doesn't kill me, better run. What doesn't kill me, better run, yeah. What doesn't kill me, better run. Move. What doesn't kill me, better run. Okay. What doesn't kill me, better run. What doesn't kill me, better run. What doesn't kill me, better run. Swear down. It's a coup d'etat. Better put 'em up if your motive's corrupt. Show my teeth from the start. Better lie low, better keep in the dark. Okay. From the ocean to the river, getting see now. Emergency siren say Nino. I'm the new monarchy running knee now. Night, knock 'em out like sleep well. Run. What doesn't kill me, better 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 run.
Sweat that I flowed, hottest hand in my zone. I'm going hard for my city, yeah, I put that thing on my back. Get it and gun it, I'm back on 100, I'm ready, I'm coming in for the attack. I'm on beast mode, God level, cheat code, new age, hero, good verse, evil, I'm on the move. I'm putting in work, I go berserk, got something to prove. Cause I got power, I got the energy for all of my enemies. I'm on the way, saving the day, no one ahead of me. I'm on the, right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me your there's no distance I won't go, cause the climb's all that I know, and I face it all on my own. So my name will be known, yeah, my name will be known. Right here, right now, this is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me your phone, just say sicko. I spent you run up on my fit though. I got lil' shawty throwing spits though. Into my money like I'm schizo. January to January is very scary. Tryna put my ops in the cemetery. Till I'm dead and buried, till I'm dead and buried. I ain't shaking hands, that ain't sanitary. I ain't gon' front, she can throw it back, yeah. I like the stunt, oh you notice that. Count up the bands, hold up on it back. Okay, that was fine, but now I'm done with that, yeah. Getting dicey, I'm in psycho mode. They like the ice, cause the ice so cold. Wrap up the bands, cause they tight won't fold. Taking every shot like I might grow old. Going under every single night though, yeah. Had to get it in before the flight though, Hope I don't get blinded by the lights though, Hope nobody tryna read my rights though. Hope I got somebody in my corner. Hope she realized that this ain't for her. Going overseas and over borders. Going in and tell 'em out of order. I ain't got the phone, just say sicko. I spent you run up on my fit though, yeah. I got lil' shawty throwing spits though. Walking to my money like I'm schizo. January to January is very scary. Tryna put my ops in the cemetery. Till I'm dead and buried, till I'm dead and buried. I ain't shaking hands, that ain't sanitary. And that's not like every single thing I know. She said she my boo, but I'm single though. I can't have just one like a Pringle though. I'm antisocial, but let's mingle though, yeah. Call up the Uber, yeah, let's go for a ride. Too drunk to drive, but I'm parked outside. Too up to fall, yeah, I like this height. If I'm going out right, yeah. And it's 5-star, but let me feeling kinda cozy on the dawn. Yeah, I just need my racks and then I'm gone. Yeah, you can go and do whatever you want. I'ma go infinity and beyond. Doing the Birdman finger rub, cause they itch. I've been kinda distracted, but now it's back to the mission. Hey, I ain't got the phone, just a sicko. I spent you run up on my fit though. I got a little shawty one spits though. I can tell my money like I'm schizo. January, very scary. I'm like put my ops in the cemetery. Till I'm dead and buried, till I'm dead and buried. I ain't shaking hands, that ain't sanitary.
Destruction is upon you. You can't say I never warned you. I'm like the locust, the way I focus and then unload it. Down and dirty, no sugar coating, I am the coldest. Like Rome, get broke off with bare knuckles. Take souls, break spirits by case flows. Where the hunters become prey, Lord knows. If you don't want the smoke, you better stay low. This is the evil of destruction. Right now. This is the evil of destruction. I'm ready. What you wanna do now? Get ready, are you ready for the get ready, get ready, get
A summoner has disconnected. A summoner has reconnected.
Rico, no one suspects you are
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
I think this is not
feel the devil on my shoulder. Talk to me nice, I ain't got a lot left. Talk to me right. They remember when I used to walk in the light. Now I got a little bark in the butt. I've been on the verge of self-destruction. Never been this close to me erupting. I'm on the ledge, I'm seeing red. Don't think they heard what I said. Mr. Goody Two Shoes, about to choo-choo. Kill him in the new suit, man, I'm too smooth. From the light to the dark, from the truth to the lies, play a part. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. Yeah, yeah. I threw away the handle, never gonna be an angel. I'm more keen and able. I've been a since the cradle. Feel different, homie. You can go and check the label. I'm 100% raw, underrated. Unrelated, I'm a I'm the hero and the villain. You can pick a favorite. I'm the one that everybody said he couldn't make it. Now I'm on a mission. I'm trying to win my enemies and they hate is just the love when it's intensive. Dark is just the light without the sense. And loneliness is you without the sense. Giving up for me is too expensive. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. I tell the world, never label me the same. I feel like I can relate. You can box me in the day. Breaking chains, I'm in the rain. And it's just me, just me, just me. Box me in and getting arrested. Cause you don't know the pain that I'm wrestling. I'm a renegade when I ain't resting. That means all day. You don't wanna test me, this ain't no play. I can be the one reason to calm day. Or the one you gambling with after a parlay. Yeah, but it's just me, just me, just me. Don't push me unless you're feeling lucky. Or you gonna turn this into a must-see. And I don't wanna go there, trust me.
Words are tricky.
Renegade.
Better to speak in colors and emotion.
I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade.
You have been slain.
Time's up. The dream's over. The door closed. It's disclosure. The fire out. The pace slowed. Nothing left on the desk now in caseload. I missed my opportunity. There goes the opening. Arms reach and slip to loss of dopamine. I lose hope more than any other focus. Grip this old road. I'm at liberty to trudge, so it's the same old soul. Same old goals. Just stick to the script and sick of what's been written and sold. This isn't it. I can't let this empty sink, but oh, the code's cryptic. No momentum to stop it. I swear my prayers on repeat. All I need is one is a solid. I'm on my knees as I plead, screaming my speech and a promise. One more chance, like who's gonna really take it from me? I get my hands up to any challenge and stand up in front and convincing myself before I sit on the shelf. It's in my destiny, the best of me to reach for this belt. I swear they're testing me, but they don't want the rest from the belt. There's only one thing left. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Time's up. The dream's over.
May I get your eyeball?
And that's it. No more doubts. It's over for 'em, I'm promoting it with no more routes. With your lip, debt collector about to snatch it out the hands. This been written like the past, but somehow still abandon our future. I'm indebted to my roots, made me shook for more well conditioned. I've been leveled to the floor and bounced back, so it's breaking off shackles off the floor. Mother nature is at work, we're cooking up a storm. I'm coming, my feet gon' take me there. Ain't no feet to get the victory, the vision's clear. I'm skipping the days I let myself get riddled up with fears. Winding back the clock, I guess we buttoning the years. Now we light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up.
I have like pike brain for this, man. I literally have a pike brain.
Oh, Teo, you must be angry now. Ain't that You wanna pet high?
Enemy killing spree.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good.
where we have spent our entire week in anticipation for this matchup, and all the fans are lining up. I also saw Candace there. What are you doing there, girl? And everyone who is here at the iconic O2 Arena. Here we also see the trophy arrivals presented by Mercedes-Benz, because we cannot have a championship without having a trophy. Am I right? Let's take a look at this. I mean, really excited to see how this played out. What a wonderful partnership is this you and Roger Federer.
That was insane.
Yeah,
I was like, everybody should get hit.
Go.
Roger Federer, to me, one of the greatest sportsmen ever. Universally beloved, incredible tennis player. So really cool to see. And the entire year we have been building towards this one day, and I can't wait to see what's about to happen.
And you see, of course, the champions, whoever wins today, are all engraved on the Summoners Cup as Seb, our esteemed Seb, who makes sure that everything runs well here in the O2 and for Worlds in general is going to bring it in for us. Hello, everybody. My name is Shox, and I'm joined here by Emily, Maurits, and Dagda to lead you through Countdown. Azale is also joining us in just a little bit, but we couldn't be happier, Rob.
It's a banger! It's T1 versus BLG! Like, what a moment for so many of these teams and players and fans around the world.
Absolutely. I know that you have a couple of people you know in the audience. I do as well. It's always extra special. I hope we can make it a great show for not just them, for everybody here in the O2 Arena. Now, Worlds has been long and awesome, and there have been a lot of cool moments. Now, we wanted to pull up something called the Aura Meter, and we're going to need you to cheer to kind of tell us if you think that this moment has a lot of aura or not. And we selected a few that happened this world. So who's going to draw it in?
All right, here we go. I'm going to do my best. I'm
Yeah,
great at
beautiful.
drawing.
I see. Okay.
We got the full spectrum.
So it goes from Elf
Just want to point
yawning.
out, yeah, it's Elf yawning in the crowd, and then Faker in the Mercedes.
The get in loser. Okay, cool. What's our first clip? Let's take a look.
Or planes right. I'm gonna say what, like 60-70%?
Definitely. This was such a pop-off moment, and it's so sick to see the passion that these Brazilian teams bring in those types of games.
I was gonna say, this is just an average all day. It's like, they pop off like this all the time, which I absolutely love. It's one of the things I love most about Stevie is this constant crap copy, constant pop-off.
Okay, we started off pretty high. Let's see what our next moment is.
Oh, no.
What's this one?
Okay. I don't need any of your input here. I'm gonna go with there. Oh my boy. Sometimes you just forget what a champion does. It happens to everyone.
But Nunu's so popular.
Yeah. Especially in Korean solo.
The worst
See him all the time.
part is the way that Nunu, like, Willem just walks away. Like,
Yeah. I mean, maybe in hindsight would have rather, you know, not won that.
No.
No, still
okay.
won that
I think
series.
it's okay.
Yeah. For
I'll
sure.
take it.
Let's see what's next. Whippo.
Oh.
Oh, it's a super cut. I mean,
Just,
Whippo super
yeah.
cut. Whippo has pretty good aura.
How we feel?
I would say about
Great
30?
aura, I think.
30
Yeah?
40%? I was gonna say he does it all the time, right?
Yeah.
So a little bit of points.
Is that
aside.
makes it a little less?
A little too far. Like
I was-
I
yeah.
think it's good. I'm gonna give it
Fair.
like 55,
Okay.
60.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. Sad he's not in the grand final. Second, that would have been sick. But alas, let's take a look at the next one. A lot of aura, all of these. I wonder if there's one that's not.
Oh, no.
Okay.
So
Do you just
Like, all the way
circulate?
back here, yeah.
Yeah,
So
negative.
just-
So for context, BLG had already qualified, and then Bin and Elk were watching T1 play, and apparently Elk was not impressed at all.
My favorite part is how locked in.
Yeah,
he's
Bin
laser
is
focused.
just like, I'm studying Zeus.
I want to play it. Yeah. Okay, what do we have next? I hope it's a little bit more aura than that. Because...
Oh, yeah.
All right. Is it the full bar?
I have
This
to be.
one's pretty good.
I've been going around my house like having a sip of coffee going, it's good! Or like,
Yeah.
eat a brain of breakfast, it's good! Like, you have to.
It was good.
It
We
was
actually had
good.
some of the croissant
Yeah, we
afterwards
did.
as well.
I got some messages being
was
like,
very good.
why didn't you give the croissant to Guma? And I was like, I don't want to give that. Why not? Okay, cool. Okay, I wonder what's coming next. Because that's hard.
It's hard. It's hard to pull that one off.
All right. There's Mercy. I mean...
I think it's good.
Yeah?
The problem is Faker has so many good aura moments that this is like
We rate to his standard, right?
Yeah. More?
Yeah, the broccoli.
Broccoli would have been 10.
Yeah. Not his best work. Let's see. Maybe if he talks in a British accent at some point today, then
That would be, I'd be so impressed.
that'd be sick. That'd be sick. Do you guys do a British accent?
Not at all.
No comment.
You're not even gonna try? Okay,
You want to
okay,
show us
no.
how it's done, though?
No,
the
I
opportunity.
will not. I will not. Okay, we have one more, and I think there's a famous one that we're missing. So maybe.
Okay.
It's, oh, here we go.
This has to be. It's like off the charts.
Crazy.
It's too much. We can't measure it. This was,
Yeah.
I think, the highlight aura moment of the entire tournament.
I love this man. Like, it's just
Yeah.
so much
Oh my
confidence to toss
God.
it into the crowd.
His
walk
face
away.
as he turns
Yeah.
too. He's just like, yeah. I
It's cool
nailed
guys
that.
don't look at explosions, you know?
They don't.
It just wanders off.
I love it. I also think that both, both Bin and Gumushin in their respective winner interviews, I don't know, they created an insane aura by the answers because we always talk about kind of how measured LCK and LPL players can be in those interviews, and they weren't. They were not being disrespectful, but they were wording it in a way that got everybody.
I love the fact that he like came with these almost like love letters to Zayas through it. Be like, hey look, we're gonna make it, we're gonna help fight. We'll face off against each other. Even when you look back at MSI last year, they kind of fight off against each other.
It's true. Okay, we're gonna do one last check-in with your pickups. I hope you've been doing okay.
No.
You've been doing bad.
Mine are
No,
destroyed.
things are not good.
Yeah.
No? Why are they not
Mine are
good?
awful.
So
Why not?
So the Leona Death Fund, I thought was going to be a lot better than it was.
I
Still
thought the Nautilus.
second.
I thought it was the Nautilus Death Fund.
Yeah.
It's the standard, but
Yeah,
Bernie
that's the
Brown's just
classic.
take it over.
I also was really hoping for Chemtech Dragons, but it was a very fiery world thus far, with Infernal pulling pretty far ahead.
Yeah, I do love you.
They are.
Okay, here. Hey, Madeline's got something! That's this game versus Jam.
And it was a win, rather than being
Yes.
the other side, which is the most important part.
Yeah, thanks to Stars that it was a win.
I'm looking at, we're going to talk about this later, but most unique champions, Knight there with 12. He's been pulling out a lot of stuff for BLG. Kind of quietly under the radar, too, that BLG is such a variety of champions.
Talk about a highlight.
And this Galio is telling me that I'm trolling. Holy moly.
Second these champions played, which we saw in that series against him.
Now it's awesome to see them play. Of course, remember to lock in your pick'ems, and those were the pick'ems delivered by AWS. And we'll head into a little bit more grounded discussion, I want to say, about these teams. We have an hour, but I feel like it isn't even enough to talk about all of the journeys that we have. Rob, now that we have you here, an LPL fan for so long already, talk to me about BLG and about their evolution.
But I think that's the incredible part, because when you look at this organization, this is
Did
an
I-
organization that when they start,
I was like, did I use my ping to fucking ping looks there instead of casting abilities? Oh,
super teams that they've like put together throughout the years, and you'll see that they're at a very lucky moment. But when you look at players like they tried to set up with Iseka and Amy coming through in their first initial year, which really was them trying to go, hey, look, we can bring in some of the big heavy hitters into this squad and see if we can make it work for spring 2021. But as they moved on,
First
they were
was a
like, okay,
team
well,
div.
this hasn't really brought us any sort of success. So instead, we're going to bring in players like Fofo, who was one of the most outstanding mid laners in the LPL. He's coming in as well. Adding a world champion in Chris to say, hey, our bot lane is going to dominate and take over. But again, it was that lack of success that they found. And it was really when they go, okay, you know what, we're not going to spend the mega bucks. We're not going to invest in these super teams anymore. We're going to take this up-and-coming talent. When you get the likes of Bin, when you get Shun, Yagao, well, Yagao was around for a little bit longer, but Elkin on. But the most important part was they invested in a serious coach. They invested in Tabe, a guy who was just coming off the back of back-to-back MSI wins with RNG to say, hey, I'm going to take this group of players and misfits to really rise up. And then we finally get to what was the last little bit of success they needed in Knight being added this year. The man who denied them so often in the LPL last year joined this roster, and suddenly this team has found the most success that they've ever found in the organization's history.
And that moment from Tabe last year at MSI when he jumped towards his team as they won was the start, I think, of their current arc.
Yeah, and the most impressive thing to me is how, again, you pointed out, this initial iteration of the lineup, the first go of it, was supposed to be a budget lineup compared to what they'd done previously, right? And we even saw like a little bit of uncertainty from BLG at the very beginning of this tournament. They struggled in Swiss stage, and that happened in summer. They brought in Wei, that helped things. Then they brought back Shun, and he's looked great.
But I wanted to like show you what they were working with when BLG initially formed, because I brought in some old clips from Suning when both Bin and On were on, and I just want to show you the bedlam that Tom had to deal with this team.
Let's take a look indeed. I've heard rumors.
Oh, I'm top lane. Just realized.
他在我肚子里已经是死人了，没办法呀，陈明。没事，BR team。
想要对一直担心的粉丝们说的话呢？
觉得粉丝们其实没什么好担心的吧，就是如果我们打得不好，那也没办法；如果打得好的话，那你就开心就行。
They're definitely entertaining, I'll tell you that, for sure.
I mean, this is coming off the back of their 2020 finals. This is what you have to work. It's bedlam, and I love it.
It's crazy, yeah. So many stories there also, you know, Bin making it in 2020 with singing. Now he is back here. BLG is only one half of the two teams we're going to see today. Let's just pull up the brackets of how Worlds has gone from the Swiss stage to the knockout stage, because particularly for BLG, we already mentioned it, slow start, really ramping up into that knockout stage.
Yeah, and by contrast, it was T1 who looked really shaky domestically in summer, then have ramped up throughout this tournament. BLG were lights out domestically this summer. They were phenomenal, undisputably the best team in China, and then came here, had a really shaky Swiss stage, now have been raising through the bracket stage.
And for BLG, that series against Home Alive, that game 4 is something a lot of people are going to go back to. And it contrasts so strongly to T1, whose story was, and I feel like we keep repeating ourselves, but every summer T1 has some horrible situation where they almost don't make it. They go to game 5 against KT. They don't actually end up beating DK, who for the first time in forever get a win against someone that was considered stronger than them. And yet, here we are in the World Finals again!
Third consecutive World Final for T1. Maybe the 5th title for Faker. These are all things that we're going to dive much deeper into in just a little bit. We are going to take a quick break right now, but we will be back very, very soon with the rest of Countdown.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Heavy is the crowd.
So, you want to work in esports? Great. Step 1, never spell it like that. Better.
Step 2. Apply to the MasterCard Gamer Academy. A program created in partnership with G2, designed to give you all the tools and resources needed to help you start a career in esports.
This is an education in everything, from creating content to managing a team.
All from experts who'll explain every aspect of running a top-tier org, prepping for a broadcast, or designing global esports events for millions of fans.
Selected participants will have access to live lectures and insights you won't find anywhere else.
And even the opportunity to travel to the League of Legends Mid-Season Invitational and Valorant Champions.
So they're flying them out to champs?
Yep.
Thank you, MasterCard.
So if you've ever dreamed of a life working in esports, this could be your opportunity to apply for an unforgettable experience.
Can anyone apply?
No, you can't apply.
You got a pretty disguise, but you're still ugly inside.
Crazy.
I'm a misfit, I'm a rebel, don't fit your description. I never said I'll fight back with resistance. Pedal to the metal, we're setting fire to the system, yeah.
Esse tu nos pra W. Is it? Oh.
Minions have spawned.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. Here's the crown. Oh my god. That was my bad then.
And welcome back. I'm Laure, joined by Global Head of League of Legends Esports Chris Greedy and Executive Producer for League of Legends Paul Beleza. Hey. Thank you very much for joining me, guys. How are you doing?
Doing great.
What do you think of the arena? What do you think of the deck?
I missed Cannon, it's over.
This is awesome.
Yeah.
The arena looks so good.
I think everyone is really, really hyped about today. We had an amazing opening ceremony ahead of us, but I want to ask you guys, these worlds have been amazing, but what has been the highlight?
Never mind.
Best moment so far?
Oh my god, I mean, there's just been some nail-biter games that have been like pretty cool to rewatch. Some of the highlights, and just, you know, I really enjoyed the Flight Quest games, you know.
Of course.
Of course, I have to, but, you know, I just love the competition. It's been sick.
I love the matchup we're winding up with at the end. I think if you sat down at the start of Worlds and said, like, what are the two teams you wanted to see, this is definitely on the short list of matchups, which has been awesome.
And I know that the fans have been enjoying Worlds as well, and this is something that we've seen through viewership and the amount of people who connected to watching.
Yeah, I mean, I have to take a minute to talk about the passion of League fans. Worlds 24 is now one of the most watched events in League of Legends history. Our average minute audience outside of China through semifinals is up 30% year over year. And the incredible T1 match versus Gen G reached 4.81 million viewers. It's truly amazing.
I think it's crazy that after all this time of League of Legends and esports, we have more and more people tuning in, and even more people watching League of Legends. And of course, we've been blessed with amazing worlds so far. I have to ask you, I think everyone is going to be hyped for the opening and closing ceremony. So have you seen anything, or are we just going to... Okay,
going in blind.
So you're going to discover as fans, just like us, anything we want to be hyped about. We know which artists are going to be headlining, but anything you want to see. The opening ceremony. Anything you're expecting here?
So I cheat a little bit. I know there's some great choreography and lots of dancing, so I think that's going to be great, like, to be able to see those shots. I think the ceremony is going to be awesome.
A bit of arc, a bit of arcane, maybe.
Yeah, I would love to see those shots of girls dancing.
All right.
Very good shots.
Maybe are we gonna get fireworks?
Maybe.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Pretty sick.
Maybe. Let's not spill the beans. Yes, I know that for the closing ceremony, we're going to honor the players and the champions even outside of the outer arena. So how is that going to work?
Okay, so we'll be continuing our tradition of celebrating the World's Championship on the Rift by placing the Summoner's Cup complete with the winning team's logo right on the Rift. So, but we are going to do things a little different. So next year with patch 15.2, we're introducing some special features. We're going to get a championship icon and an emote, and we'll be shipping the Summoner's Cup to the winners region. So the champions will start their season with the cup on the display during their opening week of competitive play. And we think that's a fitting way to celebrate their victory and kick off the new season with the entire community.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. They'll even get to make some content while they have the Summoner's Cup there and, like, really be able to connect with their fans.
Stay tuned. for this in-game and outside of the game, of course. But following up on the press conference we had yesterday, if some of you guys at home couldn't quite follow what happened, we had news about international events for next year and the future of LoL Esports, Chris.
Yeah, 2025 is going to look a little different for LoL Esports in a lot of ways, and we couldn't be more excited for it.
All right, what are we expecting here? I think I heard some Fearless Draft coming in.
Yeah, we're going to implement Fearless Draft for our new international tournament, which we're naming the First Stand Tournament. It's going to be all about champion diversity, making strategies on the fly. That tournament will be in March 10th through the 16th at All Park in Seoul, Korea, and we'll be using Fearless Draft throughout all of school.
There you go. There you go. That sounds exciting.
Yeah, man.
Anything about MSI that we want to talk about?
Yeah, we'll have more to share about MSI at the start of our competitive season when we do that round of announcements. But I can say we're finally going back to Canada after a really long hiatus, so it'll be awesome to be able to bring
What the fuck is going on with my bot, man?
Very excited.
Yeah. As for Worlds, we do have a little treat for you all. Take a look.
Yep. Oh my god, I'm so bad at the game. Yeah, I'm like, if this fight comes, I'm gonna get double.
I love it.
That's me. Yeah, so good. So we're really proud to return to Chengdu next year. The incredible atmosphere, the passionate fan base, the outstanding hospitality we received during MSI 2024 made Chengdu an ideal location for our next World Finals.
Super excited, but that's the story for next year. Guys, we have a final on our hands starting in actually about 20-30 minutes here. What is the expectation? How many games do we want?
I want 5 games. I want silver scrapes.
Yeah, I'm here for the day. I want to make sure everybody gets their money's worth.
5 games, that's all we want. Guys, thank you so much, Chris Paul, for joining me today. I want to hear what the fans think actually on the floor. Hysterics, what are they thinking for the Mastercard fan prediction? T1 or BLG?
Yeah, thank you, Law. I am indeed on the floor.
Imagine if I got the can, that would have been enough.
Good. And they're still packing in as well. So who you supporting? Let's go T1. There we go, T1 fans alike. But of course we need some balance. Who are you guys supporting?
BLG!
Like I said, this is not even all of them as well. There's still plenty of seats to be filled. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to be with you here today in such a great, glorious arena. Hold those signs up. Let them know who you're here to support. London, T1 fans unite, where are you? What a glorious year to get to this position, right? To get here, they almost lost to KT. And then we go back and we look at BLG. Overdefined, what are they? BLG fans, rise up! Shocks, the floor is heating up and I cannot wait to see as it builds up and we get into this exciting finals. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Excuse me, 80% T1 as we take a look at the player arrivals presented by Mercedes-Benz. But Maritz, what the hell?
Yeah, no, I'm not even surprised anymore. This is the reality of going up against T1. This team has the home ground advantage no matter where they go. It took Gen G like 4 years to get even remotely close to a 50-50. There are just so many people so passionate about this team that again, we've seen this a million times.
And you can see the players here arriving in the Mercedes-Benz arrival there. And T1, they are massive fan favorites, of course, but they've also looked spectacular at Worlds.
Oh my God, it's Faker!
Which is really lending to that effect. And this man as well, he's got to add 50% to that fan vote alone.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, crazy. I did think it was going to be closer in terms of what the people think, but you're right. T1 really is a global phenomenon, as we also welcome another global phenomenon to the chat.
Well, you know.
Thank you for joining us. Hey, there's so much to talk about, and I think I want to start us off right. Knight versus Faker. Let's get into it.
Absolutely. I mean, we're going to talk a lot about Faker, but I want to start out by doing some telestrators here on Knight. This guy is outstanding. If you have not watched him play, we're going to highlight how he plays on the flank here against HLE. So he's already stolen the Ahri ultimate here, and he's going to be playing on the side. What he's going to do is constantly stay close enough that HLE have to respect his threat, but far enough away that they can't easily engage on him. So we're going to see Delight look for a quick engage over to the side. Knight is going to get hit by that remount on the flip, but then he'll use his E to actually dodge out of the stun. You can see Viper was
my bad.
try to collapse on him, but the engage has failed. He still stays close enough, re-engages on Delight, putting that pressure in, and then as the fight begins to break out in earnest, he's going to move in, draw pressure from Peanut, from Viper, from Zeka, and then use the Ahri ult to break the tether, and as Doran comes over the wall, he uses the same E that he used to break the tether to go back in on Doran, kill him off, and then chase down HLE, keeping them slowed, keeping them in a spot where the rest of the team can constantly run after them and knock them down. I'm now going to go to another clip here. Now this one is truly outstanding. This is a clip against G2, which really was a bit of a backbreaker here. And we have to watch Knight here. He's over here on the side. This is a situation where they are down numbers. Knight is able to go in. They get this initial kill onto Yike, but he's going to get CC'd up. He uses the stolen Xin Zhao ultimate to tank a lot of this damage. And you're going to watch him as he goes to retreat from this losing fight. Hans is coming in. Watch this. The stun is going to come through from Broken Blade right here. He buffers the Renekton stun with his E over the wall, negating the stun. Otherwise, he would have died. Not only that, as Hans Sama kites up, Knight is going to find the angle to go right back in over the wall, kills off Hans, even dropping his Q so that Mickey can't kite up. Picks him off as well, and then is kiting out on Broken Blade, uses the stun into the ulti, waiting for his cooldowns here, and as Broken Blade goes in for another re-engage, it's again a buffered stun here from Knight, goes back, immunes the stun, gets him with the knockup on the E, kites it out, wins the fight. This guy is truly next level with his mechanics.
And I know I've been talking to you about Knight for years, Azale. You used to follow his Syndra for like a lot of your Lane Kingdom.
What else can he play?
He can play a lot because, like we mentioned at the top of show, he has played the most unique champions of any player at this tournament. And I think that a true evolution of Knight was a lot of the internal rivalry he had in the LPL with Yagao coming in from the same region. Yagao was the one who saw the map better. Knight was the mechanical god, and he's been forced to now team fights and sees the map so well.
And it would be his time to take that world championship, but unfortunately there's Faker on the other side. Let me just ask you, is Knight better than Faker mechanically?
I think absolutely.
Yeah,
Champion pool-wise?
I think that's fair to say.
Champion pool-wise?
That's always
right now?
Faker. Right now in this tournament,
yes?
I would say so.
So why is it that we still have that unbridled trust in the man himself?
I'm so glad you asked, because let's return to 2023 when Faker was the mechanical god. This is his first kill. Ambition
2013.
Ambition said it himself, 2013. Everyone will always remember his first kill. Ambition was on the receiving end of it. Here is him against Kuro. He made this man's life miserable. Everyone thought Kuro was a terrible mid laner just because he had to go up against Faker so many times. And then this is him on the Galio. He was such a star dragging this team to finals. I think the true impressive thing about Faker is how many times he has had to reinvent himself, right? He comes in as a mechanical god. He then evolves to be able to teach his junglers how to see the map. Easy Hoon comes in playing Azir better than him. Guess what? Next year, he learns how to play the best Azir in the world. Like, it's insane how many times he's reinvented himself now to the point where we saw T1 last year without Faker.
That's why he's the GOAT!
How did it go?
Yeah, I think everyone can remember. It did not go very well because this team relies on him, and it's really easy to say, you know, just try to, yeah, well, he's the GOAT. Try to figure out a way to improve yourself. But there are so few players in the, 14 years of League of Legends that we've had so far that actually have been able to do it consistently, because it requires so much energy while still maintaining that form year after year, except, I guess, for summer, where they take it a little bit easier.
Don't worry about that. But yeah, it's true. The reduction is just there. Well, yeah, everybody knows that. It's about those intricacies of how he does keep evolving. We made a little collage for T1 and for Faker as well. It's a lot of people. Grab it. I think we have it full screen as well. Also have all these, which I love.
It's a reflection of their jacket too, right? If you've seen the inside, the T1 jacket, it has like a whole bunch of really famous
all the memories
Faker and T1 moments.
I mean, it's just so cool because it's not just some of the most famous T1 or Faker moments. These are some of the most famous moments in esports period, in League of Legends period. They have been there for all the history.
They have, Azael, and you almost have to step outside of the scope of just League of Legends, right?
I think you do. When you're talking about Faker specifically, everyone knows he's the GOAT. It's not even a conversation. You can cut the guy's career in half and he is still the GOAT. And that's why I think you have to start looking broader than the game. You have to start comparing him to the sporting greats from other games, from other esports, to really understand how dominant he has been, what he has done in the space. He has been a transformative force for the game. He is the face of the game. And I think he needs to start being talked about amongst the best athletes in the entire world.
Absolutely, and I'm glad you brought it up to look outside of the scope of League of Legends, because actually, Son from Tottenham, or Sonny, that's his nickname, he sent a message to the finalists.
Hi guys, this is Sonny, and sorry I couldn't be there to that game also, but I wish you, both of you, BLG and T1, good luck for the final. Everybody is very proud of you guys. Being in the final is amazing, but last step is always the important part. So yeah, good luck again and enjoy the final stage.
That is so awesome. He mains Lee Sin, by the way.
Да.
That was interesting.
Что?
Oh, this is so cool, and just
Картошка?
shows how much League
Сейчас
esports
иду.
transcends just our community. It's great to see. But diving a bit deeper into the story of T1 then, because in the same vein as just saying the greatest of all time and not emphasizing the intricacies of the career, the same thing goes for T1, right? It's not the same T1 that won in 2013 or the one that even won last year.
Yeah, or the one that we had a month and a half ago.
Yeah.
Because I want to show something. Apologies to KT fans in advance. I want to go back to regional qualifier, because it really is. I'm so sorry, but we have to do this. As we run this clip, I want you to look at how disjointed this team looks. So Keria, he's about to set up a pick on BDB. This is the Yone. This is the one target you need to kill. And now I want you guys to count how many ultimates get wasted because of the anti-synergy. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4 ultimates that get thrown into BDB.
It sucks.
No one is on the same page, right? And the reason why we highlight this is because of where they are now. The fight is a complete wash. T1 end up barely edging out this series.
KT.
What a flex to run it down on your world skin, by the way.
That's the most insane
You get a pass when it's your world skin.
And then contrast that to the series they had against TAS, and Karia's performance in particular is sitting here on the flanks, but was spotted, right? So what TS tries to do is get him out of there. They try to collapse onto him. He gets the sidestep. That alone is already insane. But here, dodges the chains, charms the first two, then flashes, follows up, denies Jakilov access to the pit, immediately forces 369 his Zhonyas, and from that point on, this fight is impossible. The immediate collapse from the rest of T1. The fight is broken, the game is done, and again, this is in a month and a half, and I really wanted to highlight this because we keep talking about, oh, T1 in summer, they weren't that good. It wasn't just the meta. This was not the same team that we have in front of us here today.
Yeah, and it makes us look at Worlds so much more impressive, right? Because of that, because they were able to pull together. Yes, the meta is better for them, but to your point, they look so well coordinated.
And I think that's something that is just so special about this T1 team as a whole, and not even just this year, right? Because if it was reductive to just talk about them and only talk about their successes, this is a team that, you know, now today people talk about them as environmental. They are the most clutch team in the world, maybe the best roster of all time. You only have to go back a couple of years to people saying, you know what, maybe they just can't do it. Maybe they're never going to win an MSI. Maybe they're never going to win a Worlds. They fell short in so many tournaments in a row. You know, MSI 2023.
I wasn't really at that, it was just
2023. The
overextend.
MSI in 2024 even, you know, they had all these different events where,
For some reason
they were
wanted to help TF when I knew that goes
I mean, there was a joke about how we couldn't mention finals because we didn't want to curse T1, right? Because they kept falling just short of winning finals.
And often with
Because if I held my ulti and not helped him there like that with the ultimate, I would have been able to. I mean,
after that lost final 2 years ago, where you saw them just completely distraught, into the year after where they finally made it happen. Now you're in a situation where again they rallied all the way there. It's unbelievable. It's almost a movie script the way they turned it around and came here. But the same thing can very well go for BLG because this is a roster.
yeah, crazy trash, crazy.
Right? But they need to get over that one hurdle. Unfortunately, that hurdle today is Faker and T1.
It's a pretty big hurdle.
It's kind of up there for sure. No, absolutely. Let's do our final check-in on the global power rankings by AWS for 2024, and also take a look at who the teams went through to get.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a pretty incredible journey for both teams. You can talk about the Swiss stage. Obviously, you know, BLG did have their struggles, but at the same time, you know, when it came time to the knockout stage, when it came time for the best of fives, they're taking down HLE, the #1 LCKC. They're taking down Weibo. You look over at T1, and they had to beat so many star-studded rosters. They had to take down BLG in the Swiss, G2 in the Swiss, Top, as well as Gen G. All of these tournament favorites have really been knocked out by T1 and by BLG.
I think it's been absolutely incredible to see the caliber of teams that they've had to go up against, and now to showcase that at a one last step is going to be absolutely insane to see these two teams face off.
Hey, you swapped in. What's going on?
No, that was Chronicler's voice.
Was it? In fact, I think
suddenly became Irish.
Yeah.
He's been working on it.
All five of us are going to be on in just a second as we find ourselves with a little bit more time. But I feel like we talked a lot about T1 and Faker. Naturally so, right? But their competitors deserve so much time as well. And I think the ideal people to kick it over to for a little bit more insight into BLG are Lore and Wendy, who are standing by in the Verizon game day.
Thank you so much, and what a journey it's been through BLG as well, and all year actually when to talk about your team. What can we make of BLG? Because they're the last hope for the LPL, but they're also the best hope for the LPL, considering the fact that they entered Worlds as tournament favorites. When you think of the year they had in the LPL and how they developed at Worlds with the team they faced off against, what stands out for you when you think of the team?
Yeah, I definitely think like BLG is not only the hope for themselves, but definitely the hope for the whole LPL. And LPL, we haven't got a World Championship for the past 2 years, so I consider like we really have a very strong feeling that we really would like to have this year's title. And definitely for this BLG,
okay,
they were able to get the championship in LPL for both the spring and also the summer. Basically, that's the strongest roster right now for LPL, and definitely we can see like maybe from the Swiss stage they will look a little bit like underperformed, I must say. They got some fluctuations, up and downs, but after that they were really able to have a very quick adaptation and be able to really showcase all the talents in the quarterfinals and the semifinals, the 3-1 against Hanwha Esports and also 3-0 against another LPL bro WBG. So it's time to see how much talent they can show us here in London.
Yeah, time to shine. And I remember that Elk was actually talking to us about the fact that Swiss stage is always going to be a bit difficult because of best of ones, because of the format, but you really can't expect a team like BLG to shine when it's going to come to series, and especially long series. And I have to talk about what Bin told us when we interviewed him in Paris, the fact that he had memories from the first time he made World Finals. It was against Damwon back then, and he got inspired by what Showmaker said back then, the fact that he wants to restore hope for the LPL. He wants to restore the honor of the LPL. What does it mean for them, to Bin, for BLG, for all these players, if they could grab the victory today?
Exactly, it could be a really meaningful title for the whole LPL, especially for Bin, because 4 years ago, he was also standing in the grand final stage and got the pentakill. We all remember that player, and 4 years later, for now, I must say, Bin really got his growth, his improvements, and for now, we can see through the whole journey, he can kind of really like the sharpening the sword, and he really had the very aggressive playstyle, and also he showed a lot of respect to those, to Faker, to the whole T1, and because of that respect, definitely he's going to just try his best to showcase all the talents in here.
And he's a different beast. He's been saying it himself. He gained in maturity, he became even stronger over the years, and also we know that he wanted this match today. He wanted to face off against T1. He wants to be able to defeat the world champions, the one who won last year, and it's gonna be an interesting matchup, especially when you consider the fact that T1 versus LPL, that's a matchup that they usually like. So what do we think about the rivalry between these two regions as a representative of the region, but also for the fans?
I must say, LPL is always the biggest opponent for all the LPL teams, and also based on the past 2 years record, we got 8 times victory in the best of 5s against all the LCK teams, and 6 out of 8 is actually from BLG, and the other 2 is from Knight together with last year's JDG. So who's the team that's going to maybe have the biggest hope to beat such a strong team, T1, I must say, to beat this year's BLG, and especially, it feels like 10 years ago, the LPL tried their best to get the title from T1, from Faker, and 10 years later, we're still facing this GOAT.
Oh my god, it doesn't get more hype than this. Wendy, do you have any closing thoughts about this matchup?
Definitely really looking forward to this grand final, and I must say for all the BLG fans, for all the LPL fans, we like to just hope BLG, they can just show all the talents here, just to show their strengths here, but still, enjoy the game, enjoy the show, this is your stage, and no matter what happens, you're just the best team, and BLG, let's go! Thank you so much, Wendy.
Sean, back to you.
Thank you so much, Jayo BLG, indeed. Wow, she dropped some great quotes there about this rivalry, right? Because this is such a through line for this entire day about the LPL versus the LCK specifically.
Yeah, and I think a huge portion of that is, again, as you say, the revenge arc as well. But for BLG, they haven't lost the playoff series against T1 when you look across MSI, and that's a huge amount of these rivalries that are starting to grow and starting to beckon. And you heard it like Knight last year as well, trying to take down the LCK teams. I think there are many players here that are trying to show that 5 LPL players can really step up on the international stage and show what Chinese League of Legends is all about.
Yeah, knowing how big League of Legends is in China, how many fans there are, and I think very, very often because we're just so surrounded by a lot of T1 because they have such global fandom and referencing, but of course you have trouble sometimes seeing things, right, if they are produced in China or the content or Weibo whilst we're on other social media forms. But let me tell you, it is huge. I mean, I will always remember that moment when EDG won Worlds, and there was this famous clip of the dorm rooms and everybody cheering. I think we have it somewhere, but I might have called it up a little bit too quickly. We'll take a look in just a second. Just to say, all of China is watching.
I mean, some of the LPL players are some of these absolute biggest
I'm gonna end,
stars,
fuck you all.
not just in League of Legends, in the entire country. You can see the celebrations after EDG won. It was electric. There was videos like this coming from all across the country.
And it's even when you look at like popularity votes within the country itself, like the #1 voted celebrity against music, against actors, against everyone was Uzi. Like this is a cultural phenomenon that has taken over, and why the LPL produces such talent year in, year out.
Do they have an AFK?
#1. It wasn't like it was just Uzi because, well, but there was 11 LPL players in the top 50 as far as, you know, against celebrities, against the musicians, against movie stars, against everyone in China. It really is a national sport.
It is, and you talk so much about Uzi. Let's talk about Elk. He's playing today, and I know that, Emily, you've been following his career so intently, right? So do you want to give us the cliff notes?
So I feel like this is really his breakout on the international stage. This is last year at MSI, these Jinx compositions. I just want like people to watch his positioning in these fights and his spacing. He's so good, and the way the team set up for his Jinx in a lot of these fights was absolutely phenomenal. And again, I want to reiterate something that Rob brought up earlier as we take a look at one of his Ezreal highlights, one of his many Ezreal highlights.
Oh, not this one!
From the Swiss stage. I want to reiterate, he came on as part of a budget roster. He was coming off a really down year with Ultra Prime on WE. He had been this AD carry who was a bit volatile, definitely had the mechanics, was recognized for it as Rookie of the Split. but it was the consistency across a year that really helped. Like, did you believe Joe Mung would be here?
Madness
That's one of the best AD carries in the world.
I mean, one of my favorite things about Worlds is how it can make you a star overnight. You know, not that players didn't know him, but when you come to the international stage and when you have these insane moments, these insane performances, the Ezreal, his Kai'Sa outplay by Baron as well, all of a sudden the entire world knows your name. The entire world is excited, waiting for you to have another moment like that.
And both Afia and me were on the receiving end of that, right?
Yeah.
Getting absolutely demolished. And it's really important to note, like, you look at those plays and they look really cool, but those were make or break moments in those games. If he doesn't do that, if he oversteps, if he ends up getting taken down by G2, if he doesn't find that Kai'Sa outplay, when he dodges the chains at the very end of that game 4 between Hanwha and BLG, the series might have looked completely different.
Yeah, since we ended up with a little bit more time, the observant eye may have seen our clock jump ahead just a little bit, or jump a bit, get a bit wider. What do I mean?
Jump behind. We have more time. We got more time.
Okay.
More time.
Because we originally didn't have time to talk about everything, but now that we talk about Elk, we got to talk about Guma just a little bit. I mean, the croissant moment went absolutely viral, but not just that, right? This guy has been playing lights out.
He really has, and Guma has been, from the very beginning, so outspoken about what he wants to be for T1. And I think that's one of the coolest things of this player, who, by the way, if you go way back to his international debut...
Am I against the Timor or Nasus? I want to figure it out. Let me just fix that.
After one of the best splits that T1 has ever had, got solo boloed in the 2v2 by one of the Vietnamese, I think it was Saigon Buffalo. But now, he has been, and this summer as well, where a lot of players on T1 were struggling, Faker, Zeus, Keria, not really having the performance that we've seen of them this tournament in particular. Guma was one of the stalwart holders, trying his very best, and even though he is just the single egg in the ramen, as he always say, like, I can't do it alone, I need the help from my team.
Where does that come from? I love that.
Yeah, that's him specifically, just saying, basically, guys, I can't carry alone, I'm trying my best.
But an egg also makes ramen much better.
Yeah, it's true. And it brings up a cool point, because you know, you always gravitate towards talking about Faker, obviously, right? But in different iterations of even, with iterations I mean runs, like the 2022 run, the 2023 run, the 2024 run, so the present run, there are different players that have stepped up and that had to step up to cover for others. Owner got a lot of flack back in the day. He had a tremendous world championship. The same goes for Keria, who for me is the best player on T1 right now, perhaps in the world, but it just goes to show that there's so much more to it.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Keria has stepped up kind of put a spotlight on towards On as well, where Keria is going to run away if he's able to play the style he has. And I think it's the fact that we've seen Guma and Keria fit multiple different play styles. Like when you look back last year, we are playing these heavy pushing lanes where we're going to dominate and we're going to absolutely smurf it in that role. But now we come into this year and it's, oh, actually, Guma, you're going to take a step back. We're going to have Keria roam on the map. We're going to play for Faker. We're going to play elsewhere. It's the fact that they have dominated multiple different styles, and now you get to see this next iteration of them once more coming onto the main stage.
And that's what it takes to make 3 straight World Finals. I think this is the best roster in League of Legends history. Liam, our stats go, pulled this for me. The average career of a pro is less than 3 years.
Whoa.
Total. This team made 3 straight World Finals without a roster change. Put that into context. It's insane. Most people don't even have 3 chances at going to Worlds.
It's true. Wow, you really got me with that one.
It's crazy.
There's one matchup we haven't talked about yet, but we will do so right now at length. It is Zeus versus Bin in today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Our final featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz of 2024. The top lane reigning world champion and a contender to that throne. Zeus is living up to his namesake. Despite all expectations coming into this tournament, he has managed to climb his way back to the peaks of Mount Olympus and is looking ready to bring thunder down on anyone that dares threaten his title. Hans Summer continues to put axes into the back of Zeus. The cleanse away from Hans, splashes forward. Zeus splashes away, we'll get the slow with the cask. Hans now in the middle of the minions, doesn't have a ward to play. Zeus can open up and Zeus finds it. The young legend has reached
No, I think we're doing Nashes.
every years since he joined T1's starting roster.
Ambiance. Okay, here's the Timo.
One of the best players in the world, but today he wants to put himself at the forefront of the greatest top laner ever at just the age of 20.
Gen.G have been the kings of Korea, but we know the world is T1's home ground.
30 seconds until
He faces another contestant for that title today in Bin. But despite having a longer international legacy than Zeus, Bin has yet to manage that final step to the pinnacle of league accolades, World Champion. Bin is hungry for victory, straining every muscle as he pulls out his signature champ, Jax, again and again on his path to finally claim the trophy. He is a player that is more than prepared to take over games and carry his team to victory. PSG are trying to collapse onto Bin. No flash for him, no way out. You gotta feel. Goes back in with a counter strike. Who needs a way out? This is Bin we're talking about, and then he dashes away with a leap strike. But Zeus is ready to face Bin head on, prepared to answer Jax with the full force of his Gragas. Will today mark Bin's rise to the top, or will Zeus prove once and for all that Mount Olympus belongs to him alone?
Still can't believe I get to move my hands and feet all
What
on
a
my
glorious featured matchup, and the one that Bin wanted, right? He said, Zeus is the one that I want to play. T1 is the team that I want to play because I want to exact the revenge for what they did to my brethren last year. So there's a lot in there. I do want to say goodbye to Dagda because he's running over. He joined Dracos and Raz for our socials streams, and you can grab that second device and take a look at that as well on TikTok or LoL Esports on YouTube. So League of Legends on TikTok and LoL Esports on YouTube Shorts to catch them. Shorts? What did I say? I was thinking about
the right thing.
like actual shorts.
No, you did great.
They're all wearing shorts.
Never second guess yourself.
We might be too. You
Bin doesn't.
I know. Bin never second.
I should have E'd more and queued only when I'm finishing E. I think I would have killed him that way.
Of Draw My Life, and this time it's definitely about City.
Yes. So, draw my LCK life. Zeus.
Because it feels like he just kind of, they don't expect the burst.
For the 2020 season. He has been with the T1 organization his entire career. His nickname, Zeus, actually was recommended by his mom since it already sounded so similar to a transcription of his existing nickname. Since becoming starting top laner for T1, Zeus has never missed qualifying for an international competition. He's made 4 international finals of 6 and is a defending world champion. He's also an Asian Games gold medalist. Against DK last summer, Zeus gave himself a famous pep talk where he told himself that he would go to hell if they lost. So he's kind of known for looking stoic when he's like locked in, and this is a story where he'd stay behind, practice a lot. But Zeus is also known for being very silly and very goofy with his teammates, a direct contrast to his serious in-game personality. And Mao, I know you were watching Zeus back during that rotating roster, that 10-man roster that we were all kind of wondering where players were going to end up, and Zeus winning out at the starting spot. I think the big thing for me that's been so impressive is how he's willing to play the same kind of counter-pick heavy style that Bin is.
It just creates such a firework, and talking about these players individually is one thing, but I think the best rivalries in sports happen when there is both a really great level of mutual respect, while also being like, no, I'm the best. No, I'm the best. And we actually get it in a final today.
And 5 games at that.
Oh.
And,
I mean, it's just insane, right? It's like almost no one will even argue. It's the best 2 top laners in the world.
Yep.
It is. And we'll see if it comes out, if there's no shenanigans where they never actually get to lane versus each other. No!
Swaps are banned!
Who knows? Hey, let's talk a little bit about Bin a bit more in depth. How has Bin been doing this World Championship? Because I seem to remember when we were watching the Swiss stage specifically, I mean, granted, BLG wasn't firing on all cylinders. I was like, okay, where's my top lane WWE? I slam everybody. Where is he? Has he ramped up?
Somewhat, but the problem for Bin, I think, is how he played domestically, right? You're always kind of compared to your own form of self. And for Zeus, his summer form, not great. So in his way, for him, it really ends up being a beneficial comparison. And I think that for Bin, I still think he has been contesting for the title of best top laner in the world. No one can deny it that, especially with the run he's had throughout the playoffs. But
shouldn't have ignited. That's the only difference that I think I did.
I'd say that he can reach that here today.
Yeah, I think the big thing to reiterate again is Bin was so good this year, right? So good in summer. I think it's like, it's almost unfair to him because we're comparing it to his like best iteration of himself. It's kind of insane to think there's a whole other level that Bin has not yet reached just from what we've seen at
And he's in the World Finals.
And he's already in the finals. I mean, we laugh about it.
Oh yeah.
We laugh about it, but actually when you put everything into context, what we've talked about already with T1, you know, you are all very highly educated analysts, but you can't use any other word for it than magic. Whatever happens to T1, however they get aligned, right? And you're gonna need something, if you are the opposing team, to break that. Because we saw it yesterday versus Gen G. Gen G was supposed to be the best team in the world. Their macro should be unshakable. And they were dizzy just because of how T1 approached that matchup. And for me, Bin is one of the people I'm looking at to say, I'm gonna have this huge performance. I'm gonna go above and beyond, unlock that next level to make sure we can win here today.
There he is!
Yay!
As Bin always does, calling it 3-0.
Just laughing in the background and walking away.
I was like, no, come on, man.
I'm not part of this.
And when you talk about magic, Bin has already shown that against T1 in a best of 5 internationally this year. Think back to the Camille game at MSI. It was absolutely stellar. Bin just refused to lose. He took over a game which they were behind in, and he can make that magic happen. He can turn a game on its head.
He's made magic for a few years. I still remember, I think we're going to see it, the barrel on Gangplank versus G2 back in 2020, but he keeps doing it. Oh, this is it. Ah!
Oh, we know it's on the way. Unfortunately, so, as you're saying, right, still the only guy to get a Panaco in the World's Finals as well, has been as confident for as long as he's been on the scene.
Yeah, and to reiterate, the coolest thing about this matchup is the mutual respect coming from both of these top laners, right? Like, they both really burst out onto the scene in their rookie years. Bin was so adamant. He wanted Zeus.
And I just think it makes perfect sense when you think about it. Both these players know that they are the top 2 top laners in the world. Both of these top laners believe that they are the best top laner in the world. How else do you prove it? You beat the other guy that's in the running on the World Finals stage here in the O2 Arena, and you leave no doubt.
You're so good at this, is it? Oh my god. Yeah, it's a top lane matchup, but so many across the board, indeed. And Bin also, outside of just saying that he wanted to play Zeus, that's the name of our producer, Zeus.
Not as good as League of Legends.
Not as good as League of Legends. If he's watching, pretty good, I guess.
Okay.
But he has also kind of risen up as that person who wants to take responsibility for the team. We have a quote, because Showmaker famously said a couple of years ago, we'll take a look at it, right, Emily, that he would be the person that would take the responsibility for the LCK, and Bin is trying to take that same pressure for the LPL.
Yeah, and I think this is really a point in favor of just how much Bin has matured over the years, right? Where he's like, I am going to shoulder that responsibility for LPL now. Like, it is on my shoulders. I will, like, assume that responsibility. We saw it earlier in a little bit more of a jokey way, right? Where he was like, if we suck, we suck. Like, there's not much we can do. We can just, like, we just have to, like, play our hearts out now. And I think he even said something in the press conference yesterday that was great, where he was like, as long as you truly love the game, you will be at your best. And I think Bin personifies that.
And it's also something that keeps coming back in Faker interviews when he talks about the longevity of his career, where at the beginning he was so focused on trying to make these finals, trying to get his titles, and now whenever you ask him, he's like, I just want to have a good time with my buddies. I want to have a great time on the Rift and make the fans happy.
Must be nice if you've already won before.
It's easy for him to say.
No, but it does contextualize it, right? Because of course, you know, that feat of 41, of that arc of those finals where you were a finalist and you didn't win, to the absolute breakdown in 2023 when it didn't work out, and to it working in 2023. You know, it's all something that you take in your arc in your career that will make you stronger for the next time. And that's kind of the difference between the two teams, as to one that has to, again, jump over that, both internally as with their team, and a team that has done it a couple of times before.
I mean, I absolutely agree, right? The win at Worlds 4T1 recontextualized everything about this entire roster, because it had been all of these almost, all of these what if 4T1 and this roster in particular up until that point. You win that year, it can change everything. And BLG has the same opportunity here this year.
Because for BLG, even though they didn't have 9 last year, that loss to Weibo was still shocking. It was a colossal upset. It was them that were supposed to be in the finals. And as you're saying, the way that T1 fans now look at 2022, if you look at them in the 2023 World Finals, every game, pure focus. They really took the lessons from that, and there's the same opportunity here today for BLG if they do manage to best T1.
Indeed, and as you can see, we are around 10 minutes away from our opening ceremony presented by MasterCard, which is going to be absolutely incredible. But please note that the opening ceremony does contain sequences of flashing light that may not be appropriate for those with photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. We also got this bracelets. I think everybody did. They must have been on your chairs. I'll put mine on now as well. They're going to light up automatically, I presume. Hope that's not a spoiler from production, but it makes sense.
People can solve it, you know?
Yeah, they can. Or I actually can't do this by myself. I have no...
That's good, Jim.
Yeah, there we go. Are we peeling?
Wait, are we peeling both?
Peel it off.
Okay.
They do look really cool.
Okay. Sorry.
Well, I'm just so excited for the opening ceremonies as well. I mean, it is always such a treat to be able to watch them live each year. You know, they seem to keep one-upping themselves every single time. And I don't know about you guys, but the World Song this year was absolutely one of my all-time favorites. I'm a massive Linkin Park fan, have been really for most of my life. So I am so insanely excited for the opening ceremony.
As we fiddle around with this, me as well. And I think, you know, we may be up here and having our little points prepared and everything that we want to sell to you, even though you don't need to be sold the excitement, because you're all here and you all probably got up this morning like it was Christmas morning. I definitely did. But we're also such huge fans of League of Legends esports and have been for so many years. So we're giddy when we're standing here and about to see this, just like everybody here. Oh God, it's going to be so exciting. So let's bring it down to a couple of overarching touching points to really get us into the mood for what should be an unbelievable best of 5. I want to pull up the bracket from 2023, the playoffs bracket where famously T1 went through the entire LPL stack to win their championship. And this is so important in the context of today, because if you see, who didn't they beat their Worlds, Maurits?
It was BLG.
Yeah.
They only met in the Swiss stage. That was a best of 3, so obviously very different than a full best of 5. And because of the loss of BLG, again, that big upset that Weibo got, they didn't meet at that tournament in the best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, and it is becoming such a rivalry between these two teams because they do meet time and time again. It is now 4 straight international events that these two titans have been matching up, and it has been going back and forth. You know, BLG has been winning out in the best of 5s, but it's been T1 often winning out in the group stage, and it's kind of Worlds versus MSI.
Yeah, and I think that's where you get so much of each of these teams kind of shouldering the responsibility for their regions, for their countries, but then also a mutual respect between them, because they have faced each other so many times, and it's amazing because we so rarely get these kind of developing rivalries cross-region.
Yeah, we have a couple of more tournaments next year as to Chris Greeley, so I'm really happy for that. We'll see more of it. But this is how the record has shaken out between them as of recent times, which leads a lot of people to believe that BLG should have the upper hand. In fact, 3-0, we saw it there from Bin. He also said it in the press conference yesterday. We've beat them so many times. We're so comfortable. Why wouldn't this be a 3-0?
Yeah, and I think that's actually what I was going to bring up, is like how confident Bin is because of their record in best of 5 specifically.
And we can go back to that MSI best of 5, went to 5 games, but and that has been a recurring one. When pushed to the brink, that's when both in spring in the LCK, when they lost that 5th game to Gen G, and at MSI, they were unable to actually push through when going the distance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just such an opportunity, I think, here for BLG today, because there really is no surer path to the top than through the team that is already sitting on the throne, right? You have the opportunity to make history, taking down, the best roster in League of Legends history, and taking down the undisputed greatest player of all time in the mid lane. There's no better chance for BLG to establish themselves amongst the very best ever from the LPL and amongst the very best ever in LoL Esports.
And then by contrast, you have Faker in his 3rd consecutive final, right? The only other team to do it and try to defend their title in the next final is T1 back in 2016. Faker, I came back after you. That's amazing. As we see Faker meditating.
Oh no, we woke him up! No!
That's fine. This is normal. He reboots a bunch of times to follow the latest firmware, as we say in the LCK, just to make sure he's up to date on everything that's going to happen today.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things I love to do when I'm watching at these international tournaments is looking at the player cams during the game. And you can really sometimes tell the way a series is going to go when you see players really nervous, really visibly shaken by things going bad. T1 is never like that. They have been so laser focused, so locked in this entire event. Every time you look, they are unfazed and they are just ready to focus on the win.
No, absolutely. And now that you brought that up, I was looking at the BLG player cams a lot as well. And specifically Knight in all of these games and a lot of these big wins on stage. He was screaming his heart out. He was smiling so much, right? And for him also, slowly throughout this knockout phase, it must have dawned on him a little bit more. Every map that they won, every game that they won, being, is this going to be the chance that I have to finally get that world's title? Because he believes, I'm sure, that he is better, that he can do this. But the thing is, on a day like this, it's not always about that, Emily. There's so much more. There's so many more demons you have to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, I think my favorite player to watch on BLG is actually Shun, because he's always just there vibing.
He's vibing.
Like, he rolled out of bed, he showed up, he's going to play some League of Legends with his friends, he's going to have a great time.
Actually.
And I actually think that's been such a benefit for this team with his substitution coming in, right? Like, Elk kind of taking almost a team captain kind of role within the team, being the forward-facing interview person, but then Shun just sitting there vibing, like, we're gonna have a great time, we believe in ourselves, and we're going up against the best team in the world to try to prove that now we can take them down.
But the question is, who do my analysts believe in? I want to hear. Oh, I also voted. I forgot. Who do you believe in? Azale, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. I mean, BLG was my crystal ball pick to win Worlds. I have believed that they are of that caliber the entire year. Watching them throughout the LPL in summer really reaffirmed that. And again, watching them in Knockout made me feel strongly about that as well. But the more that I've watched T1, it really is undeniable the magic that this team has, the aura that this team has. It makes their opponents doubt themselves. It makes their opponents play worse. And T1 only seems to grow bigger and stronger when the lights are at their brightest, and they are no brighter than in the World Finals. I think T1's going to take it, but it's going to be a banger. 3-2.
Maurits.
In 2021, and I didn't know this until very recently, me and Zeus debuted on the same day in the LCK. And I've been a very big fan of this player, and I have watched him individually go from a player that had a ton of promise to the flaws that cost him 2022 to then his redemption arc. The champions that beat him, he mastered the year afterwards. I think this player has what it takes to secure T1 that second win and rebuild the T1 dynasty. 3-1 for T1.
I feel like I should speak for Dagda, because as we can see in the thing, he is the only one going BLG. I do think BLG domestically has been like such a force here, and I think BLG has been a better performing team if you take the whole year into consideration. As people can see, I am going for T1. I'm gonna get a small analytical point in here, where I think they're gonna lane swap.
Yeah.
And I think that is where T1 can actually really have the advantage. Like, I think bot lanes are gonna be huge, but I think T1 see the map better currently, and unfortunately, we're not going to get Zeus versus Finn in a 1v1.
No! Oh, we will! What are you saying?
I know. Everyone's going to yell at me now.
Yeah, I wonder what the arena thinks. Do you agree with most of the desk? Who thinks T1 is going to take it?
There seems to be a few T1 fans here today.
I'm even afraid to ask. Who thinks BLG is going to take it?
Okay.
All right. Perhaps there's also a couple who have, you know, since there's no European team anyway, they're like, I don't care. As long as I see some good League of Legends.
It sounded a lot more even than the MasterCard fan predicted. I'm willing to say the O2 Arena knows ball.
Definitely so. Hey, I'm just so incredibly excited to be here in the O2 Arena. And we're so close to the opening ceremony. I really cannot wait. It is millions of players fall short of making it to professional play. Thousands fall short of making Worlds. Hundreds fall short of making
Bad. I should have instead of running at Nasus, I should have run at LeBlanc.
And Faker, through tenacity and determination, seems to collect Worlds titles as easily as you and I breathe air. Can Knight finally join the ranks of the select few? Can he strike down the greatest player the world has ever seen? And can he make them believe? It's time for the opening ceremony presented by MasterCard. London, are you ready?
blood, it's in my veins. Oh, it's in my blood, it's in my veins. Got my heel crushing the snake. There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here. Maybe it's a false start that I won't come undone, but I will bring the coolness to finish off what I've begun. And my shadow stretching out. Is it all enough this time? I'm still here. It's in my veins.
One knock at the door and then we both know how the story ends. You can't win, white flags out when the war begins. Aiming so high but swinging so low, trying to catch fire, feeling so cold, holding inside, hope it won't show. I'm saying it's not, but inside I know today's gonna be the day you know it. Cause I'm tired of explaining what the joke is.
This is what you asked for, heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise, ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for, heavy is the crowd.
Turn and run, now look what it's become. Outnumber 10 to 1, back then should've bit your tongue. But there's no turning back, this path once it's begun. You're already on that list, think you don't want what you can't resist. Swinging that sword with a pen won't miss. Watch it all falling apart like
this is what you asked for, heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise, ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for, heavy is the
Today's gonna be the day you notice. Cause I'm tired of explaining what the joke is. This is what you asked for!
In the top lane, Bin and Zeus. In the jungle, Shun and Omer. In the bottom lane, Elk and Gumayushi. As support, Own and Carrier. And in mid lane, Knight and Faker.
Beautiful.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
어떻게 해야 할까요? 의구심이 찾아오기 시작한다면
경기 전에 하는 명상은 제 머릿속에 생각들이 어떻게 떠오르는지 그걸 좀 바라보는 느낌인 것 같고요. 저 자신이 어떤 생각을 하는지 조금 더 잘 알게 되는 것 같습니다.
哪些瞬间让你念念不忘？
和我爸就是小时候家里就一个电脑嘛，然后我们就一人玩一盘。然后有时候我看他打不过别人，我就会帮他操作一下，就让我对英雄联盟这个游戏产生了非常大的兴趣。
Big mistake there from Ben and Suning are falling apart.
我觉得不管是谁站在决赛的舞台上，都会承担很大的压力。
그때를 떠올려 보면 가장 먼저 드는 감정은 분노인 것 같습니다. 여태까지 해왔던 것들이 뭔가 허무하게 무너지는 기분이라서 두렵습니다.
哪些回忆又让我们惶惶终日，惴惴不安？
在瑞士人的时候就
也想过我们会16强回家，因为那个时候
打 absolute cinema，
对外界的舆论壓力受挺大影響。
Absolute cinema. Faker meditating before the World Games. Confirmed.
그런 것 같아요. 사람들한테 잊혀진다라는 게 그만큼 임팩트가 좀 없었다라는 뜻이기도 하니까.
Från USA. De har bara mid-snacks.
我觉得现在非常可惜吧，因为我们也是迎来1战年，其实就出来 T1 那比尔我
Jeg tror USA det de har bra er fast food.
어둠 속에서 갈 길을 잃었을 때
Snacks er veldig chiller her, altså.
能见到斑驳星
Lunch clearer KitKat. Hva annet trenger vi?
Vet jeg.
Vet du hva som er det beste de har da?
Chip flavor, kanskje.
The Jolly Riders.
Hæ?
Jolly... Hva faen heter den?
Jo, det er Jolly Riders. Men hva sa du?
Ranchers.
Hva sa du?
Den er deilig. Resten? Pop-tarts mid. Reese's mid.
Pop-tarts? Jeg tror Pop-tarts ble bare populært på med Zombieland.
Hello， 大家好，
var det Pop-tarts？
艾克的爸爸，
我
是艾克的妈妈。决赛战绩精彩也已经就绪，希望在属于你们的赛道上。
가족이 건강상 필요한 거 있어가지고 제가 런던에서 열심히 일어날게요. 파이팅! 사랑해.
Nei, det der er fucked up. Grattis, Foss.
De viser foreldrene hans.
Ja,
Gråter du, eller hva skjer av det? Gråter du? Er det for heartwarming for deg? Begynner du å gråte? Må du begynne å gråte?
Vi skal begynne, men hvis vi viser dette, jeg tenker, shit, what the fuck? Jeg tenker, downfall, William.
이제 딱 한 걸음 나왔네.
无论最后结果怎么样，
我们见过那郑重怎样 You know, I'm something of a Chinese speaker myself.
希望他们在决赛的舞台上能够大放异彩。
微博
항상 그랬듯이 뒤에서 응원하고 있을게. 희원, 문현준, 파이팅!
金德，祝你在决赛场上敢于闭口，展现风采。
Altså, sjelene til alle er der for å enklere det.
마지막까지도 또 행복하게 잘 했으면 좋겠습니다.
뭐든 좋아. 뭐든지 다 보여줄 수 있는 거 다 보여줬으면 좋겠어.
항상 응원하고 존경합니다.
T1 월드 우승 가자.
파이팅!
파이팅!
为你们感到
非常开心。Vi har vært innsiden med det. Og jeg har spilt der også. Fake var der sikkert. Jeg har vært i et sted hvor Fake har vært.
会有一个代表 RPL 的国产中单的名字国定。 T1은 LPL에게 지지 않습니다. 오늘도 마찬가지일 겁니다.
在世界赛的历史上，对于 LPL 来说，T1总是不可战胜的。今天我会打破他们不可战胜的时候。
그 어떤 어려움이 있어도 저희를 믿어주신 모든 분들 5번째 우승을 여러분을 위한 것입니다.
Yeah! Den er for oss, bror. The 5th trophy is for us. Nah. Fake speaker fact. Ser du trofeen der? Den er for oss, gutta.
Ja. For the fans, bro. For the fans.
to bring you the World's Finals here in London. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Betty and by Kobe, and what a series lies ahead of us.
And what an amazing intro that was. They made us cry right before Champion Select, Bettius.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to push the emotions aside because we're getting straight into the draft. The Jack's Respect ban thrown straight towards Bin. Kaiser taken away from Elk as well. Immediately our attention is drawn towards the Yone as BLG has held off on banning it so far.
Jeg tror
vi har blueside.
Men det er T1.
T1 kommer til å velge Jon.
Alle er for T1 i denne gruppecallen her, ikke sant? Ja, ok.
Men Wawa er for T1. Han valgte ikke
Men Wawa er for T1.
Han valgte
Vent, Faker, er han fra Korea? Ok. Nesten same shit, man.
Wait, T1 Jon? Det betyr Jon Winwick skal gå?
Zeus in the top lane, playing the Yone is a possibility. We expect to see perhaps the Ashe.
Men Faker Jon eller toplane Jon?
Ashe er veldig god. Og Skarner. Skarner er second highest win rate.
Skarner er broken i den versen jeg spiller på.
Og Skarner og taper.
Er det ikke nødvendig de highest win rate? Hvem er highest?
Galio. Men jeg kan dobbelt. Galio 75, Skarner 71.
But also just a relatively safe blind, especially with the Jacks taken away. But you leave yourself open to the Camille as well. So now BLG is going to be forced to decide whether they want to lock in mid or whether they want to give big.
And the AP
that you bring up with the Ziggs here, definitely something that T1 has to be thinking about. All AD at the moment, and they only have one left. You either go in the sense that we were talking about, or try and get your AP early.
Sledge, of course, synergizes so well when she has melee.
I bandet her også da?
Mid lane. Nah, not always a melee, but can be whenever he goes into that Magnar form. Yone, obviously, one of the better melees, but with Smoda not hand away.
Klart at Mordecai skulle... That's crazy, ass. Har han blitt spilt en gang? Det er crazy, ass. Like clueless på pixel sine som han er i liv, man.
I think that Silas into the Yone matchup is always a bit of a gamble. He must be picking it largely for the team fight value. Sejuani, Na, and Yone all have great ultimates to steal. When we think about BLG, their team fighting has been a core part of their success at this tournament. But they've seen the same Ziggs that we have. They're going to ban it away.
Det er best of 5, det er den som vinner 3 ganger.
Knowing that he's famous for his Camille on the top side.
Det var best of 5 allerede.
So many times, and at this last MSI, the Camille was effectively used. Double protection bans, they actually do the Renata themselves. Such a great pairing.
That with Carrier having, it's a very good pairing with the Ashe, as you say, but Carrier has been the Renata aficionado so far. Well, it's the one really bringing it to the forefront of the match.
It's also something that really stuffs
Carrier, han ska picka, jag kollar den nå. Han ska picka Pike eller de banner varje. Pike, nej.
But again, they are lacking in terms of AP. What direction are they going to go with the Jin? Now going to be taken away from Kubi as well. When we think about this tournament, that Zaya has been very impactful, but with the Khan taken away from On, it does bring the question of what have they prepared for us in the box. You expect top in the BLG, but maybe they want to guarantee Bin the same counterpart.
The Camille you were talking about is still available. Alongside that, something like the Rumble that has had, although at the start of Worlds was having a very high presence, kind of fell off a little bit, but still very impactful in the top lane. Struggles a little bit when you get into lane swap situations though, and so perhaps T1 will be thinking about that now.
Well, now the big question comes, what is T1 prepared in the bot side of the map? Again, we're looking for a little bit more AP damage. They want to diversify that damage portfolio. So what direction?
No, Sage. Crazy ass. Hva er det neste mann? Hva er det man vanligvis har i botlane? Caitlyn, Braum? Nei, ikke Braum. Hvem er han andre? Hvem andre supports har vi? Lux! Caster, sier det er Lux. Det er just crazy. Det er ikke Lux.
Ja, jeg hører mye Lux.
Leaving us at the edge of our seats here.
Ain't no way det blir Lux, man.
Men jeg tror ikke det. Ja, jeg skal ikke det.
Oh my god.
T1 fans are going to be skeptical when we saw Braum brought out in the Gen.G series. It didn't really work out for T1. I think that again they are very heavily invested on the team fight side. BLG have drafted, towards the kind of pick potential side lane threat. BLG are very much drafting towards the team fight. They're thinking about Seraphine in support. I think it can be great into the Braum Bard, a very similar pickup, a lot of threat around the map, but you know, they're going to go back to try and
Jeg sa det var Braum, gutta. Jesus Christ! Oh my god, retards alle sammen. Ja, jeg hadde en teamfight, bro. Chill, man. Jeg spiller league mens.
Have so much power if they can start to lock people down. You put that equalizer
crazy
down, follow up with the Magma Storm with Silas coming in as well, stealing away a fate seal.
Men det er bare picks, man. Spiller ikke starta ennå, man. Jeg kan gå til høyre, jeg kan sette den, bro.
Honestly, I really love this approach from BLG in game 1. I feel like
Keria på Braum? Hvem andre er det? Liksom, hva er det annet? Keria spiller med Braum, man. Hvis jeg tenker på det, liksom, Rel, I guess, det er sånn. Også.
Han spiller alle, man.
T1, I think that being so heavily invested on the AD side, I worry about whether or not they're going to be, how much damage they're going to do in these team fights.
But Shake Worlds, yeah, you wish, man.
Some ripple effects for the series overall. You know, BLG being on red side wanted to test the waters of game number 1 with the Yone again being left up and having, you know,
Hva faen er Nunu? Vent, det var en ting, hvem pikka det?
Har du ikke sett FlyQuest?
Og FlyQuest pikka Nunu? Ok, ja, det der er... De bare trollet man til.
Han brukte på snowball. I stedet for å treffe Grub, så han traff liggen.
I think that shot right there was a big indicator. Some smiles on the sides of their faces, some confidence coming in here. That is the one big question in World Finals. Pressure at the highest.
Gutta! Jeg er 10 år på! Jeg overlevde med en gang spillet startet! Det er et tegn, bro. T1 skal vinne. Med en gang jeg vant, jeg hørte klapp. Jeg bare, ey, de klapper for meg, bro.
Not just with their own expectations, but also the expectations of the LCK, of their families. BLG trying to reignite the LPL after they've had 3 years without a world's title. And it's 5 games of glory, I hope, as we get into game 1 here. Elk and On, looking for Gumayushi. Knight coming in from the side. Gumayushi still holding on to that.
Gumayushi!
Vet når Rel bruker størrelsen, kan ikke han se outline?
Vent, når Rel bruker hva da?
Den stønnen der hvor hun hoppet, kan ikke han se outline?
Ja, man kan. Men han hadde ikke nok movement speed til dodgen. Han kan bare dodge med flash. Han flashet han ikke da? Kan vi få replay? Fordi... Jeg tror han ville ikke... Hvordan skal jeg si det? Han visste ikke at Silas ville komme. Fordi vanligvis Silas pleier ikke å komme fra banen.
Silas første karen som angrep han.
Vent. Jo, bare det?
Silas angrep han etterpå...
Bro, jeg actually følger ikke med. Fordi for meg, Silas kom under fra busken. Han gikk inn, han inn, han stønnet henne. Og så... Så du mener... Og så kom Rel inn. Og så stønnet Rel.
Jeg kan garantert dø om han blir stønnet av Rel.
Jeg tror han ville helt sikkert ikke waste flash. Han trodde han ville overleve. Det er greedy, men... I'm only human after all, you know. Til og med alle vi gjør sånne plays.
The strength of the Ash in the early laning phase, getting that early level 2 as well. And I mean, when you make that point about the carrier as well, usually he does that on things like the Bard, like the Pike. The Braum, it's going to be much harder to do.
Why you love to see really good level 1 prep coming into series has been...
Ja, bare Keria, hvor faen er du, bro? What the fuck?
The extra longsword in your inventory.
Ok, jeg mener, bro, Faker på Yon, jeg tror de har det, man. Liksom Faker carrier, man, ambulance. Liksom, bro, dette er ingenting, bro. Like, det er plenty of room to turn around, man.
Men nå bruker flash og dø fortsatt,
Nei, ikke noe flame up til. La oss ha good sportsmanship.
Naber hvis du spiller dårlig.
With TPs available, there's always the possibility. Notice as well, Zeus walking back to top lane, has the TP available in the event of an early play.
Good timing here from Shun to come down and place the ward early so that Elginon can continue applying pressure on the bottom side before going back to get swamped.
That's what you want if you're BLG. You want to be able to continually harass Guma and carry it down in this lane. Have them in a position where they are either looking for CS or eating your damage, and hopefully both for BLG on there, crashing down out. Gumayushi and Carrier have been able to hold the wave just outside of their tower range.
Earlier recall there for Owner because he doesn't want
Hvordan jukser man, mann?
the bottom side scuttle crab because of the pushing bottom lane.
Han kan bruke cheat engine.
It's going to be a little bit annoying that Bin also on the Rumble is pushing up and Bin is going down to
Er det cheating? Er det cheating hvis man er reincarnated? Hvis man går tilbake i tid og spiller Worlds på nytt, er det cheating?
You're going to commit the TP towards mid lane, having grabbed a few early items. Remember, you've always got to remember, Knight famous for his Mejai's purchase on pretty much every champion that he's played. Only the Dark Seal for now, but depending on how well the game is going, he may...
Nah, that's crazy. Okay, det er dritballs, ja. BLG er locked in, altså.
We do often, in about the next 30 seconds to 40 seconds, see that swap for Grubs. Knight and Faker trading in the mid lane. Faker down to half HP. He'll snap back to his soul. And
back to reality.
Even-ish, but slightly in Knight's favor.
People have gone wild for how confident Faker has been in laning at this tournament, and him eating in there, taking the trade that Knight offers as he goes straight for it. Faker as well. One of the big things with T1 heading into this tournament, his lane phase was not great in the LCK.
Zeus has to flash away. Shun looks for more, and BLG have found two.
BLG's able to find it on the top side of the map. Zeus caught unawares the wave in an awkward spot. Owner not there to provide support. The bot side as well. And able to get the clans out from Gumayushi all across the map. BLG is putting pressure down.
Shouldn't have been so
Okay, boys, vi har fortsatt 2 andre games. Okay, boys. Det er bare capper, of course we win.
Hvis vi som spiller kan komme back fra en 10-0 loss,
look at all the work he does. But the hop off Bin's head right into the waiting arms of Shun.
Zeus ble skjøtta ned. Okay, det er ikke bra start, ass.
Gets all the damage done. And they collect.
And it's a very awkward situation for Zeus to be in just because of the state of the wave. Now Owner is covering to help him get that push out. Bin still looking to try and trade as he often does, but now the swap's coming through. We know that the Grub spawning in 10 seconds on, already back out onto the map with his AD carry Elk right behind him. They're looking to contest this objective, but Carrier looking to match in the mid lane.
It's going to be 5 players on the top side for both teams right now as we do see Owner starting up the Grubs. Might just look for a smite on one here to delay the full stack. Carrier caught out though, does still have the flash and the ignite locked against the wolf, and now trying to get away. The unbreakable. Not exactly that. On secures the kill. T1 did manage to sneak away a Grub, but BLG will happily accept 2.
Such a smart call from BLG. From Shun and on to go for the engage on the fight while T1 are split, going for the objectives as well as trying to rotate from mid.
The idea there from T1, because they had a nice stacked wave in mid lane. Going for a bit of a trade, has his AD carry behind him.
Nice juke.
Faker unbinds his soul, dodges away from the Abscon. That's not Owner coming in from the side as well, but it looks like BLG just wants pressure in mid. They're looking towards the top side though.
Yeah, BLG constantly looking for these fights. Let's see. Carrier's on the roam. You can see him on the mini-map.
Zeus has no flash. They can manage to get this Ishtal's impact. Can't quite land it. Zeus hops on a minion and manages to escape.
I mean, BLG continue their pressure on the map, securing 2 Grubs, finding an additional kill, now converting that pressure into plates on the top side, denying Zeus as much as possible. You look at the bottom of your screen and it's just all red in favor of BLG.
Kuma has been given a little bit of free time to push out that bot side range and try and get himself a plate as Faker trades with Elk in the mid lane. Elk about halfway towards that level 6, a little bit more risky to go in like that if you are Faker when he does get his ultimate available.
Yeah, Elk getting so much damage done here in the mid lane, keeping him there. Of course, they've rotated Knight down to the bottom lane, down to that side lane. And he will find so much success in, be able to push it back out after Guma had shoved. And this is going to be so nice for the setups here for BLG. Again, their team fight will be so synergistic once they're able to bring this together. You have to think that they're going to rotate over towards this dragon. They can control that objectives, and you get to draw your enemy to you.
Got to remember that BLG have a bit of a reputation for falling short in game 1. And here in game one, it feels like that you'd expect them to have the pressure with the reigning world champions T1 on the other side of the stage, with the audience in favor of T1, but they've come out and they are playing just like they often do, playing well in the early game, playing off the advantage they have with their laners, and they're converting it into the first dragon.
Straight from even champion select, and you see the smiles on their faces, the confidence there. They're looking aggressive in their level 1. They find reward in their level 1, and they continue to force so many plays here. Let's see if they can keep it up as the game goes on, though. You know T1 are very notorious for being difficult to actually finish off in these games.
And bear in mind, BLG, they're going to be looking at the team fight. That's the biggest strength. Their composition just spells, we're ready to fight, the 5v5 incredibly strong. And T1, they're going to have to find ways to either usurp that or navigate their way around that, because they found a lot of success with pick comps, but with the Braum, Caitlyn, they're going to very rely on Oner to be that initiation tool and find good flanks or angles, which is going to rely on good vision control, which right now BLG is not giving them. Look at this vision setup on the bot side of the map. The river is very much in control of BLG, and they're putting extra pressure onto Oner's jungle.
9 minutes in, it's already a 1.4k lead for BLG. They have 2 grubs, they've got a Drake. T1 have only been able to pick up a single grub from the map. BLG very much in the driver's seat coming into this series. A lot of us looked at how T1 play the early game, who tends to be in the advantage, and T1 tend to be a little bit more aggressive in the early game, getting out to those leads. BLG here upsetting the apple cart, so to speak.
Knight has just been exceptional this tournament, and especially in their previous series, styling on his Syndra, styling on his Ahri, here styling on his Sylas, stealing Faker's own ultimate, and this pressure, you even see the hover there for Oner, drawing a little bit of time, Sejuani not immediately going over to Gromp, kind of hovering around, see if Faker's going to need anything else, and it'll also kind of extrapolate towards the extra wards around mid lane. If you start to see the mid lane pressure here kind of spill over into other lanes as well for BLG.
You're also just seeing it on the map, right? Because Knight just then, after pushing in mid, hovered into the topside river and he's just moving into fog. He's creating that extra point of pressure, which means that Oner might get invaded on. Maybe jungle plus mid is going to come and put pressure on his jungle. Bin back into the brush. Where has actually Bin gone? Just those subtle bits of pressure on the map that force T1 to hesitate before they make a decision. That control of the entrance to the top side to try and spot out some of these plays.
T1 do have the vision around the second spawn of the grubs first. You can see BLG on Elk and Shun all making a beeline towards those grubs. Trying to get 2, obviously when you get 4, those mites begin to spawn.
All right, so BLG, you can see they've got the early lead on timing on this map. With the push on bottom side for Knight there, a couple of those minions dying to the tower. He gets his recall into a purchase off and has his teleport ready if they decide to fight this grub fight. Currently, Faker as well collecting the minion wave now. His teleport ready to answer if they do want to throw down. This brush that Keria is standing in is incredibly important for the team fights, but he's going to have to give it up.
Shun going to try and chase him down, throws a rock into his back. The TP comes in by Knight, who just finished his rocket belt. And on goes in, Oner's locked up, Abscom down, Dusty flashes toward the arrow. Knows why the BLG get everything they want. They force the enemy jungler away, and they can turn their attention to the grubs.
T1 decision right now, do they just let Faker farm turret play?
It's Guma! It's at the Baron pit! I know it's the grubs right now, but he always manages to steal it!
Whether it's a
crazy boy grub steal.
To get your objectives.
Beautifully done by Guma Yushi. Able to get 2 grubs at the very least for T1, so something. And they get
Du fick 2 plates.
Var
det 2 plates? Jag såg hur många plates fick dock, men det såg ut som 2. Och så.
Little that BLG can really do to contest.
Det var så länge inte gick att få 5.
The top side, trying to secure this top tower. And they will secure themselves that second plate as well.
Right on Guma. Guma trying to get away from this carrier coming in as well with the Winter's Bite. Shun's on the chase with that Ishtal's impact, but locked up with the Glacial Fissure will be slowed.
Crazy bro, carrier. Jag fördelar det. Farlig support man. Ambiance.
Yeah. Every time he sees someone on his screen, he's going in for a play. And I love the fact that BLG, they spot out Oner in the river, isolated, and immediately all
Jag vill lära för honom. Du bör starta spela Braum och grejer.
Should be fine.
Han på machete bro. Vill du ha det gøy eller vill du vinna?
T1 är tillbaka.
T1 is back. Watching crazy play där man. League gold? Bara lite hell yeah man.
So gonna be some turret play money as well as the kills here for T1.
I mean, just great awareness from Zeus, recognizing that in the face of the bot lane, he was actually stronger. He knew that he had the Mega Gnar on its way. He knew that the TP was available from Faker, and they set up for a very nice collapse.
Recognizing they had the TP advantage as well, because BLG used 2 TPs to fight over those second grubs.
Vet du hva, alt jeg sa om Guma på starten, jeg tar tilbake oss.
And recognizing that they're going to need some money to be able to fight that are upcoming, because the early item completions had already started to come in for BLG. So stop the double recalls here, and then they make the call. Teleport in. I've got Mega Gnar, perfect timing. Flashes for it against the wall.
Crazy stuff.
Beautifully done.
And I mean, even without the TP, he likely could have just gone on by himself. He gets the summoners out from Elk as well. And those are going to be crucial as we set up for the second dragon of the game. T1 should feel a lot more confident about being ready to fight for that objective.
As you're seeing on the mini-map, though, extra gold going back there on the side of BLG.
By the way, en annen debate på grunn av denne kampen. T1, alle har flash på F. Se på BLG, alle har flash på D. Så folka sier at hvem som vinner denne, har et forward flash til å være.
Så flash på F, vil at du må bytte med dere.
Flash F er...
Gives you a lot of that confidence to be able to play. A bit of setup around that top side objective. You can see Faker fishing for information. Looks like that no one's going to be sounding on the side of BLG. Dragon is available, but really no setup on either side towards that objective. Resets have come through, items looking to be further completed. And as you rightly said, Kobe, and Faker is incredibly close to that blade completion. On his next back, he should have it, and it is crucial. It is a game changer in terms of your ability to fight on the sideline.
Another thing that is oftentimes hard for, as we start up the Rift Trail here, seems like they should be able to get it though. Another thing that's kind of hard for fans to track usually is information that the teams have, because it's not necessarily shown on the scoreboard, but it is critical to the success of these types of teams that they have set up here. And so without the extra vision, it looks like it is just going to be the trade. Dragon for Herald, no problem. But I will say, Knight staying on this outer turret and getting the outer turret gold himself again, more money funneled into this Silence. The Silence that does scale so well.
Yeah, notice that, again, it kind of, while T1 did find that TP play, now they're behind in terms of TP. The arrow connects mid.
Walk away for now. Shadow and Strike will get the stun. The Magnus Storm coming in as well. BLG looks to collapse. Already picked up T1 in the middle of the mid.
Crazy team fight, crazy team fight.
Oh, Faker kom seg unna!
Faker will manage to dash across towards the red pit, but Yushi does not have that same luxury. BLG find 3, all of them sitting on out.
A triple kill for the AD carry of BLG. A nice arrow to set up the whole play. T1 saw an angle to secure that mid tower and immediately get punished.
And BLG are so quick with it. Elk's arrow snipes him right out of the air after the 2 kills with the Herald. Immediately turn it into gold. Liquid gold here for BLG. They shoot ahead on the map.
En tier 2.
So much gold goes into their pockets. 4.5k the lead now for BLG.
And it's a situation where the cross map, right? You see on the top side of the map, but the arrow comes through just as nice sidestep from On. He connects the stun, and then a beautiful multi-man ulti comes through from On with the follow-up as T1's forced to retreat.
And now the Impel's going to land on Kerim as well. He has no place to get out of this, nowhere to go apart from back to the fountain in a body bag.
What happened there?
7-2 up.
Insane opener here in game number 1 from BLG. The undisputed best team in the LPL coming out firing on all cylinders.
Bot lane feeding, yeah, bot lane feeding, bro, what the fuck?
To regroup at all. Faker now even under attack, he's slowed in the pit.
Oh no, oh no.
Oh, Drepen, yes!
Yes! Oh, the ult! Oh, holy moly, meanwhile top bro, meanwhile top man, meanwhile top. Oh, there got ult!
Faker of Astro?
This map to shreds.
It is often a play that Faker teams have tried to collapse on him on a side lane, and it's resulted in their demise. They're doing
Oh my god, that's crazy. Come for replay, come for replay.
They're keeping pressure on the top side. T1 members
Ash
collapse on the bot, but it
put down the arrow. Also arrow of Faker, man, that's just crazy.
18 minutes into the game, and BLG have already opened the doorway into the T1 base.
They do lose a tier 2 in the bottom side, but BLG are in the driver's seat and they are not letting go of that steering wheel. T1 need to find some way back into this because now the inhibitors open in the top side. They do have these hex gates to work with. 2 minutes on the next Drake. Baron up in a minute 50. We've seen T1 sneak them in the past.
88% folk har picka T1, man. T1 will win.
We saw this BLG composition. It really is a comfort pick and playstyle for BLG. You look at the champions, and while you wouldn't typically in the past associate Bin with his Rumble, it has become a staple part of his champion pool. And here in the 1v1, he realizes, I think I can get this solo kill onto Faker. He has no way of getting out of this.
So then
force the team to collapse. Yushi comes down, Zeus comes down, but on the other side of the map is BLG.
Exactly, you can see the counterattack.
Yeah, Ash Arrow.
Oh,
that crazy Ash Arrows.
That's insane. Elsa Sniper again.
We weren't looking at the arrow. That was our job. Oh my god, beautiful arrow, and then the collapse comes through from BLG.
That is just beautiful. Even though Bin went down, they saw the last bit of vision of Faker, of the recall spot.
He used the hawk shot to spot it out.
Oh,
hawk shot comes in.
Yeah.
That is sublime.
What a facial expression as holy.
5-1 now. And it's just such a dominant performance from BLG. T1 trying to get anything they can on the other side of the map. But look at that explosion in terms of gold advantage for BLG past the 15-minute mark.
And I mean, it all stems from that level 1 play. The fact that they got that flash out on the bot side of the map. Elkin On had consistent pressure on the bot side. Knight was able to trade very effectively and hold his lane in the 1v1.
Ja, ser du, hvis vi hører på casterne, så vil han ikke holde flash, fordi hvis de klarte å få ut flash på botlane, det kommer til å være at de kan pressure botlane hele gamet.
Where BLG have just been slowly but surely dominating the map.
Ja, men vet du hva som skjedde? Han flashet og døde Brunei.
Ja, han flashet og døde.
Han valgte begge to.
He chose both.
They can keep the stacking going. Obviously want to end the game before they get to soul, but if you
Please don't think about in fra starten på alt dette skjer.
Ja, det er fordi du er weakere. Du kan, det handler om å abuse the small mistakes når vi kommer i så high elo.
They don't have the ability to fight you, so deny them everything.
La meg tenke her, la meg tenke her.
BLG with a
Neste picks for, hva heter de igjen? T1?
BLG have all the tools to secure the first game.
Bro, de skal definitely banne Silas, man.
To remind you again, BLG at MSI this year, they beat T1 twice in best of 5, and last year at MSI.
Ja, altså, hvor er flashen min? Jeg hadde ignite så for...
They are definitely showing that in game number 1.
Har du en nettside man kan se hvilken som leder?
Hva mener du? Bare scroll ned. Du kan se, hvis du scroller ned. Du kan se alt sammen.
Men leder på hva da?
Du kan se, hvis du scroller ned i lolesports.com live Riot Games, du kan se liksom gold og KDA og hva de kjøpte da. Og hvilken dragons de har.
So far at this World Championship, whether it be sneaking them, whether it be finding incredible team fights around this objective, it is a point in the game that BLG will have to be cautious and respect T1.
T1 just trying to get towards those second, third items, lock it on Owner. But the Blade of the Ruin didn't get to see second item for Fake. It really comes online when you get up towards 2-3. The Yone so powerful in teamfights, so powerful in side lanes right now, but he can't even step past where his Crocs would be because he doesn't know if BLG are on that bottom side of the map. So he has to accept the pressure much deeper on towards his side of the map.
Look at that Knight even hovering on the brush, waiting until he collects all the information. The rest of BLG here just keeping tabs on the Baron. We wait Ingen bare at de ikke kommer on the map. He hex skates out with his 3-item power spike already completed. His Lord Doms because they're so far ahead.
Low-key?
Elka player that came onto the scene was widely regarded as a good player who would be way too aggressive a lot of the time. Would overstep in place. People said he has got Jomong fever. Because he would just throw games from time to time. We haven't seen that in years. He has been so consistent for BLG. And now with 5 kills to his name, you have to expect that BLG will protect him in these upcoming team fights and just allow him to rip through T1. So far, his arrows have been great as well. Sniping Zeus in the hop in mid lane. Of course, big kill onto Faker as well. And it looks like, again, you don't have to give T1 anything. BLG are so far ahead and they have so many pick tools. Not to mention just the arrow, but also Shun and Ond, and they're going to look for it. Shun going in with the Ishtal's impact, can't quite land onto Ona. Doesn't have that passive as well to avoid that slow. Yeah, they're just going to chase them out of that jungle. Make sure that the entire pathway leading to
valgte Hextech. Hextech er 77. 74. Crazy, altså.
But then again, you never know.
Hva bro, jeg valgte Inferno last year. Jeg vant. Jeg valgte Inferno dette året her. Jeg vant også. Thank you for free pick and points, altså gutta. Thank you for free pick and points.
Men er det ikke sånn alle har like mye sjanse til å komme?
Ja, men du vil ikke, liksom som en Infernal er den mest liksom, hva heter det? Det er den beste dragen å ta, fordi den gir deg straight up damage. Du alltid fighter for Infernal. Cloud er den du fighter minst for, fordi den er trash.
This leaves the Baron wide open for BLG. The beautiful positioning from him on Silas too, coming from the mid lane.
All advantage. Selv om den er dårlig, du får fortsatt advantage. Så burde du ikke...
Nei, det er ikke advantage nå. Hvordan skal jeg si det en gang? Det er sånn... Det jeg prøver å si til deg er at det er mye mer sannsynlig at de kommer bare til å gi opp Drake, liksom, og ende spillet. Liksom ikke spille rundt og ta dragons, at det ikke er win condition, at en Baron eller noe sånt er en win condition i stedet for å få soul. Skjønner du hva jeg prøver å si? Så for eksempel da det kommer soul, ikke sant? Cloud soul, det er ikke en win condition, du kan ikke vinne med cloud soul. Hvis du får Inferno soul da, hvis du klarer å få Inferno soul, bro, du har vunnet hele spillet, det er sånn you lock down. Så spiller rundt liksom Dragon Soul, Inferno Soul er mye viktigere enn å spille rundt Cloud Soul. Does that make sense?
Men jeg tenker, i så høy elo, ikke sant? Er det ikke først sånn advantage å ta det?
Nei, fordi du skjønner du sacrificer noe når du tar Drake. Du sacrificer liksom pushe top, pushe mid, pushe bot. Skjønner du? Så i stedet for å ta den dragen kan du pushe top, pushe mid, pushe bot. Og det, med det ender spillet enn å ta en god fjær dragon. Skjønner du? I high elo. Liksom i low elo, de vil se, liksom, de ser, dragon er oppe, Baron er oppe, vi bare tar den, fuck alt. Liksom, skjønner du? De er sånn wallbayer. Men i high elo, de liksom forstår at liksom, ok, det er mye bedre å ta en annen objective enn den dragen.
Just can't keep up. The golden left hand of the LPL strikes down the GOAT in the side lane, and BLG will collect their third dragon. They might collect the entire base before we see the fourth.
Knight has had an incredible tournament, and he's not going to slow down here in the finals. BLG have steamrolled T1 here in game 1. They're looking for another inhibitor, and they're looking for the game.
Guma, Yushi, Ono, and Kevin are trying to defend the arrow once again.
Sniper in.
Guma! He's got a flash, but he's still stunned up. The impale comes out, and Guma falls under his own Nexus towers. T1 still trying to defend. Zeus doing everything he can to keep Knight away. But BLG continue to advance. The first Nexus tower's down. Baker's back up. Trying to find something out of this game. Trying to find some defense against BLG. But the oncoming masses are just too damn strong. And now into the wall. Baker's fate is sealed as he dives the backline and dies for it.
Okay, warm up, T1, de vet hva de er oppe.
The coordination from BLG in this first game was exquisite.
Çok litt crazy ass. Jeg mener hvis BLG klarte å vinne mot Weibo,
De kan ikke vinne 3, og da hadde det vært gøy.
hvis BLG vinner mot Weibo, så tror jeg BLG er et bra lag, altså, I'll be honest. Fordi jeg Loki hadde nesten lyst til at Weibo skulle vinne Worlds, liksom. Det er bare fordi Weibo tapte, jeg skiftet til T1. Men
Hvis vi vinner av Weibo, jeg er gode. Tok de ikke BLG da, bror?
jeg tok T1.
Jeg vet det.
512 players will battle it out live, diving into this brand new set that is sure to shake things up. Get ready for more unforgettable moments.
Hvor lenge er det? 10 minutter før neste kamp starter?
Er det 10 minutter between kamper?
5 minutter.
Biraz oynuyoruz, oynamayınca oynuyoruz. Heavy is the crown. Yeah, you just feel so good, good, good. Jeg hørte på den sangen før Riot Games responsstraven. Det er fra Citizen.
Jeg hørte på den før sangen kom.
Ja, man. Model Citizen. Ok, hva heter artisten til sangen her?
Jeg hørte på den før artisten ble født, bror.
Nei, hva er artisten som sang den, hæ?
Jeg hørte den før Michael Jackson eksisterte, bror. Jeg hørte den før du ble født, bror. Get on my level.
Hva om du hører den mens du har kukken din i munnen din, bro?
Jeg hørte den før du hørte den. Get on my level. Jeg hørte den før han tenkte på sånn.
Jeg hørte den før du hørte den, før at jeg hørte den, fordi du hørte den.
Jeg lagde sangen, bro. Jeg vet ikke hva du chatter om.
Jeg lagde sangen, bro. Jeg er ghost-produceren til sangen, bro.
Jeg er ghost-produceren til ghost-produceren, bror.
Jeg lagde deg før du ble født, bro.
Jeg er faren din, bror.
Jeg er moren din, bro. Jeg er far til moren din, mann. Jeg er far. Damn, de faktisk har dobbelt collab med Riot Games. Crazy, ass. I just feel so good. Hvorfor skrev jeg at det kommer til å være mer enn... Hvor mange predikere skrev jeg at det kommer til å være? Renegade, better run away, run away, run away. Yo, who this? Huawei? Who? Danish. Gracious. Lilia! Gwen! Oh! Jeg elsker min gambling addiction, ass. Ja, bare på min smurf, man, på min smurf. Så jeg kan spille Gwen nå. Permanently. Renegade. Run away.
Nah, Billy var første game.
Ja, man.
Jeg våkna.
Crazy wake up på 4 om morgenen, bro, det er crazy.
Jeg våkner i Billy er 1-0. Det var sjette game, la meg se. Jeg vet hva som skjedde.
Bro, Gimayushi ble tatt level 1. Han wastet flash og døde. Abdi hele gamet sa til meg, hvorfor brukte han opp flash og gikk ned? Etter det, han jinxa det alt, bro. Team morale ble helt ned. Etter det, de bare gikk helt ned, man. Faker får en kill, ikke sant? Han skal til å recalle med 10 HP. Ash Arrow kommer fra topplane. Dreper han. Men tappte Genji. Åja, Genji tapp. Ja, rest in peace. Jajo. Enig, ass.
Var racist, bro.
Det var det han sa!
Ja,
GG Clown 1.
Bror, du bare hermet deg, så det er racist.
Har du spilt Monster Hunter Wilds?
Ja, alle Monster Hunter Wilds.
Har du Monster Hunter Wilds, det nye som kommer ut?
Jeg har Monster Hunter 3, jeg har Monster Hunter 4, jeg har Monster Hunter Gen, bror, jeg har Monster Hunter Rise, bror, jeg har Monster Hunter Iceborne, bror, og jeg har selvfølgelig har jeg pre-order av Wilds, bror, bitches.
Men det står at du ikke har det på Steam-brukeren din, bror. Og vent!
Er du dum?
Så du har pre-ordret det, eller har du ikke pre-ordret det?
Jeg har pre-ordret det, jeg har det på PlayStation.
Det står at du har...
Du
har det på PlayStation? Ok, greit.
Yeah, and it starts at level 1, where they do have
the level 1
superior here. As you see, this gets
Greit, whatever you say.
Start puts T1 in a really difficult position, and this also could have been what potentially might have stopped a lane swap, because I did talk about how I did think T1 would look potentially for something like that.
Jeg måtte Rise på PC og PlayStation.
Whether it's Gragas, whether it's Shen, these champions that can start a dash, go over the wall, get behind you, and put that pressure on. And BLG took the lead that they had and ran with it. I mean, this was just perfectly played by Shen. Knocks Zeus out of the hop. W flash to finish him off under the tower.
What's also really telling is the amount of flashes that were extended from T1 while still dying in the play. They don't flash the initial play, so BLG both got a tons of summoners, still made the play work, and then got the punish subsequently as well.
Yeah, and Alec was on his Ashe, and we love seeing that. I want to take a look at our HyperX reflex replay, because there was one moment where he got the arrow on Faker, and we actually got the pro view to see exactly what happened. Perhaps the mastermind was masterminding too much.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this, because I actually have not seen the pro view from Faker yet. But this is where it starts, right?
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crown.
You can see on the mini map where BLG are pushing.
Ja, här är Asharo bro. Walla. Oh, that crazy ass.
Absolutely deadly. He's flipping through lanes.
He's all tapping. Well, not all tapping. He's in the game.
He does not see it coming, and then he's dead.
He didn't
As they continue to collapse on the top side. And again, Elk being on this Ashe pick, I feel like if you want to see, sometimes people overfocus on Ashe arrows, right? If you want to see good Ashe arrow usage, look no further than Elk, because he's phenomenal.
I mean, he has been absolutely incredible.
What I really want to highlight here is how well BLG reads T1. T1 is a team that loves to do this, overload a part of the map, really go aggressive on these turrets to try and gain map control, and they are so clearly not ready for this collapse. And we saw T1 stabilize a little bit after the rough early game. After this point, BLG was never in any danger.
They really weren't. I mean, there was just so many avenues of attack for BLG, and I have to shout out Knight. He played incredibly well in a matchup that is supposed to be advantageous for the Yone in the 1v1. He was dominating Faker from the word go.
Our upper player of the game was Knight in this one. We focused so much on the matchup before this Azale, but just
mid gap.
I mean, straight up, you know, he was just dominating him in the 1v1. Faker did chunk him down early, but even after the TP back, he was winning every single trade thereafter. He made Faker base with low HP, with no teleport, lost a full wave, started to fall behind in the experience. Knight really showcased his skill in this 1v1.
Bro, that pushing the assist not to be still, no, that's crazy.
We heard it from him in the intro, right? Like he wants
han har det pushing the assist. Knight har det pushing the assist. Ja, okay.
Phenomenal showing from Knight in this first game. Insane Sejuani ult that he had prepped, and this is what allowed a lot of
that crazy ass. Han actually liksom, vi kan Medjay köpte han Medjay för jag köpte Dark Seal man. Jag köpte han Medjay.
Before teams don't necessarily drop more than one game if they start by losing. We hope we don't get a 3-0 for either side.
Skulle det inte vara open beta?
One can be done now, and I mean BLG of all teams know about the first game. I do want to highlight though that T1 selected blue side, and I do think again this was not a game where you go like this was unplayable from jump. This was just gameplay. I do think
the witch between worlds, Aurora.
To set themselves up better because we got to talk about it. When that Braum was locked in, I can guarantee you that every single T1 fan let out a collective groan because this player on the Braum just doesn't have the same magic he does on other champions.
Absolutely, and they did have that Yone gambit that we have seen in so many different series where, you know, you go on red side, if you are not playing against a mid laner who is known for these melee champions, or is known for an exceptional Yone, you can say, alright, let's give it over to Faker, let's see what happens in game number 1.
Är du team Billy Danish?
Nej.
Hvorfor sier du at Billy skal vinne game 2 da?
T1 skal reverse hit. Vil vi inte på T1 min tredje? Ska reverse hit.
Hvis det skjer.
That's a bit on the edge, us, Danish. That's a bit on the edge.
They don't hate it. They don't hate it that much. So we have a couple of touching points that we can talk about as well. Maurits, because this is actually something we saw just last week as well. The exact situation with kind of Keria on the Braum, and I think when you think about Keria as a player in the context of the Worlds runs that T1 has done, we always said about pushing the meta forward, about making it happen. Brand just doesn't do it.
Well, yeah, and you might look at this and go, man, that's not bad. I want you to keep in mind which team this is. This is a team that has particularly the best they haven't won. They win a whole lot. So this really isn't by itself already a great recommendation for the Braum. But it's when you look at the actual gameplay, compare this to his Rakan game.
Nei, gutta, hun ser litt for 3D for meg ut, så jeg liker bare 2D-kvinner.
The point is, Carry's a bad Braum. Because sometimes when a team, you know, you compile it, okay, well, maybe you disagree. But to me, it's
bra, dit han skaller man der, ass, holy.
Han ikke egentlig. Han hadde litt... Han hadde
Players who can play and play different styles, but sometimes
they are more
well-suited from what the team
Jeg vet, men bro, se hvor mye den skinner, bro. Like, det er crazy, ass.
Se på han andre karen, holy shit.
Jeg vet, men se hvor mye, hvordan hodet han skinner, bro. Like, that shit, uff. Crazy, man.
He has been one of the pillars that T1 has built on, you know, on and off, but generally, right, he hasn't always been as present in kind of the expletives when you talked about
Johnny
BLG
Sins,
so far.
yeah,
It was something
bro.
that was going to have to So the fact that we saw this
Jeg lar han roleplay som Johnny Sins. Johnny Sins som Nico, man. Han kan være hvem som helst. Plumber, mechanic, nurse, doktor, lærer.
Right, because they did target on with the Renata and Rakan coming through on 4-5 in their bans in the first game. And then the Yone test, as you already mentioned, Zale. The big thing for me for Keria, though, is that again, I did expect T1, and the level 1 kind of ruined this. I did expect T1 to be going for some sort of swap, not want to face BLG in standard necessarily, since they have been so good in the swap. And that's why I really love to see Keria.
Ja, fordi Tina nettopp tapt, man. Hvordan de stille, man? De må contemplate.
De locked in.
De locked in. Det akkurat det. Men de ikke locked in ennå. De locked in gameplay. De skal ta det her. Enda Faker skal gå inn I locker. Han skal si 2 ord. Lock in. Og så går han. Og de skjønner hva han mener. Perfect English. Lock in. Da skal han
lock in, da.
Ja, han sier perfect lock.
Jeg tror når vi ferdig, da må vi ikke skal si It's good!
It's good!
Yeah, I think that's why we really feel that this was the tip of the iceberg, right? When it comes to this best of 5. Now, as we all know, we are here with thousands, 10,000 of people. The world is a global phenomenon. There are so many watch parties all around the world. We have Thailand, Wuhan, New York City.
Ja, det her GG. I gave to them reverse sweep.
Right? And we only see what's happening right here. But to know that all of Korea and all of China is watching, as well as everywhere across the world, people care so much.
One of my favorite parts of these events as well is actually getting to meet the fans, right? Because League of Legends is online, so many of our broadcasts happen from our studios. It's really hard to connect it, but then you see moments like this. You see the fans both here in the arena. I went out to get a coffee with my dad early this morning. The lines were already inside. This was a line.
You?
Yeah, this. No.
For the coffee.
Yeah, no. For the, are you crazy? Come on, I'm not gonna do that to myself like that. I think that particularly seeing just in person how passionate people are always gets me excited.
Yes, we are so lucky that we get to talk about these matches as well. And of course, the hope is that we have a T1 striking back here so we get at least 4 games. Give me one
trainer og Pokémon deres locked in, og de har battlet sammen I så mange år. De trenger ikke snakke. Pokémon allerede var.
Hvis de coacher den traineren og T1 Pokémon.
Yes, sir.
Han fighter med dem.
Han fighter med dem, bror. De vet allerede hva han vil.
Han har legendary Faker.
Yes, sir.
Han har Arcus med Faker.
Personally, I think that BLG's draft approach was just so smart because as much as I think Gumiyushi is an incredible player, I do think that his pool at this World Championship has been a little predictable.
Billy, de har så bra jobba. Vi vant første runde, let's keep it up.
It kind of limited the option.
T1
actually had one side of the map. Now, do I think that they lost because of the draft?
De tenker si lock-in, de vet hva laget tenker. Alle tenker lock-in. De sier ikke noe.
What T1 is good at, or at least what they've showed at this World Championship, is their ability to come back into games, whether it be through clever barons or fantastic picks. This comp didn't really give them any options to do that. So I want to see them have those options available to them and showcase the playmaking power that this roster does have.
Yeah, I think the big issue here for T1 is not only did they get outplayed in game number 1 on the map, but also it's going to be even more difficult now, I feel like, for them to draft versus BLG, with BLG already calling the Yone shot and then hitting that shot out of the park.
Get on into this Champions League powered by Omen and HyperX. Again, we see the Jackson. There's the blue side Yone ban from T1.
Yep, that's exactly what we're talking about. The knock-on effects of that game
Faker skal spille Ari. Keria, han skal spille Pike. De skal ha
Pike ikke viable
De skal ha Varius.
Hva med de picka Pike?
Men de gjorde det?
Mot G2.
G2 da, men G2 sånn...
Genji.
Ja, men Genji, ok.
Det synes jeg Varius.
Ok, men Genji, jeg kan skjønne det, ok. Da, ja, Loki. Da skjønner jeg.
Hvis de ikke banner...
Maybe they would even consider first picking. Stealing it away.
Now the Ashe and Kalista are both available. this is an important choice for BLG.
Hash Kalista, nei, ikke pick Kalista, bro. Last time jeg sa en Kalista, hun innta hele gamet, bro.
They're going to take away the buy instead, so all AD carries are available. The Kalista going to be the lock-in. Bear in mind, BLG could just go for the Ashe themselves.
Ashe is a really good response into the Kalista, always an annoying one. So that's one that T1 will also be expecting, though, coming into this. Now, will
Double
they
kill!
pair it, you know, with like
Okay, Ashe,
like
Kalista, no, that's crazy. Kalista, oh my god. I det minste ikke Nox eller noe sånt, man. Det er
Du chatter som om du vet hva som er bra picks eller ikke, bror. Can't chatte som om han er der.
La meg være en clueless Wavi, man. La meg være en clueless Wavi, bro. I det minste ikke la det være... Bro, det kommer helt sikkert til å være Rel eller noe sånt.
No way.
Bro, Keria på Rel? Actually, Keria på Rel, I don't fucking know.
Han kommer til å pikke Renata. Renata Kalista er digg, bro.
Renata Kalista, ja, det gir mening, actually. Renata. Men hva faen, du skal blind picke Renata? Ok, greit. Good job, Danish, good job. Good job. Du klarte det bra. Men, bro, jeg sier ikke at jeg ikke skal pikke det. Jeg sier at pikken er ikke bra, man. Liksom, genuinely, det ser ut som at det du sier er sant, ass. Det skal gå 0-2, og så skal T1 reverse sweepe.
Du packer den til Kalista når du setter på noen. Hun attacker, de får en sånn debuff. Hvis supporten attacker samme karakter, det skader potensielt til max hit i matchen, ikke sant? Renata har samme passive. Så hvis begge slår samme, det er 2 ganger backstage-merkene for en annen grunn. Og liksom, det er bare rett og 6 år, liksom. Det er derfor de er...
Yeah, makes sense.
Og Renata sin bare så Kalista kan stacke med, det er bare ved attack-speed mot speed. Og at hun ikke dør, det er litt broke.
So maybe T1 will ban it away. Maybe not. He could still just play like Xin Zhao or something.
I don't want to overcook, but there's always the world where the Rumble goes bot lane, and then there's still a counter pick top lane. For now, we'll assume that it's on the top side of the map, so we're seeing the top lane bans come through. The Gnar going to be taken away.
Men hvorfor, I guess, Renata counter? Jeg vet faktisk ikke hva Kindred counter I'm going to be honest i dette teamkompen de vil gå for.
Jeg tror hvis du er i 1 til Renata, og Kindred ulter, dør du fortsatt?
Nei, du dør ikke. Sånn, ja, det.
Du kan ikke drepe noen, dør hun da? Eller lever du fortsatt?
Ja, du kan ikke dø, så du blir fortsatt invincible helt til den slutter.
Ikke snakk om du vet, men da kan prøve det.
Nei, jeg vet interactionen. Liksom, no cap, jeg actually vet interaction. Du kan ikke dø i Kindred ult no matter what. Men planter, de kan dø. Så planter apparently er ikke levende ting. Men ja, hvis Renata, hvis liksom, hva heter det? Renata W teammate? Teammate dør?
Jeg ser på videoen nå, bror. Jeg kan ikke stole på deg, bror.
Se på Vanderbilt-video.
Zin's ultimate is just so good for those team fights as well. They have a lot of
jeg trenger ikke å se på den, jeg vet allerede at det er sånn.
Now on the side of T1 though, the pairing with the Kalista, we do get the Ornn lock-in first.
Okay, T1 is responding with some team fighting of their own.
It's also very long range. Ornn ultimates, Nocturne global here as well, semi-global himself. Trying to combat some of the global power of the Galio. We have lots of long-range stuff.
There's always the threat of the Silas ulti steals as well, but you have left Onn's Rakan open quietly in the backline. That support pick wasn't locked in, and when we think about Onn's career all-time, this is his best champion.
It's his most played, it has a 73% win rate. He's battling against
I mean, Nocturne er grei. Ornn-picken er litt sånn, jeg har aldri sett Ornn før. Men
this game is incredibly exciting. We've already seen the 2 team compositions being routed out as well. What do we think, guys?
I just think the Rakan is such a good delivery for the Galio as well.
And I just think it's hilarious that here in the World Finals, these players have high win rates on a lot of champions, right? They tend to win a lot.
Jeg mener, okay, Faker på Silas. Ain't no way we're gonna lose now, man.
Phenomenal performance from them straight from the level 1. T1, you have to imagine they've adapted. Their draft is very different. Their bot side of the map is a lot more confident, faking out on an AP damage threat, and it's going to have a lot of agency with the Silas to steal away Ashe, Arrow, Galio ultimate, along with the Rumble red carpet. It's going to be an interesting matchup for sure.
That it is. It's going to be the 50th Worlds Finals game ever. Here in the O2 Arena, we've been blessed to be able to watch a best of 5 between these two teams. I think a lot of people in the audience, even if they're not T1 fans, are hoping that T1 can fight back and take us all the way to 5 games. But BLG in game 1 came out and clobbered the LCK number 4 seed.
And BLG this year for them has just been so strong, adding Knight to the lineup. First in spring, second at MSI, first in summer in the LPL, and here in finals, up 1 game already on T1.
But BLG as well, a team that was, when it was originally built, wasn't expected to have this sort of success. But all the way back, BLG did buy Super Team. They were looking for this incredible roster.
And because it's out for Weiwei.
The addition of Finn, Elk,
Ja, de har Weiwei, gutta.
they were looking at a team that would grow into.
Det er litt crazy, ass. Snakker du meg om for 5 år siden, så hadde jeg sagt at siden Zao Proplay er liksom ikke en ting. Men nå det er apparently it is.
Carrier flash, Kalista flash, Kalista no sum. Gruma tør igjen.
No, that's crazy, bro. Hvordan? Hvordan?
First blood for Elk in the exact same spot as game 1. Gumayushi will lose his life. Summoners blown. And T1, they were just trying to get some vision, get early information, maybe even drop a ward into BLG bot side jungle.
God,
det er sant, altså, Danish reverse sweep skal gå crazy, ass. La meg sippe litt av kopien din, altså, han blir honest.
Hva heier du på, Philip?
Nei, jeg tror T1 vinner, men... Eller liksom, jeg har T1, men hvordan spillet går akkurat nå? Ja, I don't really know if it goes that well, ass.
Dette er ordnet bot.
What?
Og de skopper.
Takes a lot of damage for it, and now we have been going mid to soak experience and do a lot of damage.
Ikke Faker meg, no.
Han dodget og cancela sånt da.
Men hvordan canceler man taunten hans?
Han bare knocker ham.
Ok, sånn.
Fordi han må jo charge den, ikke sant? Så hvis han knocker ham med en gang, den taunter bare sånn.
Ok.
Taunten scaler på jo lenger han charger den. Så hvis han taunter ham med en gang, den taunter så lite, han kan ikke komme det.
They might make the call to go for the extra pressure on Bin, who teleported in, but it doesn't look like it. Level 2, he acquires it. Meanwhile, Zeus?
Level 1.
Og disse seirer seg bra mot Gade, det var visst cool. Now I know.
Now we know.
De skal dive ut.
Zeus underneath the tower. Able to flash away, gets the double knock-up, and look at on,
Zeus for a kill!
almost falls to, escapes that final tower attack.
Ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, but
Hey,
I think
1-for-1.
BLG's happy with this. Look at all the farm that's being lost. Zeus needs to TP back in quickly
Ja, men
to soak up as
Zeus
much
blir
as he can. The good news is the threat of a root
Ja,
down.
men det gjør hvor mange folk...
trenger ikke...
Bin had a smart ward earlier.
Jeg bare er så trenger ikke. Han har drept Ash, han var massiv.
Hvis du ser liksom i toplane, bro, liksom Rumble mister farm selv, bro, han sitter og farmer Krugs.
Han hadde 10 piece, det gikk greit.
Still no flash, no cleanse. The Grand Entrance going to get a knock-up. Night flashes across the wall. Shield of Durant with a double taunt, and now the flame's better. It's doing a lot of work. Guma's going to be brought back with a bailout.
Har du hørt? Har du hørt?
Down to 100 HP.
Kom igjen.
Keeps him alive. Owner still chasing.
Yes!
Drew and Knight. Now Baker joins the party. A handshake from Carrier. It's one
Let's go, Faker! Yeah, boy! Ja, Danish, jeg tror ikke det skjer, altså. Jeg tror en reverse sweep er ikke en ting, altså.
On the top side of the map, Knight tries to punish
Det skal skje.
the flash, the spot lane of T1, but they just don't quite have the damage to take down
Du er
Gumayushi,
så...
and that allows T1 to find
Billy har en kill over, og Billy skal vinne disse. T1 har en kill over, og Kitty skal vinne nå.
Ja, bro. Jeg er back and forth, bro. Jeg er ADHD, man. Jeg er ADHD.
Han som gali, han kom for å dø.
Abdi parter høres ut.
Guma as well in that skirmish recognizes on, tries to get that last auto attack. Takes a
Tenk
quick
å komme
step
var for å dø,
to
bror.
avoid that last auto. Beautifully played by him. And T1 find themselves with the kill lead here in game 2. This is what we wanted to see.
Hvem var den første detten jeg så på
Samme som forrige runde.
Ja, samme som forrige runde. De wastet, denne gang supporten var med, supporten wastet også flash.
Not only the handshake, but also the bailout doing so much work when you have the map split like this. Alongside that, the hostile takeover just stops any team from really being able to dive you as the game goes on. Carrier is absolutely sublime on this pitch.
Now we've got 35 seconds until the grub spawn.
Yes,
Notice that Elk has chosen a reset, making his way back out towards
Carrier
mid.
never
On is already there. There is an experience
Ja, Red
advantage
Alta
in favor
Kalista
of the T1
skikkelig
support, but Elk already ticking over to level 5 as Knight has actually moved down towards bot lane. No TP available for Knight or Zeus, they can't really get involved. And I wonder how impactful that's
Så far Ash leder med gold da, men
this early on over the grubs, but T1 do have a lot of pressure on the top side of the map.
Hey, de Hawaii.
Knight moving up the river now already on the Galio, transitioning over to the objective. Shun has the brush. No W will hit there onto Carrier though for the poke.
Very close level 6 for both Knight and Faker. Those are going to be crucial levels for the upcoming fight. Tick now for Knight and Elk as well.
Yeah, soaks it in mid lane here. This could be dangerous for T1.
As they heal, they'll get one with the smite. Handshake pulls on back, but he can dance out with that W, and he'll manage to get to the relative safety of this top lane tri-bush. T1 will find 2 grubs for their own as they forced BLG away.
Yeah, Zeus also able to walk up. He just barely got his level 6 on that Ornn, so big Ornn ultimate coming through. BLG don't want any part of that. It's going to be one of the kind of hangover effects of the lane swap is that Bin is going to be down in experience here in the 1v1 if 2 matchup. But let's see them.
Almost out of vision, but they do get spotted. You can see On trying to dance in there. Elk immediately using the cleanse because he knows T1 can continue to advance. Carrier holding the handshake there to get rid of that summoner from BLG.
Knight hovering around the top side jungle, ready to leap in at a moment's notice. No TP available for Bin. Bear in mind, he's still only level 4, being denied a lot of experience. With Zeus having the ultimate available, the threat of a dive is a real possibility. Faker keeping his pressure up in mid lane, about to tick over to level 7.
T1 will be able to get the first plate of this push. They're second in the top lane. Bin is catching the wave in mid, not yet level 6.
Yeah, I think it's a good defense there from BLG. They make the call, they sacrifice bottom lane, it's okay. Bin rotate over towards mid, catch that wave, so he can safely get some experience while the rest of BLG trying to defend on the top tower. The big wave on bottom side is going to crash on bot soon though. Bin has to go.
Yeah, Bin has to go, but that leaves room for Faker to roam up top. Now they can guarantee numbers advantage, and they can set the sights on the tower.
Bin shows now. Do T1 pull the trigger? Do they go for the fight? Zeus was trying to hold the wave. They couldn't quite do it because BLG had enough numbers to force him away. The equalizer that Faker stole away does a little bit of chip damage, but not much else. Unlocked up for the moment as Faker looks for that abscond. That duck can't quite land the chains. Carrier and Guma pushing through the wave now.
Topplane got crazy.
Anoida coming out. Call of the Forge God is stopped. Zeus dashing forward. The shield is around for the taunt, blocked by Ona. The knocker coming out as well as BLG trying desperately to defend the hero. Entrance cancelled as T1 fight 2. Shield forced underneath his turret as well as BLG.
Let's go! Ja, Red Alta Kalista
Good play for T1. There were a few seconds left on Bin's teleport. He could not join. They forced the dive on, looking for any recallers.
I mean, T1 is sticking around. The TP will come through.
Shun already down. Bin walks into a scarred battlefield.
Yushi.
Det var bra.
In the end, T1 unable to get that extra plate, but they do find kills in the top side.
I do feel that this game, BLG is just running around the map trying to keep up with T1. The pressure that Faker kept in the mid lane, the fact that Zeus had already ticked over to level 6 and they were bleeding so much XP. A nice arrow connects onto Zeus, meaning that he can't.
T1 got the win, ain't no reverse sweep gonna happen here.
Spell shield from Ona. The 2-man knockup from Zeus is crucial, allowing Guma to just free fire onto the back line.
Yeah, the start of it, Guma had taken 2 tower shots while trying to walk to the rest of the team. Then goes for the ult into flash, follow, and then the repeat on the dive here. Shun trying to do something. It's only going to be Guma, the sacrifice on the other side. Him not having flash from the earlier play.
But when we get back into game, I want to keep track of the experience and the levels that people find themselves at. Because right now I feel like T1 have a big advantage. Level 7 on the top side, so Bin has been able to catch up. In the mid lane, Knight has also been able to close that gap. Elk, though, with actually a full level lead over Gumayusi, while Keria has now ticked over to level 6. So BLG have done a good job being able to close that experience gap. But in terms of the gold, you can see big advantages on the side of T1 thanks to these early kills that they've been able to grab.
They've closed it in a lot of spots, but On is level 4 to level 6.
True.
He needs that quickness, he needs that ultimate, especially if you're going to have Knight following up with the hero's entrance. You want everyone locked in there, so that the Gamio landing knocks them all up. We'll see if On can get some of that XP. Currently, he's just shadowing Elk in the mid lane.
And it should be T1 collecting the next pack of grubs. BLG, they know they don't want to fight that, so they're just trying to pick up Dragon right now. Shun working away on it. See if Knight, how quickly Knight can push this bottom wave though for the Galio. His teleport is ready, ultimate will come up soon.
I don't really know if he wants to join this. BLG tried to take a fight around the top side and lost out pretty heavily on that. T1 now with a 1.8k gold lead. They'll get their 4th grub and they're looking to make it 6.
Yeah, Bin uses the Rumble ultimate for the wave, so they're just gonna make the call. We will pay for this with some tower plate money here onto the side of Knight. It is quite big to get the full 6 grubs though for this T1 comp, because again, going back to Champion Select, if they are able to open up the map with the Ornn plus Nocturne, you have a lot of long-range pit potential. Again, the arrow.
It's onto Guma.
Inferno.
He does have the cleanse, but he holds onto it. Burns it just as Bin was about to start to burn him. T1 get another plate on the top side 3 minutes before those fall off, and they're investing a lot of time in making sure this top lane goes low.
I mean, right now T1 is playing a very heavy 4-1 style, but they're forcing BLG to respond to the top side of the map. They keep dragging BLG up here, and every time they do, BLG is losing a little bit more on the map. Ona secures level 8, gets another plate in the mid lane. And T1, they're not going to alleviate that pressure. Look at the positioning of Carrier here. Something he often does on this Renata is he just walks in your face. He is not afraid. He knows he has the mechanics to be able to outplay you. And it creates this space that allows an easy objective secure for T1.
I'll also say that sort of position is so tricky for the Rakan, because what are you going to do? Jump at him? He just handshakes you out of your jump and you can never really find the engage. So you have to find flanks. Obviously, BLG weren't looking for a fight in the top side. T1 take the first tower, have a 3,000 gold lead now and are well in control of this matchup.
Now it's going to calm down a little bit. BLG going for their resets at the moment. The outer tower on top side being down could be problematic. T1 can get the early push there and then transition over towards that mid lane. Currently though, they actually send Guma and Keria back down bottom. Try and get their push there first.
The Herald is going to be crucial for T1, I think, to unlock that mid tower. I think that this comp can be a little difficult to see. Keria
is going to face check, knocked up with a Justice Punch, but again the handshake stops Knight from being in range for that Shield of Duran taunt. Elk is on his way as well, 4 seconds on the arrow. He'll look to see if he can catch out Guma. Underneath the wave, he just volleys away the minions instead.
Did you see the confidence the Carrier has? Yeah. Happy to face check in a situation like that. He's going to be chipping away over this ward right now. Good control on. Still not level 6, by the way.
All right. We are going to get the early push on top side for Zeus as well. The early tempo here for T1. What play can they create with it? He doesn't quite have teleport, so it is a little awkward, and he's not even going for the recall, so it doesn't look like they're going to force quite yet, but you always have to look at these hovers from Owner. The Nocturne kind of shadowed there with Faker Stylus, making the roams, threatening down to the side. And the Hawk Shot cooldown is very important for BLG. Every time they're trying to find that play before it happens.
It certainly is. The Herald likely to be resets coming from T1 as Carrier already making his way back out to the map. Owner's going to be first to the top side river. Scribe Rune's going to be popped by this Squirrel Vision, but has actually been laid down just yet. Carrier's just replenished his stock of wards. Meanwhile, BLG, heavy investment on the bot side, Kobe. You can see all these wards being set up to reclaim control over that area of the map. But this is where T1 want to focus. Should knows that the objective has started off, and the bot lane of BLG now regrouping with the rest of the team.
T1 have just had Cryo in basically every single lane. 9 plates to 3 in this game. Ona did start up the Rift Herald. Her patience is going to run out, and she'll scuttle her way back towards the pit for now.
And in payment for that, Zeus is able to, again, push another top wave.
As you can see, in the MasterCard lane economy snapshot just how different it looks from game one. In game one, it was only Gumayushi who I think had a 40 gold lead, the only speck of blue on there. Now is T1 across the board having leads apart from Bin in that top side. Knight and Faker trading here, Faker down to half HP. Meanwhile across towards the Rift Tail, that handshake from Keria going wide. On does have the quickness. Faker still trading down towards the bottom side. Knight goes in with the Justice Punch, Keria down at half HP. BLG gonna get the advance through the mid lane. Faker and Knight unable to do much more than just slap each other around. No one is going to fall in that bot lane for now.
Those side lane trades are so interesting because Knight's trying to make the trade as quick as possible, get use out of the aftershock.
Oh, on. Just pulled back with a handshake. He's going to have to grand entrance his way to a grand exit. Manages to escape for now. For a second I thought he might fall. Faker dashing back in, lands the abduct as well. The taunt will connect onto him and slow his advance in that bot side, but with Wave pushed in, he now has the opportunity to back into Fog of War and then TP into the fight. T1 still looking for a bit of a battle around this Rift Tower. The question is, will BLG acquiesce to their request to take a fight towards this top side?
And it looks like they're going to go for the recall first there for Knight because of the extended trade that Faker was able to get on him. Knight goes back to base, full heal, teleport out.
I mean, the important thing here is Faker didn't reset before TPing in, so he's at half HP. Does have the quickness stolen away. The Scuttle Crab will go across, on goes in with the quickness, knocked back with the Crescent Guard as well. Quarter support was coming down, and the down goes in! The hostile takeover! Just possesses BLG into already the hero's entrance. A swift exit back to the fountain for Knight, and T1 clean up the fight.
It's just a bloody brilliant re-engage, isn't it, from T1? Just as BLG find that nice knock-up, Jun goes in, actually knocks Faker over the wall, but then the wombo combo comes back in, and T1 find the fight that they've been looking for.
Oh, that was so juicy with the Ornn and Renata there. Locked them up. T1 will claim that Rift Herald in the aftermath as well, but look at the initiation. So On is originally going on to Keria and Faker, locking them up, but Zeus gets an Ornn ultimate into the double knockout, into the Renata ultimate over it. Faker coming back over the wall from the blue buff. And T1 are able to chase them out.
Yeah, the chain CC there. I mean, Gumayushi also
Gavi brukte ult bare for å dø. Crazy, ass.
This is the T1 and their ability to find these plays. They didn't have that in game 1, but in game 2, they are finding them plenty now. With a 4K gold lead, 17.
Han gjorde mest damage. Vad heter det på?
Danish, er du BLG eller er du T1? What the fuck you on about?
Ja, men jeg hater ikke på BLG. Jeg sier det er bra spillet. Dere sier noe av det dårlige spillet.
Nei. Jeg sier BLG er trash.
Han gjorde mest damage, bror.
Mas carreta, Bruno. Haka for pentakill i Sander.
Outer tower. Wait, lying in the fog of war. If anyone from BLG steps up, have to be a little bit careful there. So sacrifice the tower initially, and then as you said, they have the Rift Herald still in pocket that they can then use for the mid tower.
Yeah, I mean they're going to deep push out this bot wave to kind of keep Knight on the map a little bit longer. The resets can now come through, and they can reset back out into mid. It's an easy setup and an easy siege thanks to the Ornn ultimate that can be used to zone them away from the tower. Faker going to catch that mid top wave, going to look to reset as well. And look, here comes the resets through into mid. In fact, they don't even bother basing, they actually just make a beeline towards that lane. And now they set their sights on the mid tier 1.
Yeah, BLG have to be so careful when they're collecting these waves. Look at Knight and Bin collecting their waves pretty far back at towers. Arrow from downtown.
Oh, Snipe.
Elkins takes his own medicine, but he should be able to survive this, especially with Jun coming in from the side. We'll take a spear to the back. Here's time in the mid lane, but T1 just used the fact they've stunned out ult to take down that mid tier 1.
And look, Knight can't actually afford to push out that bot wave, even though he knows that the play is happening in mid. If he overextends, the thing that Kobe's been talking so much about is the threat of the side lane play. And now on the top side of the map, Faker looking for a bit of a scrap.
Realizing he doesn't really have the manpower here to back him up, the arrow going wide.
But he's crucially drawing this to the top side, and now the bot lane play becomes an option for BLG. They have the push in mid, they have another wave that they can catch on bot, and then they can start putting pressure on the tier 2 tower, and if Knight overstays, there's the threat of a dive.
Both these teams so good when getting ahead, and we're seeing it here from the opposite side. T1 in game number 2 with 6 grubs, remember how quickly they can take these towers. They're just gonna siege up at this turret, try and spawn those grubs, and they they rotate Faker down after pushing topside. Again, you see Bin having to collect those minion waves at the tower, and it's always the first move there for T1. Again, the power of Nocturne here lurking in the jungle means that BLG constantly have to defend at tower.
That's the thing you've got to be careful of. He's going to ride that one into the tower, and they're going for the dive.
Fortunately coming out as well. Elk locked up towards the top side. The Ripto did charge in. Half the tower has been a loss, but BLG able to hold on to the rest of it for now.
So that's an example of what we're talking about with the One Ultimate, just using it as a zoning tool. I got a bit ahead of myself, expecting there to be a full-on dive. T1 going to show a lot more respect than that. But what I was trying to say earlier was that it's not the four-man stack you've got to keep an eye on when it comes to T1. It's actually just the individual sitting on a side lane, whether it be Guma, Ona, Faker, or Zeus. They'll just push out that extra wave to get it deep, force BLG to both respond to the two pushing waves, and then that extra member comes and pushes in that third one to then catch you off guard and then get away on this chip damage on the tower.
The 6 grubs is so nice for them.
So powerful.
When they're constantly rotating between these towers, even though T1 have a very short range composition, they just kind of go up into range, spawn their little grub bites, get little bits of chip damage on those towers. Meanwhile, On trying desperately to get the first step of a play, the early vision, the advanced warning, the extra information for BLG to try and craft the comeback.
Yeah, I mean, crucially, BLG have potentials to find pick. Ash Arrow is famous for catching you off guard, and that's ultimately what they're looking for, and why that highlight was so good, Cody, because On's vision is going to be crucial to allow them to find those picks.
I agree with both of you. 5 sweepers. 5 sweepers and a paranoia. They're putting as much darkness on this map as they can for BLG. They realize the only way BLG really get back into this game is by finding a few of those picks, a few of those team fights where they have a numbers advantage, and by stopping them having vision anywhere, they're stopping them having that advantage.
It is something that T1 have shown so much success at this tournament. Just denying your opponents a vision and making plays, being very quick in their active thinking here. So, step number 1 accomplished. Step number 2 now, try and draw out BLG to the dangerous open area of the map. Dragon will arrive shortly, of which they can try and utilize that. But once again, you see T1 first on the side waves, pushing those ones in, and they have their double teleports ready, plus Nocturne ultimate.
Again, the side waves are so annoying because BLG now is constantly catching and catching and catching, and it's T1 that always get that push out onto mid. Holding this mid tier 1 is so valuable as well. Dragon, 20 seconds. Of course, the threat of Assault not quite there yet for either side. T1 set their sights on the enemy camps, and they're looking to suffocate BLG out from more.
All right, BLG.
Oh, the flank.
Zeus has got behind them here, brings the call to the Forge God. Paranoia, paranoia! Everyone's out to get you, Elk! He falls burst, still has both the summoners. On's gonna dash away. The chase comes in by Faker, steals away the quickness. A hero's entrance from Knight just to defend. His support, T1 though find one, and they'll turn their eyes towards the Drake.
Ornn and Nocturne, it is just too dangerous to step out onto the map, out in front of any of your towers. And as soon as they do, T1 close the trap shut. They get their extra kill.
Elk doesn't even use a summoner spell, and I understand why. Like, what's the
Crazy
point? Like,
flankers.
and he's rather save it for the upcoming fight. He knows that there's still ways for him to come back into the game. Knight, I think, is a little too tanky to fall to this little skirmish in the mid lane. But it all comes back to what you gentlemen were talking about earlier, the denial of vision, creating this fog of war that is ever present on the side of BLG.
BLG at this point just kind of have to cobble together as much gold as they can off the map and try and create at least some more 2-item power spikes here, hopefully for Knight to get his second, and then try and rely on some magnificent fighting. It could be so difficult versus T1 though. Again, Faker here, hide on bush.
As you say, very tanky. Has that Bramble Vest as well to try and reduce a little bit of healing. Coming out from T1, the arrow comes down. Just wide of Faker, on still on the chase.
Den arrown där lär bro,
Realizes they don't want to advance any further, don't have the vision around the blue buff where T1 are beginning to advance themselves.
But then again,
Faker does have the
han hittade den ikke, men han har gjort
that we've all known him to have.
Det er noe du ikke
BLG not going to be baited in, or they see Faker here.
Jeg føler du kan ikke den der
Trading with
konseptet.
Zeus. Quickness coming out as they look to be engaged. They find Faker. Still has the flash, paranoia comes out, the pressing guard will keep Faker alive at the moment, and Carrier has a flank position of his own. Oda has the bailout on his shoulders, and Shun is already down. TP now invested from Bin, or from Knight.
Owner going in, Owner will win!
And T1 have been able to bend.
Faker's still alive, Faker's still alive, Faker's still alive! Yeah!
That GG, that
does not fall that easily.
Yeah, fuck your reverse sweep, Mazdada.
Just like that, 4 members down.
Billy hade FF
will secure the Baron.
GG, FF next game.
We are falling behind. We have to make an attempt at a pick.
Ja, det er over. Det er 10k gold lead for T1. Det er
It's just the one player that is so hard to catch, and that is not because he is an individual makes these crazy outplays, it's because his team is so quick to respond. Look, Owner is there starting off the Baron with him, immediate ultimate into the backline. He steals away the Xin Zhao ultimate to create a bit of space, but he dives
And
into
Faker's
the
still alive, that looks crazy.
The heal comes through from Gumeyushi, and then the turnaround, and Faker crucially sticks around. He applies the slow on tonight, he gets a bit of a heal as well, and then T1 turn the play around, and they hand a triple kill over to Gumeyushi.
Alright, back to line, you can already see the ramifications of that play. The
Faker's inside is a crack,
in the hands of T1, walking up these towers, they just fall over in front of them. This series here, very likely to get evened up. The response in game number 2 for T1, taking back the Silas.
They are 12,000 gold ahead.
Bro, this guy banned the Silas.
T1 advance on 2 lanes. Faker in mid has stolen away out.
Skal banne Kalista student.
Gumeyushi has a master work.
De må banne hele kompen.
Det må banne hele kompen neste runde nå. Men ban Orn også.
Nei, jeg tror de bare banner en Kalista eller
But Owner can't find him. BLG is trying to find some semblance of an engage, trying to find some way to break through the armor of T1 right now, and perhaps it's Faker that they want, but he dives back in onto Shun. Half HP now on the Xin Zhao, and T1 just chipping away. That's all they need to do. They have the Baron buff for another minute's time.
Again, Baron buff and 6 grubs just solve so many siege problems. Arrow gonna get used.
Nice flash. Oof.
Flash was lost there for Carrier, but the damage is still being done. BLG's picked.
There they go. Quickness, paranoia coming out. The quickness goes in. Gumeyushi locked up here as Edge going in as well as Knight looks for the back line. But already he needs to look at his own team because they are being ripped to shreds by T1. It was a valiant effort, but BLG got nothing.
Edge over.
T1 will strike back in game number 2 to even it up here in London.
Bra, fortalte dere når Pokémon og masteren hans har trent de over flere år.
Når de stopper å snakke, det
de trenger ikke
Da han stopper i instruksjoner og Pokémon bare begynner å gjøre ting selv.
Both teams have been so good at snowballing.
Se på han løper, bror.
It's been a seesaw so far. BLG had game 1. T1 showed up very solidly.
BLG skal være stille, man. Sit down.
De lo første runden. De vet ikke hva som hittet dem.
Ja, bro. Nå de skal få depression, man.
Everybody's been looking at Yone as this pick all tournament long, but really Silas
blir skåret først i FIFA.
Certainly may very well be. Now you can dominate the Rift with Opera GX and have a chance to secure Masterwork chest and key to celebrate finals.
Jeg hørte at det var FIFA-turnering. Han tappte, plutselig han som tappte. Han pullet fra benken og drepte andre karen.
What the fuck?
Alle kan det skjedde. I en tournament.
I en FIFA-tournament.
Ja.
Ja, FIFA folk er crazy, ass.
Karl Pragen. Det skjøt han. Han kan det. Så basically de fant ut Karl hadde allerede planlagt skytingen. Men han tenkte, ok, la meg spille. Hvis jeg vinner, jeg vinner. Hvis jeg taper, jeg tar skytingen. Ja, han tapte. Han spiller faktisk.
TFT Arcane?
Into the Arcane.
November 7.
Vi kan lese, men du trenger ikke si hva som står på skjermen.
Så goofy ass up.
Bror, det står rett foran alle. November 20.
Who asked? Who asked?
Ja, who asked, bror? Akkurat, bror. Hvem spurte når det var, bror? Ingen, bror.
Hvem spurte deg til å si det, bro?
Karl tror vi er blind, bror.
Ja, bro. Jeg ser deg i meg en sloppy, man. Jeg vil ha en straight, man. Du skal gå den inn og ut.
Han er den karen
T1 skal vinne.
Så ser det fly, og ser det er fly.
Jeg tar predictions. First band, hvem blir det?
Jon. Ja,
First band, Jon.
Band av Jon. Det er kanskje ikke first. Second band, Jon. Ja, jo, first band. Det er tels og first band, da, for de får jo bandet 2. Det er tels og first band, ja. Jon er bandet.
Bare si alle du tror de skal Silas 100%.
Ja, jeg guess de banner Kindred, de skal banne Kindred.
Kindred banner i second.
Jeg bare capper, bro.
De skal banne hva helt igjen Renata først. 100%.
This is necessary. Nei, du trenger bare å banne Kalista og Renata sånn.
Ja, Kalista er
Eller skal du spille Renata med hvis Kalista er banna med, bro, den lag.
Se. BLG, de skal ta hva helt igjen blue side. De skal banne først, de skal banne... Hvem skal de banne først? De skal banne Varius. Varius. Eller nei, ikke Varius. Og T1 skal banne Skarner.
Run on air when I flow. You would swear that I flowed. I just hand in my zone. I'm going hard for my city, yeah. I put that thing on my back. Get it and gun it. I'm back on 100. I'm ready. I'm coming in for the attacks. I'm on beast mode. God level, cheat code. New age, hero. Good verse, Evo. I'm on the move.
I'm on the move.
I'm putting in work. I go berserk, got something to prove.
Something to prove. Har du the energy for all of your enemies? Guys.
Fun fact, Nikita. I heard the song her før det ble født.
Fun fact, jeg hørte den sangen her før den kom på TikTok. Fun fact, jeg fødte deg før du ble født.
Nikita. Du kom fra ballsackene mine, bror.
Abdi, du kom fra ballsackene til moren din, til faren din, og så til meg. Husk hvem som jeg oppdro faren din til å slå deg med belte, bro. Det var jeg som fant på det.
Spirit Blossom set.
Pedro.
Jeg har 2 legendary skins.
Septic
drinks. Begge 2 er spillerikene.
Mamma said I roll.
Mama don't like you, she likes everyone.
Ma. Your mom don't wanna suck no dick, she wanna suck the biggest one. Bring it on, turn it, bring it on, bring it on, bring it on, bring it on. Oh, where is the crown? Jeg så på Wikipedia siden de fuckings lot en jente være med i Linkin Park, man. That's just crazy. Sånn 2021 hun joina, what the fuck, man. Nah, that's gay, bro. We don't want no woman, bro. Bitches belong in the kitchen. Like, jeg sier vi må gjøre noe med dette. Verden begynner å gå under, man. Bare Iran. Der man kan i det minste correct your fucking bitches. Men resten? Cannot save the marriage, man.
In a similar fashion like BLG dealt that first blow in game 1, and that's what we love to see. With that I mean that we get at least 4 games. I would like to see a game that is incredibly close and comes down to the wire in the last fight, but you gotta compliment T1's approach in that game and the way that they made sure that they could push their advantage.
Yeah, it's actually really cool because me and Chronicler were talking about how both of these teams are so good when they're ahead, right? Like, they know exactly what they want to do with their leads, which is why I think we've seen 2 very lopsided games, and we have a great series already.
And what they do with their lead is punch your face in repeatedly, right? And it's such a sharp contrast to some of the other teams that we've seen this tournament. They just keep fighting.
Absolutely. I mean, it's 2 of the teams that have the highest kills per game of any team in the world. They're both early aggressive teams. They know how to snowball. It's both through fighting, so you just guarantee you're going to get action.
Yeah, it's that theory of if we keep punching hard and we make the right decisions, we can balloon this gold lead. We see other teams that sit back. They play the macro game a little bit more. Talking about you, Genji. And it doesn't always work out, as we see.
Both teams subscribe to the theory, when you're ahead, you have the advantage, so you should team fight. And when you fall behind, the only way to come back is also team fight.
Excellent. We love it. So, level 1-wise, though, again, the same story as game 1.
And I sure speak for everyone that is on the side of T1. I was never worried as we look back to game number 1. And this, to me, felt like such a, again, credit to BLG for the amount of prep that they do and how confident they are on these level 1s. They clearly have done a really good job of knowing what the movements for T1 are.
Yeah, makes sense, but if you're T1, how the hell are you falling into this trap twice?
I don't know, and I do hope they don't fall for it a third time. I imagine they had a expectation that BLG was going to play on the opposite side of the map, maybe opt into a swap to deny that Renata-Kalista combo, but didn't end up working out.
Did I hear swap?
Oh my gosh, okay, so they wouldn't let me do a lane swap telestrator because they're too boring.
They can't stop you!
They're not going to keep me down, so T1 lane swap just as I wanted them to. Yeah, actually.
No, just a bit higher up, just a bit higher up.
All right, so here we go. This is XP difference, right? You see, this is pretty much from that level 1 that we just did, but look at this. Keria almost up 1k ahead of their opponent. They made BLG have to respond to them on the map. They set up to get 6 grubs, which T1 is so good with their grub usage when they overload to try to attack turrets. We saw it from them in their last series as well. 13-18, that's special because that's around the time that On got level 6. He was so far set behind, and it really looked like BLG didn't necessarily know how to respond particularly well in certain situations in this lane swap, so credit to T1.
And it's such a big thing for T1 because they were not the lane swap team, right? There was Genji for basically the entirety of the year, and it wasn't really, I'd argue, until Worlds that we really saw them be able to get leads consistently.
Yeah, thanks to the reliable Cisco network around the Herald, they were caught, but they weren't as hell.
Exactly. I actually thought this was going to go really bad for T1 because, well, Faker didn't base. He arrives to this fight at low health. Knight had base. They come back. But look at this. There's no mark from Shun on Faker, so he gets knocked over the wall. The hostile takeover from Harriet, he just absolutely destroys BLG. The re-engage from T1 was immense. And to me, this was the end of the game.
Yeah, and it's kind of like we talked about, Azale, with what do we want Carrier on, right? Like, this Renata is such a signature pick for him because of how aggressive he plays it. All three of us wanted him on something with more agency, and we absolutely, all four of us, wanted him on something with more agency, and he absolutely delivered. And I also want to put our attention to that top lane, because even though Bin did more damage, I think Zeus has actually gotten the better Bin in both of these games.
And a lot of that to me comes down to that rumble, and it's not like Bin doesn't know how to
Ska banna Gragas, BLG 100%.
He excels on, right? It kind of goes back to
the point de banna Gragas.
The Jackson, the Camille, the playmaking that he is able to find so consistently is so much better. And I do think as
BLG ska picka den farliga picken, bro. De ska picka Singe, man.
100% has to ban that Yone and that Aurora, which really limits and should open up some possibilities for BLG.
I mean, it's going to make it so interesting, right? Because we have that swap, and now this is where we get to see the adaptations coming into this third game.
Bro, de ska pull up Janna top smite, bro.
Or are they confident that if they execute it by the Rumble is still going to be all right? I really think that this game is going to set the tone for the rest of the series.
Jeg føler hvis de gjør det, de kan vinne faktisk.
Nei, de gjør det når det bare 1-1, men...
Jeg føler måten hvordan Worlds, hvordan de spiller på. Straten der som har vært OP.
De laneswappet så noen ganger topplaner spiller 1v2 mot Fenner.
De har over mappen så mange ganger at det bare...
Let's get into it though. Of course the level ones have resulted in first bloods both times around. So we'll keep an eye on that as well.
We have seen BLG actually swap to the blue side for this game as well. So it's the first time we'll be seeing them on the blue side this series. Do you guys think there's much that changes with that?
Well, this time round, we know that T1 will likely be forced to both ban Aurora and Yone, which means that BLG kind of like free up a ban. I'm interested to see what their priority is based on the sound effects. That does sound like a different first ban, and it is. Forest going to be banned on the side of BLG. I wonder if they're going to look to implement a similar approach. No, they're going to ban away the Ashe themselves. This is definitely screaming a Kalista first pick for BLG.
Yeah, because T1 kept on...
Aurora ban, crazy.
De banna Varus forrige gang, fordi Varus counter Kalista. Varus Kalista main.
Du tenker å pikke Kalista? Og Ashe?
Jeg tror det. Fordi Ashe også, jeg tror. Nei, Ashe bra mot Kalista?
Hvorfor ikke bare banne... Hvorfor T1 ikke bare banner Kalista fordi det predictable?
Jeg tror de skal pikke Kalista. For de banner ikke. Hvis de ikke banner Kalista nå. Jeg tror de bare pikker Kalista.
So I imagine, well, Vi is left available. So Kalista Vi, if the Jax is left open, that's locked in first for BLG. I think that T1 would be very happy with that, using all the time that Nico is going to be banned. So here's the Jax. Let's see what BLG choose to do with it.
My Silas prio is also really high here. So Jax prio, Silas
for Jax, I guess.
As well as Kalista prio.
Those are the three that spring to mind. For T1 as well, the Vi has got its way through. BLG have banned out in both games so far.
Det det, men liksom, hvorfor banne Nico, hvorfor ikke banne Jax? Jeg mener, hva sier jeg Jax, hvorfor ikke banne Kalista da?
Jeg tror de tror Kalista ikke var main problem, sikkert da. De tenker sikkert at vi kan vinne fortsatt.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see the Jax plus the Vi locked in here for T1. Oh, the Renata, of course.
De tar Renata.
And you do not give over Kalista Renata. The pairing
Du får se, vi velger Jinx, double ADC.
De tok...
Arcane? Karen hovrer for Arcane? Nei, hvorfor er det 2 ADCs? Kan noen si meg, hvorfor troller? Hvorfor troller BLG?
Jeg tror Kalista topp da. Nei.
Shoutouts to Bin also, because he's put so much work in on this Rumble. He spammed it in solo queue. It's one of his most played on
de tar Renataen deres? Oh, that's huge, ass. Egentlig.
On it in championship queue as well.
Blitzcrank? No way, nei, can't capper. Oh my god! For en crazy game, ass.
on. When he gets out on the map, he's going to be lethal.
The Ballista combo! I love this combo! This is one of the most funny combos you can possibly have for the
Crank, bro.
This would be such a big step up though. So much playmaking.
Hvilken patch, bro? Denne patchen er sånn 1.19. Eller hva heter det? 3.19?
Faker silence igjen. Nå de må pikke nade til hva bra med Renata. Kalista Aphelios er bra.
Ain't no way du pikker Aphelios. Eller kanskje?
Aphelios ble buffa. Skikkelig mye òg. Aphelios Zaya.
The ultimate is always what your key Rumble. Kalista potentially.
Når da, man? Liksom, hvilken patch er det? Du husker at de spiller på patch før?
Ja, nå, den her.
Den de spiller på?
Ja.
I wonder what else they could be thinking of. Maybe the sim.
Nei, hvilken patch spiller du på?
The problem with Nike is he has such a deep champ.
Jeg vet ikke hvilken patch Aphelios ble buffa. Aphelios ble buffa.
Both mid laners isn't even an answer into the Ahri. Is that something that they want to potentially deny? Is Sejuani taken away on the side of BLG?
Yeah, trying to focus. It's such an obvious ban here with Jax and Sylas, double melee solo laners. That would just be way too much power for Owner. But you were talking about the Vi earlier as well, Vedius. That is something that Owner has played a lot at this tournament. In fact, the most at this tournament, and has been critical in them getting both of those picks.
I think the Vi might open you up to perhaps a Poppy pick from BLG. It gives you like a lot of power. There's already a bunch of dashes. You can put Poppy into the jungle. Shun could look just some of that control into T1.
The thing that stands out to me was that Draven ban from PLG recognizing that. What's a good ban with the Renata? Oh yeah.
Ooh, there we go. It was banned out in the second round of bans last game.
Now
we get to see
Kindred. Oh.
From Shun and Knight. Shun is one of these players. Kindred as well as Italy. It was such a big pick for him.
Ja, det er dritbra kombo.
As well. And very excited to see him on it. It's again, it's with
Hvis du har low, du Kindred ulter, og så Galio for
playmakers in a Blitzcrank and a Galio for you on the front lines.
So while the Rumble and Galio for PLG remain the same, the other components are vastly different. And I mean, a lot of faith is being put in Shun and Elk here, especially when you think of the superstars of this roster and this BLG roster are Knight and Bin, and the players that everyone talks about. They're the individuals that when you look at the immaculate carry performances, it's not like Elk is a stranger to it, but those two are the historical players that are expected to make it to these large international finals. And now the carry responsibility going to be falling on Shun, going to be falling on Elk. We'll see how they perform.
I think it's so incredible for Shun's story as well. You know, splitting time at this tournament, it's a very difficult thing to do as a professional player, to have to share practice time and go in and out of the roster. But coming in on this type of pick, BLG are saying we have confidence in you to not only be in here and play with us, but also play off of our picks. It's incredibly important for Kindreds to have strong lanes to play off of. Galio has so much setup. You can try and go there for kills.
Hvis jeg skjønte det riktig, swappa de players for at Shun skulle spille Kindred?
Ja, BLG har flere players.
Ja, men swappa det. Fordi det har T1, de har Reckless også hele pakka, men det er sånn...
Nå spiller Reckless.
Ja, bro, han spiller aldri bra. Det er bare på pint.
Han spiller de bottom, det er de visste de skulle vinne. Han spilte da. Det morsomste var This win is for Reckless.
This win is for Reckless.
Alla fikk jo gi faen i Reckless, bro. De hamrer seg. De fikk han til å si det 100%. Yo, can you see this one is for Reckless, please?
Icons and capsules. If you haven't done it already, you should definitely do it. Because we're going to have 3 more games of this. Calling it now. All the way to 5. BLG on the blue side for the first time. Their level 1s have been a sight to behold so far here. T1 are stacking up, ready and waiting, aware that BLG are looking for something.
And I already love what BLG have done here, getting the ward in there onto the blue buff to make sure that you know which side Owner is starting on. If you don't see him on the blue buff, by process of elimination, you know you have to start on the top side down. And Kindred into 5 is such a fun matchup there, mostly for the Kindred side. So we'll see about the lane swap coming out. Kalista plus Blitz up to the top side here. Meanwhile, rotation over to the other side, and it looks like it is going to be Kindred actually starting on technically their weak side.
Can just path up towards the top side. Last time we saw a lane swap, both the junglers could just do full clears. We didn't see that invade that often you do see. Elkin on here going to be able to deny Zeus away from the wave. He immediately goes back just to help Ona with the Krugs. Gumayushi out this wave. Knight going in already, hit the level 2. Faker takes a chunk of his HP for the pleasure of stepping up in the lane.
Look at the positioning of Ben in the bot lane. He is hiding just off in the fog of war, but close enough to actually get a bit of experience. He's about half a bar towards that level 2. Carrier, though, going to spot him out, actually walks up and says, no.
Jeg tror Faker T1 bare, vi banner ikke Kalista fordi da vi fikk bare Renata fram. Det de gjorde. Bare jeg tror at det liksom de burde de slår Kalista, de burde de må pikke Renata nå. Eller de
But I'm keeping my eye on Ona right now. The pings have come down from Jun that Ona is likely on his wolves. With the pressure the Knight has in mid lane, it becomes harder for Faker to be able to roam down to join the potential early game dive.
BLG also pushed their wave quickly here, while T1 actually just the last hitting, just the slowly building, pushing wave. And so this one crashing a bit later into Bin. He's still going to be able to get his level 2 though, and Owner still being on Grump means he's not currently under the extra pressure just yet. Plenty of time for the swap back here. Elkin on, they go for the recall after quickly pushing the wave like we talked about on top side into the rotation L2.
If Shun does win out on the coin flip that happens with the first Scuttle Crabs when you're playing on this contingency all-time 35 and 15 on this pick, but it is a lot of weight to be put on his shoulders. Remember, coming into LPL Summer Playoffs, it was Wave who was the first for BLG coming into
Jun 35-15 på Kindred. 35 med wins 15
Sheesh. I hele proplay? Sheesh.
35
Okay.
15 så Karna performer.
Is just on Scuttle Crabs. He can just wait. As long as the other Scuttle Crab already taken there, you just wait and it will pop up eventually here on your Scuttle Crab as well. Just don't rush it down, but Zeus goes down for a little ward on it as well.
It's going to land here onto Carrier. You can see the damage already going down into him. Gumayushi putting the feathers out. The Blade Caller doesn't connect with the root onto Elk.
Now we're going to see an interesting skirmish around that Scuttle, I expect, because a ward was placed by Zeus to spot it out. You can see Ona making his way towards it. Faker has the base, though, has no mana. Going to be forced to TP back into lane. Knight has the push.
Kalista så bra.
Can he burst
Og Kalista kan dragge Blitzcrank inn, knocker dem opp. Han knocker dem opp i en silencer og så hooker dem.
Ona's going to flash away. Counter strike out from Zeus, not quite able to connect, and the shooters around with the stun. It's first blood again. The third time in 3 games for BLG.
A nice punish from BLG.
Will it be the first blood yet?
I'm not going to let you get away with that, and he's able to secure the first Raptors respawn.
And I love this trick for Kindred players because, yeah, you're like, oh no, you technically stole away my first mark. Guess what? You were marked. And we got the kill on you, so he still got his mark.
Beautiful start for Shun. First blood, 3rd game in a row now for BLG. This time Gumayushi will avoid that advantage for BLG.
For a kill or game flash.
But a small gold lead now. I guess you could say, unfortunately, it doesn't go onto the Kindred, but Ben, I think putting that kill onto him, definitely a good place to get that goal.
I just love to see that too, because you know, everybody in solo queue when you're playing against Kindred, you always focus so much on denying them their marks, stealing them their marks. But in this scenario, you actually give over even more than if you just let him grab the Scuttle. Mid lane prio, that's what it really comes back to. Knight there on the Galio, enabling his jungler again.
I will say, BLG burnt 3 flashes to do that. Ona only burnt 1 in order to give across first blood, but there are some windows now where perhaps T1 can punish the fact that this Rumble in the top lane doesn't have a flash anymore, and you have a Jax with a flash and a Vi who can come in for the follow-up.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that, Medic, because the bot lane of T1 have moved to the top side, knowing that the Grub's spawning right now. The bot lane of BLG is also on their way. The wave is being pushed in mid, and BLG want to punish Faker.
De swapper bot lane top når Grub spawner. Bare så de har 4 på
We get to see some Blitzcrank value there. Goes in immediately.
Grubs er så broken. Fuck Drake, bror. Who cares about Drake? La tar du Grubs. Vi sender bot lane top.
That's all you really need out of the first pack to at least put the threat of 4 on the second pack.
I mean, the good news from Faker's perspective is the kill went down to On. Bit of a missed timing on the Ren execution from Elk, meaning that he didn't quite have the damage to get the kill, so the Ignite ended up finishing it off. and Faker also didn't burn any summoners in that trade. He's now going to path up towards top, catch that wave as the bot lane of T1 transitions over to mid lane to match that of Elk and On.
2 marks here for Shun. Again, the 4th mark is where you get your nice range increase and you're fully operational. That's your big goal. And the Kindred here off to a very good start in this Kindred-centric comp. But there it is again.
I love the flash rocket punch because it really negates the ability for Faker to flash away. If you flash outside of the auto range, it's still going to connect, you still get knocked up, and then the grab comes out afterwards anyway.
Yeah, there was very little that Faker could do. He burned
Vilket vet du vad han var
pushed the wave out.
Mm.
And so,
alltså den TT final game is
as well is that
Mhm.
BLG didn't have
Final
a way to
game,
actually
game
push the
5.
mid tower.
Faker
So
pick
they
Z.
were able to get a single grub, which is definitely
Hans
still an
old main
advantage
bro.
because it means that on the next grub
Når var det Faker picka Z sist, egentlig?
grubs
Åh,
for
det var mange år siden. Han har aldrig pickat Z.
attention towards the dragon as the next major objective. 80 carries have moved
Det var
towards
absolut
the lane.
cinema.
You can see that Knight once again finds push on the bot side.
Precis, han gör playen.
Ja, men det var en Z versus en Z, liksom back in the day var han kunne liksom duplicate
Ja, det var drastic var forskjellig.
Ja.
No reason to
Ja,
throw
gamle
anything
lik.
else into this BLG fire that is growing.
Når Cleanser remover Z.
Åh, bro, jeg husker det, ja.
Cleanser remover kan bare si seg alle debuffs. Så dette prior to the other remover den, for det tenner for du får debuffen, ikke buff på other remover.
I wonder if he's going to path back up towards mid or if he sets his sights back on top lane. It looks like top lane is his plan.
And I want to see BLG continue with these aggressive looks
Assassin
because they're
hadde
running the
faktisk
Galio
Assassin
here
måtte
for
gå
Knight. It really
Borg
enables
på
the
Hydra.
aggressive positioning from either Shun or On here, constantly looking for plays on T1 members in rotations, between those lanes swapping over. So let's see if they can actually make use of it. Currently, keeping On and Elk through mid lane here, trying to deny this cannon. And it does go down there. Nicely done.
Ultimately, though, it's a very even game state. Even though there is a small goal lead in favor of BLG, a lot of that is sitting in the top lane in favor of Bin, thanks to the early kill that he was able to get. But this is what we wanted to see. Both teams relatively even, setting up nicely for a dragon.
I will say, at around the 10-minute mark in both the previous games, this was about the gold lead as well, Medi. So until we get past 15 minutes, you want to be optimistic, I can understand that. It is relatively even right now, but often the game starts to explode around that 15-minute mark.
Certainly does. First items are going to be crucial. You'll notice the Bin looking to rush his Leandries, get that item completed as quickly as possible. It's something we often see on these rumbles, whereas the early prioritization on the Merc Treads from Zeus makes a lot of sense. Both the Galio and the Rumble, very valuable things to have Merc Treads against. But no major items completed just yet. The Grub spawning in about a minute's time. And Knight continuing to trade with Faker on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, both the teams just willing to have this push and pull between the waves, It's about getting towards those first items, getting towards the next neutral objective that's spawning. So although it looks like it's in action, it's just these small microcosms of action happening in each lane to try and find those minute advantages.
And now you got to check those reset timers actually just before the second pack of grubs. A little interruption there, and now Faker cancels his recall on the bomb side, so he's not going for his base preemptively. It goes back to deal with the wave that Knight is pushing up.
Nice push here. Yeah. He's sitting on just short of 1,000 gold right now. He has the Rumble ultimate as well. He's going to use it to clear the wave. They're looking for a dive.
TP coming in, might just be looking for another plate here as well. Knight going in with the taunt. Bin doesn't really have much left. Put the damage down. Shun on his way across them and will have that Lamb's Respite. Zeus already down to 300 HP. Looking for a leap strike away, but Zeus falls. Knight takes the tower. Meanwhile, the hostile takeover goes just short of Elk as he flashes to safety. BLG able to survive down towards the bottom side.
Beautiful reward there for BLG getting their first.
Flash hook from On, they look for more. Faker goes back in, but the hero's entrance will bring Knight coming crashing down. Faker down to 300 HP. Bin now has that flank position, and the Leandry's complete. Owner jumps onto him with the Bolt Breaker and is able to keep him away from Faker for the moment. Faker dashes across the wall. Carrier's life will be forfeit to keep Faker alive. Brings out the bailout, but falls immediately after. Faker trying to escape. Knight still on the chase.
So beautifully done there from BLG. As you say, they're not done yet. Still seeking Faker.
Oh, but he didn't spot him. He doesn't actually know if he interrupted him or not. He's fishing for him. He's hunting. He wonders if Faker's still here.
Now he's seen him. Where are you going to go, Faker? Already absconded, already abducted. Elk is on his way to try and accept this kill as a tribute to him. Knight comes in from the side and will make sure that Faker doesn't have the luxury of executing.
That's 5 kills now for BLG. 11.5 minutes in. They have just been finding pick after pick. And it was such a well-executed dive on the top side, converted into a nice setup on the grubs, that BLG are once again outplaying T1.
And I want to highlight how BLG did it. They took over the jungle first. They're positioning first towards the objective, and then they got the early route through your jungle with the extra wards there, and being able to pull off that dive with the teleport. Nicely done. I have to say, though, fellas, are we in store for a third stomp in this game?
This is why you don't talk in 10 minutes, Benny. Yeah, 12 minutes in, it is a massive lead now for BLG. 3,000 gold ahead. They're getting those first items complete as well. It's an opportunity.
Fuck for det, jag bara keep Junman.
Faker has managed to himself a rocket belt, so he's kind of equivalent with Knight, but Knight has 1,000 gold lead and is starting to build up towards those.
Han har 4 kill participation och där 5 kill.
Again, it's a quiet game for
Men det kan hända fordi han är på Kindred liksom.
You'll see it in a lot of the trades that he has against Faker, but he's just
Så hvis de har Kindred, det er husk, men andre champs, det blir litt gap.
But then that converted pressure is working wonders on the map.
And that battle in the mid lane is one that has been raging for years. Knight, domestically a Titan, has the tied most domestic titles of any mid laner in the LPL. Obviously, Faker stands above all, stands atop the mountain, but Knight has yet to have that international success at Worlds. He's won an MSI with JDG 2023. But Worlds is yet to become his playground. Look for a play on the top side. He with the bolt breaker, escapes the rocket grab from On.
Crazy chase.
Lamb's respite, remember, from the Kindred. That invulnerability field as Zeus is down to about half HP. He gets the lead strike out. BLG will just force T1 away for now.
Yeah. T1 have to leave because Knight is in mid lane threatening that Galio ultimate. This mid laner you're talking about that does so much for his team on the Galio. Their game versus HLE especially, some of these team fights, people were popping off. Elk, oh my god, insane play in these team fights, but that actually created so much space for him. Carrier actually, Renata ultimate.
Oh my god, I mean, this is such a crazy thing that's happening right now. T1 committed the teleport to the bot side knowing that that was their only option for a cross map, but Knight again got to bot wave and able to clear things out. T1 quickly adapt though, they convert their pressure into mid, they're able to unlock that tower while BLG actually keep the bot tower alive. Knight doesn't quite interrupt the reset from Faker, and now T1 can convert this into a dragon, but I think BLG is still more than happy with how things have played out.
Yeah, they want to keep on snowballing here, get the Rift Tail, keep on taking down these towers, open up more space on the map for you to position so aggressively with these blitzcrank plays, backed up by the threat of a Galio ultimate. The invades coming from Kindred, so much more fearsome when you have that defense of a Galio ult coming through, or even the long range of Rumble ultimates being able to follow there. So BLG, again, resetting after the Rift Herald as Knight pushes up once again, but they can immediately send that Rift Herald and everybody towards mid lane to try and pressure and knock down the domino line of outer towers.
Managing to open up that mid lane tier 1 as well just gives you so much more flexibility on the map. You can step into the jungle, you can start to steal away these camps. It's what we've seen both teams do so well from an advantageous position throughout this series. BLG 4,500 gold ahead, and they are forcing T1 out of their jungle. T1, thankfully for them, managed to pick up these camps before BLG were able to make their advance, but BLG will use that pressure to push through bot. They still have the Rift held in pocket as well if they want to look for a tier 2 down here, or if they do want to open up mid.
I mean, just look at the pressure that BLG is exerting right now on the minimap. It feels like that everything is collapsing for T1. They're trying their best to cross map, but that top tower is barely dented. Zeus should be able to get it, but they're going to lose so much in exchange. The bot tier 2 is going to be secured. BLG ballooning their gold lead now to 6k.
And all the towers are not equal value. The outer tower is 550 gold for your team. The secondary towers on the side lanes only, worth a full 800 for your team, so even bigger rewards there still for BLG, and why they're investing their Rift Herald into those tier 2s. So many of the towers already wiped clean off the map, and it really does show in their gold lead.
I think what's crucial about this draft as well is we saw it in game 1 where by leaving the Yone open, BLG were able to find a way in which they could shut down T1. Not only did T1 get the Sylas, Ona got his Vi, Gumiyushi got his hands on the Xayah, and Carrier got Renata. Like, you look at this draft from T1, and it's like, there's a lot of very comfort picks here. Zeus, also a very good Jax player. And BLG are just running rings around them. The way that they're finding these picks, the way that they're executing upon these plays, to see T1 being put under this kind of pressure is something that we really haven't seen any team do at this World Championship.
Yeah, specifically at this World Championship, though, because in the LCK Summer, we saw this a lot. We saw T1 struggling to have the coordination that we've seen from them at Worlds. Remember, they were only just the 4th seed from the LCK, one game away from it being KT, who perhaps would be here today. BLG, though, have been like this the entire year. From spring to MSI and now into Worlds, they are a dominant team. And when they get a lead at 15 minutes, they have about an 88% win rate. And we've seen that so far at this tournament. Heroes Entrance coming out. T1 trying to defend this mid-tier 1. Nightlock underneath the tower, but he is damn tanky right now. And already, Ona is down. The counter Heroes Entrance coming out from Faker. He stole one away just to escape the play. BLG lose Knight, but they take the mid-tier 1.
Ooh, that was very aggressive on under tower. They go for the Blitzcrank ult and they start the play very, very early. They still get it. And they trade in the kills.
I really thought that was going to be a huge throw for BLG. T1 did a good job of clearing out the wave first, before then turning their attention onto BLG, and it felt like that their focus was divided between the tower and the fight. But somehow they get away with a 1-for-1, along with securing the objective.
Yeah, again, and the extra objective you talk about,
Shit.
outer tower, 500 gold,
Hello.
plus the kills.
Come here, man.
The
Hi.
hook on the Blitzcrank started out, so they're still tanking tower a bit.
No,
they're fine with it. Galio ult comes down, Renata does delay
Hörde
them under it, then they're trying to both get their kills, but then also finish off the tower.
Okay.
Knight falling in exchange for Ona. Faker steals away the Galio ultimate to help with the disengage. You can feel the tension in the arena as T1, their backs are getting closer and closer to that wall. BLG continuing to extend the gold lead. Dragon spawns in 55 seconds. You imagine that T1 is going to look to concede this objective, as right now they're not really in a position to win a fight.
Importantly for Shun, he was able to pick up a mark in that fight on Ona and also take away a Gromp that was marked from Ona's jungle. So now he is at 4 marks. It was a very long time coming. Often you see, especially in solo queue, you see Kindred really get those marks racked up early, but when you're not having as much action, it's harder to find them. And when the enemy team is playing around taking those camps away, obviously it will take you a little bit longer. But that Kindred, very much a champion now, has all of that extended extra range coming out from the mines.
And they have complete control here leading up to the Dragon. T1 doing their best to try and get some safe vision through their own jungle, but it's just so scary, constantly having to deal with On just fishing, throwing out these hooks from Blitzcrank. So much extra power here on the side of BLG with all their money.
Faker steals away the equalizer pin, puts one down of his own, but the rest of BLG are here to join the party. Outnumbered, outgunned. Faker falls in the side lane, tries to clear out the wave. I think that cannon will survive, as will the backcasters.
I mean, often we talk about how when teams commit into collapsing onto Faker, something is often lost as a consequence. But here, Faker is just overextended on the side lane. He has no tier 2 tower to run to, and there's nowhere else on the map that T1 can really put pressure down towards. So BLG, they secure themselves another pick. They're going to secure the Dragon uncontested, kind of as we expected. And T1, the best they can look for is vision on the top side of the map, ready for a potential Baron play.
All right, finish up in their own jungle first to take all of the rewards. I mean, Ben just kind of walked up to him on the side lane and take away the jungle camps, take away their lives. Another mark here for 6 now on the Kindred, really accelerated.
Not this.
Oh.
No problem.
I was the one that said I expected a closer game here. I was looking for some very close fights, but after that top lane tower dive, BLG have just been in the driver's seat.
Yeah, potato carry it there.
T1, their tools, their options, the way in which they can come back into this game is trying to find picks. They have Vi and they have Silas, great setup for a potential catch on a side lane. The problem is they can't really get much control over the side lanes as BLG look to do to T1 what they were doing to them in game 2 by just constantly keeping these waves pushed in and suffocating their vision, making T1's playmaking options very limited.
One flank ward in the top lane, you can see just next to where the blue buff would be. There's one in the mid lane as well. Knight here stepping forward. Faker spotted on vision as T1 decide not to pull the trigger on the play. Zeus and Faker do have their teleport, so if you're looking to shut someone down, Knight is an option because he will often be on that side lane, but he has 2 items already, Riftmaker as well, giving him that Omni Vamp if he's in combat for a long time. With Shun waiting around the corner, might come around towards mid. TP behind, they're looking for the play. It's Knight who's locked down, the rest of BLG are trying to get into it. TP coming out as well, the hostile takeover used, immediately locks up Bin, but look at the damage, there just is none. And now Shun is here to join the battle. Zeus tries to jump on top of him, Knight falling low, he gets the taunt though, and Bin's already on a rampage. Oda has to dash away, Guma didn't even get an opportunity to join the fray, and On doesn't want to give him an opportunity to leave. BLG 5-4, and Bammon is on the menu.
They go at Knight, but he's too tanky, and BLG are going to respond in kind. The Baron will be theirs.
They were limited on their options, but the TP flank was a great idea. The problem is the damage. You highlighted it, Kobe. Knight was too tanky. They didn't have enough. And on the re-engage, BLG just melted T1.
We look like we're gonna get another one-sided game in this series.
Чего? Хорошо, можно через 5 минуточек.
Pushing them to a match point in the series. Here's another look at it. As you say, T1 know that they are falling so far behind in this game. They've got to try and make one of these overloaded plays to the side lane. So they try and get the jump on tonight, but it's so difficult. The defense there, Bin immediately arrives, Shun right afterwards, and so they don't even have to use a Kindred ultimate. Didn't even force anything out of BLG there. Just too far ahead.
And then look at the damage that's going to come through from Elf as well. Going for the lethality build, that Q just tore Gumayushi apart. And, I mean, BLG, now with the lead that they have, they'll be setting their sights on the inhibitor towers of T1's base. T1 have to be thinking about game 4. They bounced back incredibly well in game 2. You imagine they'll be looking to get back onto the blue side, but this game feels done and dusted. It's just a matter of how BLG put the final nail in the coffin.
And for T1, you need something miraculous right now, but we've already seen how the damage lacks, especially if Gumayushi isn't there. Maker has finished up his Riftmaker, sitting at 0-4-1 in this game. He's been well and truly shut out by BLG, who are now advancing through the top side. Knight has the hero's entrance to join a play if it does occur. BLG, though, can just step forward. T1 really can't find an avenue to approach this next fight on. Looking for the Hex Slash hook. Doesn't quite connect. Knight, though, doesn't have a wave in the mid lane. Could go across towards bot. The next wave's still about 20 seconds away from crashing into that mid lane. Inhibitor tower, and here's the engage. Knight locked up, trying to just punch away, but once again, T1 are engaging on the tankiest member of BLG, and they can't find anything with it. That's a Fate's Call used. That's the hostile takeover invested as well from Carrier, and BLG shrug it off, shrug their shoulders, and begin the advance once again.
T1, and not much they can do in the face of this LPL onslaught. They're just going to have to watch 2 inhibitors go down. And still,
I don't think they're going to stop at 2.
Still, they've got another 34 seconds left on this Baron. And so they're immediately pushing this one down as well.
I mean, all I'm thinking of right now is what a great story for Shun it has been. You guys already mentioned what happened during the regular season with the income of Waver to bring out the Kindred. Now, once again, the TP flank.
Hook going down, cease and desist. They look to lock down Shun. Kerry already fallen as the hero's entrance will block Shun from taking any more damage alongside that for Lamb's Respite. T1 have lost their support, but can they find the fight? Zeus doesn't have much mana left. As Knight goes in for the engage and still lands the taunt. Gumayushi down to half HP. Zeus has already fallen as BLG continue to advance. Ona, Gumayushi, and Faker trying to hold the line here. They managed to find something. They got 2 kills out of it. They got 3 inhibs for it.
I mean, it's the best fight that T1 have been able to find so far in this game, but the problem is they're too far behind. At the end of that fight, Knight literally just walked menacingly towards T1 and said, "You're not defending this inhibitor, concede it now." And they're going to get a Dragon as well. BLG, 3 inhibitors secured, Dragon as well.
Here's another look at it. The teleport very deep in the jungle. Oh, that was quite nice, actually. Owner with his ultimate, able to still stay connected, but they have the emergency buttons of the Galio and the Kindred ultimate, which kept their backline alive while they killed off Carrier.
flash in. Guma throws out the ulti to secure the kill onto On. Zeus, though, he'd already committed everything to try and getting a kill. Means that on the retreat, it ends up being a trade back. And Guma, with no flash, leaves him more susceptible. But I mean, right now, T1, they're just left with the scraps of their base as BLG walk away with everything.
BLG on the precipice of winning this series, of claiming the world title once again. It's been 4 years ago on Suning. He wasn't quite able to take that final hurdle. Coming back here, he said, I want to win the glory back for the LPL. And I think that resurrection for the LPL, that redemption so important for them, redemption as well for BLG as they lost to Weibo last year and weren't able to make it to the finals. Now, with 3 waves of super minions pushing in, BLG are forcing T1 to make their final stand in this game. Ono goes in with a bolt breaker hooked in as well, the cease and desist. Silence Ultimate Soul on the way. A hero's entrance is followed by a second, but it looks like Baker's more like Icarus than any hero taking to the skies. Knight pops a stopwatch. T1 go pop. Zeus locked up towards the top side. Already for BLG as they are looking to take us to match point.
Ska vinna touren till.
Men vet du vad vi sa? Billy var helt stille efter det. Det är lagt in. De blir hampade av T1, de bara okej, utan nå, vi må locka in det.
You could say that again. Straight from draft, straight from the level ones, in game, clean.
It really was. We're going to be back with Game 4 in just a few moments' time. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Gött. Det går bra. Vi vinner Game 4 och 5.
Om det går till Game 5, jag tror sin man.
Inte sant? Sa du viss? Vad det skall, bror?
Ja, sorry bror. När det går till Game 5.
side on the flank as well. Ona's going to flash away. Counter strike out from Zeus, not quite able to connect the shooter around.
BLG want to punish Faker.
Faker has flashed with a flash in from on into the pullback. Faker's down. Knight falling low. He gets the taunt though, and Ben's already on a rampage. Ona has to dash away. Guma didn't even get an opportunity to join the fray, and On doesn't want to give him an opportunity to leave.
BLG finally wants to bring the Summoners Cup back to China. They are the first to arrive at match point. They take game 3, and again, we saw such a convincing game from the team that gets ahead. Doc, that you're joining us again, and it's just probably what you love to see. You did predict them to win the series.
I think it's just sick to see how both these teams though are stepping up massively when it comes to getting these early leads and snowballing out of control. Game 2, it was all those topside fights that end up burning out for T1. Then we get into game 3, and it's the top side that's winning out for BLG. On opening up on these roams to the mid lane, punishing Faker. It was sick to see BLG get that early control.
It's also, with every passing minute and passing game in this series, so funny to see both teams be like, what do we do when we're behind? Because so much of their problem solving is rooted in just going in phase first. But you see, with the goal deficits that are being created in these mid games consistently, you don't have that opportunity, and neither team then has really been able to set up the cross maps to try and stay relevant in the game.
And that's where, of course, I have to press you a little bit, Maurits, as the aficionado from the LCK. Isn't T1 the team that always knows how to come back in games? Isn't T1 the team that when we were watching them versus Gen.G in that first game and they were behind, we said the Baron is about to come? I've seen none of that today.
At Worlds, yes, but what we're now slowly seeing, particularly with...
We are at Worlds, we're in the final!
Hear me out, but for the entirety of summer, and even going back to spring, there were a lot more moments like this, and I think, unfortunately, particularly with the performance of Faker, we saw how insanely well, not only did Knight play that matchut, but the real issue was that everything that happened from there on out was because of how that early mid lane probably tilted the map, and again, if you get the high behind in these series, neither team seems to be able to deal with it.
That flag is getting closer and closer to you.
Let's go make game 5. Pick is it.
Okay, because as Maurits set up, it's Knight on the wraparound. T1 had actually done a really good job of flagging this as the potential mark for Kindred, right? So they knew they were going to contest it. Knight was able to come over from his prio. It was a really great wraparound. They were super well aware. And then we have the Shun and On coming mid, affecting that matchup, and Knight just balloons it out of control.
Yeah, and I think it was just great setup coming through, because you had a read of, hey, we're starting to move both of these AD carries around the map. How do we try and set ourselves up for success? T1 wanted to contest the scuttle, but end up shifting down to the bottom side, opening up then for Shun to make the play on top, and it was a win-win. He had already marked the enemy jungler. He either got the scuttle, he was always going to get a mark in that situation no matter what happened.
Yeah, and I really like how BLG responded to the lane swap this time around, right? Like, did not look nearly as discoordinated or upset by what T1 really wanted to do. And for me, it really starts with getting On and Shun, especially on these types of picks, involved in their lanes early. I always like Shun as a jungler when he is able to affect his lanes early. I think it's how BLG worked the best.
And also, I think this is something we've seen missing from him. He hasn't at this tournament been really able to step up and be that playmaker, play with the confidence and the bravado that we've seen from him domestically. This game and this series, he has been able to step up, work better with Shun, buy the space that he regularly does for his team, and the Blitzcrank performance really did take over in the early stage.
And it's also something where, you know, the moment it gets locked in, T1 goes, oh god, we've been here before. Lehens pulled it out multiple times to much the same effect, and it also kind of throws a wrench in the gears when it comes to the draft, because if that Renata blind is no longer available, if they can just pivot to this, what is T1 going to do in that fourth game?
Yeah, true, and also the fact that BLG was able to win from the red side in game 1, it kind of breaks up everything going forward into a possible game 5, maybe. But overall, do we have the feeling that BLG is the better team today so far?
I think personally they've been stepping up a huge amount when it comes to good draft in game number 1. I think their early game has been significantly more explosive, but I still look at the game 2 adaptation, and I think that's really where we got to see T1 shine. So, and I'm still curious as to what happens when you do get Keria with that counter pick. So I'm not, you know, pushing the boat out too much. I still think T1 have a lot left in them.
I think the coolest thing, Rob, because I know you wanted to take a look at this, was how they've also been playing really well with grubs and being able to push onto turrets, right?
Yeah, and I wanted to set up a telestrator to kind of show that. So one of the big things as we start to move in towards this, I want to highlight is just the fact that you've already got this big push coming through on the top side of the map that is set up where you look at where the Jax is on the map, he can't really contest in on the push. You're now getting this Rift Herald for yourself as well. And as we start to play out the clip, look at what BLG do off of reset. They have 5 grubs, so when a push comes to shove and they're trying to trade on the map, they will be significantly quicker. And traditionally, you would actually see the Rumble opening up to move up in towards this top side of the map. But that's not what we're actually getting here. Instead, they end up just cancelling out on this top side. They all open up on this bottom half of the map. And it means that then they're in a position as they go through to move and shift all of these members down and just play off of a singular lane where they can use the fact they have those grubs. They push T1 back. Now they have the Rift Herald in their back pocket as well, and you're still only getting that initial push on that top side. So it's BLG saying, hey, we're willing to trade very effectively and get multiple towers and way more gold off of this play.
I like that you highlighted that, because even during the last post game we were talking about like, oh, they're just, you know, team fighting when they're ahead and team fighting when they're behind, but it's not just that. That game plan from BLG goes much deeper. But let's turn our attention to T1 now. The cheers that you just heard was the players getting back on stage and tap back into what we set up here at the top of the day about T1 and how when you play versus them, you really got to punch them hard to take away that comfort that they have at Worlds specifically in situations like this. And it feels like their armor is pierced, Maurits. How do they stop the bleeding?
You got to clean up the early game, because early game has been so deciding. Early leads have been the biggest indicator of how the game's going to play out throughout this series. And I also want to make very clear, T1, even with the last year, their game 5 struggles.
Danish, hva skjedde med reverse sweep av det?
Get the win, being in this position in spring finals against Gen G, and then when they face off against BLG.
Så alle vi, la oss bare liksom ha det sånn, alle vi har det depression akkurat nå, ikke sant, fordi BLG holder på å vinne. Yeah.
London, do you believe in game 5? Me too, I want to see you all
Pick Bard.
Are we going to get there, Medic?
Så Kindred picken var crazy for BLG.
I will say there's a trend in the game so far. Every losing team has had 3 kills. We've had 18-3, 18-3, 17-3. And every game has ended between 27 minutes and 0 seconds and 27 minutes and 59 seconds. So if we break that curse somehow, I mean, it was Halloween a couple of days ago. Perhaps there's something going on here in the O2 as we get into draft.
Aurora instaban fra BLG. Det er litt crazy, ass. Jeg føler...
Gjorde alle, gitt.
Alle
Aurora instaban.
Liksom, jeg har ikke sett noen av T1 spille Aurora.
Fordi de har bannet dem, bror.
Ja, det er det, men... Jeg mener liksom før det, før BLG også. Liksom i Gen G... The fuckings...
Setting up for the Ashe first pick. The Kalista going to be removed by BLG after their adaptation. And there's likely going to be the Ashe lock-in.
Ja, nå de banner Kalista. Ah, nei, men det er BLG. Eller var det T1 som skulle banne for henne? Jeg vet.
You imagine the Renata again.
T1 bannet bare, de skulle sikkert pikke Kalista, så bannet de.
Ja, altså denne gangen de banner Kalista. Så lang gang det er smart. Ok, Gnar lock-in, det er bra. Men det er bra for BLG da, men...
Gnar Ziggs.
Hvordan er det en... Har de noe synergy med hverandre, Gnar Ziggs?
Ja, dritbra synergy, hva mener du?
Ok.
AoE CC pluss Ziggs.
Look to blow up towers as the game goes on.
Looks like T1 are just going to go towards the tried and true. Renata Kerry has been so solid on it across the course of 2024. We'll lock it in once again, and now perhaps look to the top lane, give Zeus
Oh my god, T1 praying. Him pray.
Blind pick that really, I'm pretty sure Bin will be happy with any of those matchups.
They may also look to lock in jungle now.
Bro, hun der, hun så jeg... Tror hun har TikTok, altså jeg sverger jeg har sett henne før.
Gives you that lockdown. Also just, it synergizes really nicely with the Ashe. Instead, they're gonna pick the Sylas. Makes sense. Ziggs, Gnar, both great ultimates to steal.
Men det er bra, de vant med Sylas en runden. Syndra!
De hopper av vekk. Nei,
50.
It's a controversial champion. Yes, does have to scale a lot and stack up dragon stacks, but we've also
Ja, Smolder-picken litt sånn. Jeg føler det blir 2-2, altså. Bare i draft.
Enda før sånn 20 min, liksom. 20 min. Ja, han sa det.
Ja, 27. Ja, jeg var der, ja. 27.
What supports are they worried about? They're probably just going to go with one of those.
Faen, det går det bra, eller? BLG taper, du begynner å bli hungry for my dick. Hva da?
Drikker du cola?
Jeg drikker cola, hvordan visste du?
Diet Coke, du trenger det, bror.
Hva er forskjellen på Diet Coke og Coca-Cola Zero?
Og chips, bror, han her
Bro, jeg er locked in, bro, det er finale! Det er enten BLG vinner, eller T1 går videre til neste finale. Til last game.
Spiser og drikker det her hver dag, bror.
Jeg gjør det for en perfekt. Bro, jeg har ikke gjort det siden. Det har ikke gjort det siden sånn. Ja, siden sånn 2 uker. Kanskje.
Nei, bror, ja.
Ok. 2 uker da. 2 dager da. 2 dager. Jeg har ikke gjort det på 2 dager.
2 uker, 2 dager. Det er så mye forskjell. Jeg har ikke gjort det på 2 år. Ok, 2 dager. Det er så 2 uker, 2 dager. Det er stor forskjell.
We were talking about the Camille from Bin's perspective as a counter to Gnar.
Men det ser bra for T1, de har Cyrus.
Det er ganske mye flex da, fordi Ziggs kan gå bot og Smolder kan gå mid, eller Smolder kan gå bot og... Wukong?
Quite possibly with the Wukong.
Monkey.
This is Rumble. He's definitely a terrifying pick. He's so comfortable on the champion and into the
Hva var det crowden sa? Jeg hørte Kara mid.
Still be very oppressive later on. It gets a little bit safer for the Gnar.
Jeg skjønte ikke hva det skrek. Poppy.
Signature pick for Ona, one that he's incredibly comfortable on.
Yeah, and kind of preemptively into what you expect to be.
Nei, Kara går... Fordi tingen med... Kara er dritfarlig på Braum. Braum er en tank. Poppy er også en tank. Kara er dritfarlig på Poppy også.
De har Renata på laget, bror.
Åpen.
Det er Keria, det er Poppy.
Jeg trodde det var Poppy support. Jeg er så clueless. Holy shit, jeg er så clueless.
Hvor skal Renata gå jungle?
Renata jungle, bro.
Slow the game down and stall
Og det er Smolder mid.
is so effective because of their wave clip.
So this game, though, the previous games in this series have been a lot centered on who is going to find success in the grubs and get at least 4 to 6 grubs for their team and then be able to push down a bunch of towers and snowball their leads that way. In this setup in Champ Select, I would definitely prefer to be the T1 side, at least for grub fights. So maybe this game will put to the test, you know, is our BLG going to be able to outscale that later with some smolder value?
I definitely think T1 have got themselves a lot of what fits into their style. Pick comps have been very successful so far at this World Championship.
T1, det var det. T1.
Convert that into something greater was something we also saw with the Ornn Nocturne composition that they drafted earlier in this series. And so Gumayusi's arrows are going to be crucial, and Faker's stealing of things like the Sejuani ultimate and the Gnar ultimate are going to be important to setting up those plays for T1.
I really want to see the T1 bottom lane. How much value do they get out of the Ash?
Er det coaches? De 4 folk her?
For them, as you said.
Jeg tror det.
Excuse me, Renata.
But yeah, I mean, backs against the wall now for T1. Our reigning world champions find themselves needing to win 2 games to get themselves a 5th title.
And we've talked a lot about the weight of expectation, the weight of the crown sitting on T1's head, but in this moment that is realized even more than ever. Faker actually going out without buying items. He's going to recall, he'll buy himself some items, now has a Dorman's ring and a health potion, but even the infallible make mistakes here on the grandest stage of them all, the grandest stage in esports. Faker fumbles at the start, obviously. Just a small mistake, just a small misstep, but that is all that can define a whole series like this. BLG just one win away from that World Championship. For the LPL to return to being the best team in the world, or having...
Bro, legg merke til hvor gran Gumayusi nå. Han går ikke i den busken lenger, bro. He going up now.
T1 it all rests
Hva mener du?
on
Han
this
hentet
game.
hele laget sitt.
Ja, bro.
Han bare er ikke til å stå med meg nå.
T1 poke their noses in, but doesn't look like anyone is going to get too much out of this level 1.
The tiny bit of ward experience is currently still in the game on this Worlds patch. Not taken out quite yet as on live, and so that will remain for Faker there. As T1 go for their invade, get their ward down, Bin will just be forced to watch on.
And for the first time this series, we'll see the split map. Bin is hovering around. I wonder if he's trying for a... Nah, okay, no steal for him. The ward in the brush as well will spot out if Bin tries to do anything cheeky. But we haven't seen this split map swap so far. Both top laners throughout the series have been doing what you see Zeus doing now, trying to leech what experience they can. But Zeus is very much isolated from the rest of his team. I'm kind of surprised that we don't see him hovering around the mid lane, sharing experience with Faker, getting ready for the potential dive. Because the thing is, Jun is going to be trapped on the bottom side of the map, which means that Zeus is very susceptible to an incoming dive. And with Bin on the way, T1 have to be ready to stop this from panning out for BLG.
Yep, they're going to bring all four here in, helping
Jeg tror det er stratten at hvis man Ragnar gikk hele veien bort for å prøve å dive. Jeg tror liksom det er stratten når de liksom swapper lanes og Poppy counter jungler, fordi akkurat nå Poppy startet dem sin jungle side. Så for å på en måte bli ahead, så prøver de for en tower dive. Jeg starter å forstå. Det var crazy, altså. Ja, Carry er MVP, man.
Nice, just the tip of the W there from Shun, able to get it. They're able to finish it off. Elk here cashes in once again. So many games we've had Elk getting first blood. He'll be rich on the Ziggs again.
I mean, in terms of XP, Bin hasn't really been able to catch much. He's not even going to TP to the top wave. He's just going to run towards it. Ultimately, though, BLG secured themselves with kill. But I'm not sure I would say...
Så det de gjør, jeg tror de prøver å få Ziggs ahead as fuck. Og så Ziggs carry. Og Smolder scaler. Ja, i tilfelle det blir late game, så har vi Smolder scaler. Jeg tror det er liksom hele straten.
Bottom lane.
Fordi Gnar trenger bare å lande en bra ult, og så Ziggs sin ult, og GG. Så hvis Ziggs er fed, han gjør mer damage, så
Gnar scaler dritmye på levelet.
Han har CC, liksom.
Han er så Darius, og de ser litt bra på levelet.
Så jeg bare tenker sånn senere i spillet.
Han får base stats basert på level, når han er i megagang.
Det er liksom senere i spillet. Han trenger å lande CC, han trenger ikke å være en gang tank nok til å overleve, fordi om han lander liksom WR, that's it, liksom, Ziggs kan plukke det opp.
Easy execute for BLG. Bin reads that the dive is likely coming top, and he's out of there before a play is even set up. Meanwhile, Zeus sticks around a little too long and loses his life.
Meanwhile, liksom, T1 ADC, de får farm, men de får ikke kills, fordi det er ingen å drepe, liksom, alle liv alene.
And so while he is conceding gold, ultimately he still finds himself ahead of his top lane counterpart.
Yep, dying for experience, sticking around down there on the bottom sides. Meanwhile, finishing up with the rest of this jungle. Take away the rest of the Raptors before swapping over.
Derfor er Faker ikke skal få solo pick, men det er crazy.
Ikke skal dive.
Pushing in.
Han bare går rundt i meg, jeg fuck det, jeg gjør alt.
Jeg ser liksom Faker prøver å gjøre noe, supporten deres kommer, bro. Det er liksom, kan ikke engang liksom hva vi vann ordentlig, man.
Han skal dive.
Ja.
Minion takes the highway express to get towards this Rumble, who goes overheated. Flamespit are going down, but Zeus is going to go back to the fountain again. No escape for him. He tries to clear the wave, but in the end, he will be put in the ground by Bin. BLG now 3-0 up, a 700 gold lead, only 6 minutes into this game.
And I mean, the first few kills, I think, weren't the end of the world for Zeus, but now adding a third is really going to make things difficult for T1 in this early game. You can see...
Ja, men ok, Gumayushi kan fortsatt... Fordi hvis de får en teamfight, bra teamfight med Gumayushi, jeg tror de kan comebacke. Fordi Gumayushi ikke... Han farma opp, liksom. Han faktisk gjør damage. Hvis de får en bra skirmish...
Han har 5 CS mer enn Ziggs, men Ziggs har 1 kilo i assist.
Ja, det er det. Men det er sånn... Han fikk ikke place-toppinga. Ja, det er veldig...
De fikk ikke place. Ziggs fikk 2 place.
Ja, Ziggs fikk 2 place. Det er... Oh my god, det er crazy. Ja, det ser ikke.
And just his playmaking in the early game has been phenomenal. He is continuing that trend. He finds himself involved in all 3 of BLG's early game kills.
Elkin on with their synergy with this Recon and Ziggs as well, you know, knockups into satchel charges.
Ja, men Gnar kan ikke hoppe inn. De har hoppet. Hun bare tar skylden. Hun kan ikke hoppe.
Ja, så de har fortsatt kanskje teamfights. Vi får se. Det...
Og de har Faker. Faker stiller Gnar ut. Det er et av de beste ultene i
kill. Nice trade. Faker.
Give you a bit of health regeneration when it hits in the middle of it. Faker now pathing down towards that bottom side. Owner's on his way down there as well. Gumayushi be able to take a plate in the top.
Kanskje kill?
Only level 5
De prøver på noe. Prøver på en kill.
Nei, de prøver proxy.
Hva med... Ja, de får plate godt, og de får den. Jeg tror det.
Ja, hvis du er nærme nok. Selv om du ikke attacker, du får det. Eller hvis du attacker en gang, og bare står der, og liksom cheater opp back, du får fortsatt plate hvis du attacker en gang.
Jeg bare tenkte liksom, er det en play å liksom... At Keria kanskje går litt ned og lar Gumayushi få hele platen?
Ja, man må gå litt langt.
Ok.
For det er litt stor ring. Det er stor ring hvis du har attacker. Jeg tror det er vits å la være alene.
I think that will be critical for T1 moving forward since BLG have drafted really good late game for themselves. T1 are going to use these objectives, try and draw them out to you.
I mean, there are different ways to look at this, right?
Because from
PLG's perspective,
3 kills, liksom, 0-3. Man har fortsatt mer level enn Gnar og mye mer tidslig.
Det er det. Så det er sånn, det er ikke engang top-lane dem som er behind, det er bare at de prøver å feede Ziggs. Så det er sånn, de prøver at Ziggs skal ha mer gold enn ADC-en deres.
To bolster the attack option in the end. Faker does manage to escape, doesn't burn the flash, and holds on to that summoner.
And I mean, what I'm talking about, things can look good from the perspective of BLG. T1 have been able to secure all these early objectives.
Ja, det er det, bro. Kanskje sånn Gnar, man.
Their skirmishing potential of the composition, and the fact that Zeus
Plus de nerfa alle items, så leverer mer back item.
stacked wave on the bottom side of the map. He's very comfortable in terms of gold, so I think that T1 definitely still have avenues, even though things aren't looking great for them in the early game.
Yeah, in the 1 versus 1
Men det er sant, liksom, Gnar like mye level som ADC og jungle.
Well to collect, so even though the rest of BLG getting kills onto him in the 1 versus 1 is pretty decent for himself.
Nettopp etter at jeg sa det, han spiket opp, men...
Nei, du bare tar feil. Nei, du bare tar feil.
Equalizer, you have Faker jumping in with the Epscom that duck just like this. Elk doesn't sidestep.
Faker? Bra, solo kill på Ziggs blir huge. Om han klarer det? Oh my... Yes! Bro, that's huge. Winnable, man.
Faker 85 CS.
Conqueror stands up. Thank you for the ultimate and finishes the job himself. Shin will just get there a little bit later.
Det er huge, man. Med stratten deres er å få power level Ziggs, at han skal få gold. Ja, det er uff. Nå han har TP da, men...
Han brukte flash.
Han Faker TP inn også. Kanskje de... skirmish min. Litt crazy hvordan de 180 den. Jeg trodde de skulle drepe Keria, og så bare jetter de.
They want to stack these Void Grubs, get that bonus to be able to take down a lot of these towers, open up areas to then make their signature picks on the map by denying vision and using Ash arrows.
Faker, his ultimate is going to be available soon. Zeus has the TP and the ulti available. TP available for Bin as well. Oner has found Jun.
On has flash here, will use it to get away. You knew the steadfast presence was coming from Oner. Stops any dashes in its area, so On has to burn the flash. Use the blink instead of one of Rakan's many dashes.
Knight too far away from the play, now making his way down, but Faker controlling the river, trying to force On back. The arrow isn't quite going to connect, and that is looking to be 6 grubs for T1, so part 1 of the plan coming true, Cody.
Exactly. Even though BLG...
Ja, poppy-picken huge egentlig, for den funker på Rakan også. Når han kan prøve å gå inn på bare shield. You wish. Double.
Ser kan ikke Q knarke hoppe, Rakan kan ikke W eller E. T1 har 6 grubs og de tok dragon.
Det er winnable, man. Det er winnable for T1.
De er 400 gold behind bare. Men de er level ahead, fordi... Jeg tror de er ahead, hvis du tar med element av 8, 7, 9... Jeg kan ikke se
dem sine level-renger. Det er 9, 7, 10, 8, 6. Ja. Jeg vil liksom, sånn mid-lane speaking, liksom Silas versus... Hva faen heter han dragen der igjen? Liksom, det er Silas bare winner straight up, liksom. Close. Liksom det. Man kan se liksom at Faker prøver å få på en pick, og hvis han klarer det, det er sånn en potential solo kill.
Towards that dragon pit, they'll use the mid prio and then they'll move T1 down towards that bottom side to make sure they can control that bot side river.
And BLG, they have so much wave control. Ziggs in the mid lane, have the Smolder Silas on top side.
Oh no, looks for Bin, he locks him up. Bin though with a great Narvin.
Han ble mega gnar, holy shit.
Invested as well.
Nah, that's crazy.
Bin holds on to his summoner, BLG beginning to collapse the Mega Inferno Bomb coming out as well. There's the arrow.
Faker going.
Might have to flash the wall here. Ono on that front line, locked up with the quickness. He dives onto Elk, Yushi caught up. Elk falling low though, and the flame spit is enough to burn him down in the river. And now T1 begin to turn on the afterburners. Shun has to flash across, dash across the wall with the Arctic Assault. Yushi can't quite get down with the volley.
You are heading over.
Bro, Keria just carried my holy shit, then Sage killing. Huge. Bro, det er det, man.
De er head, de har 6 grubs, de har dragon.
Det er det, liksom, jeg sa liksom, hvis de teamfighter, med en gang de kommer i en skirmish, det er da de kan turne alt around. Etter det, det er sånn, nå BLG er behind, nå de må recover, liksom, hvordan faen skal de recover for dette her, ba? Liksom, Gnar er fucking down fucking 77 CS. Ja, 2 Drakes. 2 Drakes, topplaneren deres er down fucking, hvor mye 40 CX eller noe sånt, bro, det er uff.
If T1 get the Rift Herald alongside 6 grubs, that is a tower-taking machine. Faker's here to check though, and the rest of T1 are making their advance through the mid lane. On and Shun in the pit.
Ja, det er det, fordi Ziggs skulle egentlig carry. Bro, Karen er behind the gold. En enemy DC, Karen blir så lukkelig.
Skulle carry, helt i Faker debla.
Ja. Det er det. Nah, I'd win, og så boom.
Nei, du win. Så carry, jeg tror ikke det.
The Ziggs wave clear is going to be so obnoxious, so they're not going to look to use it on this wave. But to come back to a crucial point, BLG's composition have a lot of tools to stall, so securing that Rift Herald is going to help T1 unlock these towers and keep the pressure up.
Og så er det MasterCard logo.
Ja. Sponsored by MasterCard, man.
Okay.
But again, now is where we're going to see the real acceleration for the side of T1. With Rift Herald plus the full 6 scrubs, you can drive the Herald in for the extra Void Might spawns there, immediately move up, snowball all of this money. This is what we've seen in so many of the games in this series, is such an acceleration at this point, the mid point of the game for the team that did get the early lead. And T1 are that team this time around.
BLG trying to defend. Glacial Prism hits onto on, the arrow also connects, then dashes in, the Nar back, the hostile takeover makes Shun go underneath the tower, and he pops the locket, but he will go pop first. BLG T1's heads, they found 2. Carrier has no flash, but Knight has 1 to chase. Carrier escaping on 100 HP, but On will not give him that luxury. BLG find 3 in the top side.
And just like that, BLG punish the aggression from T1.
Damn, that's crazy.
De har 200 gold over, men de har fortsatt bare 2 Drake og 6 Grubs. Hvem fikk Herald?
T1, tror jeg. Den er, ja, Poppy drepte den. Ja, Poppy har den.
Ja, T1 er
T1 stick around, they just
det må det bare skje der.
Bør ta midttur. Akkurat ikke.
Sånn 1 HP ser den ikke, men der er holy man.
Getting away with his life to deny Owner coming back to life thanks to the Renata passive as well. The mid tower still not going to fall just because of the wave flip from Elk.
Go Carrier!
No! Knight going to deny that once more. BLG fighting that tower's life. But here we are. Let's look back at the replay.
All right, so it starts out, they use both Faker's ulti as well as the Ashe arrow, and as you say, Bin, just as he goes in, gets the knock back on 2 of them there, Carrier and Owner, and so they get the first kill.
Teleport diffas, ambiance, det er bare med en gang de skulle gjøre noe, 3 teleports, eller 2 teleports kommer inn.
Freshly completed Trinity Force.
Ja, 3 teleports.
And BLG, I mean, we have seen Smolder scale into terrifying areas for a long time in the last few patches, actually. So we'll see if we can put this to the test here. Carrier knows that one is going to be rough.
It's a tense situation. The gold finds itself even once more. We'll check out the itemization once we get back. But 2 dragons in the favor of T1. 6 scrubs to the name. 3rd dragon of the game going to be spawning soon. And ultimately it becomes a question of how strong will this Smolder get? Can T1 accelerate the game quickly enough before Knights becomes a serious problem? Or can BLG stall the game long enough to get to a point where T1 will run out of options?
Might already be a serious problem as we'll see him continue to scale. I mean, when you accelerate at the beginning, then you get to even stack much quicker. And so we'll start to see the execute and the burn really come in.
Only 60 stacks short of that 225 mark. Alongside that, BLG helped by the fact it's a chem soul this game. Obviously, you don't want to give the enemy team a soul, but when they've stacked 2 Drakes, giving them a chem soul to let yourself scale isn't as impactful as if it were an Inferno, if it were a Hextech. So T1 will be licking their wounds a little bit at that twist of fate. Gumayushi caught with the Mega Inferno Bomb. The wave cleared out in mid as well by Elk. T1 will use the time they have to pressure in towards this blue side jungle. Drake up in 10 seconds. It doesn't look like BLG really want to fight it.
Not necessary for them to do so. Of course, just number 3 here for T1. I think the correct call is we keep on scaling. We got to get our Smolder to the break point that we just talked about. And so they're going to push hard on the other side of the map. Definitely the correct choice here with the scaling that they have available to them.
Jeg tror det er GG.
A little bit of the
Ja, de scaler. Liksom. Selv om liksom BLG har Smolder, det er sånn helt good luck, liksom.
Skal Herald starte sikkert etter å ta enda turret.
Ja, Poppy har fortsatt Herald.
Og så Baron, og så må de fight, og så en Baron fight hvis de vinner. Det
I also do have to say, I'd be willing to bet a lot that this will not be a 27-minute game ending, especially with BLG having Smolder plus a Zig. The reason why this is such a good pairing as
Asher.
Faker's still here.
Okay, that's nice. Fake.
Faker, what was that? Holy shit, nah, that's why he's the... Oh my god, literally carried the whole team fight, bro. Oh my god. Med Poppy, var det fucking Treeman eller Foreman? Det er liksom Treeman knockup, det var crazy ass.
Ja, det er fordi Keria hadde dem i ulten sin. De er best til CC for de begynner å attacke. Og Poppy bare og de var inne i equalizer til Rumble.
Ja.
Så det var basically.
Ja, og de tar Baron der, uff.
Forrige gang, Knar hadde TP, han tenkte at de var topp, og Nice hadde TP. Nå, Zeus hadde TP, bror. De på Baron. Jeg tror jeg var Jover opp.
GG.
BLG are going all guns blazing into the battle here as T1 are hailing the retreat on dashing forward. He's only at 300 HP. Faker eats the bomb and is taken out low. Mega Inferno bomb going in. Zeus will sacrifice himself for his team to make sure the rest of T1 are able to escape with this Baron.
The quick play from T1, the teleport ends up not mattering here from BLG as they only got the 1 kill in the aftermath. T1 just got so much out of
07, chat spammer 07. And Zeus F.
And T1 finds so much.
I mean, the arrow comes through, it does not connect, but on the
right-hand
side is Faker. He interrupts the knockup.
Nei, men jeg føler de planla det helt fra Ash Arrow, Crazy Sage ult. Liksom med en gang Ash Arrow kom der, da Faker liksom, de planla at de skulle gå inn uansett med eller ikke.
Two crucial carries of BLG.
Yeah, Faker laid the way for the Renata ultimate there.
Zeus bare er på.
Ja, Zeus bare off 07 gutta. For at dere ikke skal miste Baron. Ja.
All the other Baron buffs on T1 to remain alive.
Yeah, we've seen so much Bin Rumble. I thought it was Bin making the flash, but it was Zeus, and he did have to sacrifice his life up towards the top side of the map. T1, though, immediately back out on the map. But look, they're doing what they did in Game 2, spreading themselves across the map, pushing in top, pushing in mids. And Kobe, you said quite confidently this game is going to end in 27 minutes. The arrow
tar det.
Ja, flasha. De fikk flasha.
To engage any further, Faker's taken out the tier 2 in the top lane. Shun goes in with the Glacial Prism on there with the follow-up. Carrier though, incredible hostile takeover, puts on in his place own attack of his own Glacial Prism solid away.
Nice. Pick it up. Klarer å drepe 6. Ja. Guma picker up resten. Keria versus Ziggs. Holy shit, that shit was close.
Yeah, T1 are taking another tower with 6
ADC-en til BLG blir sånn av support. Det er crazy.
Their counter. T1 rebuff it. The Renata is just too much defense.
T1.
Ja, bro, T1 går crazy, man.
Nah, man, niggas. Yes, sir. Bra alle hit henne.
Nah, Faker gikk crazy, ja.
Bro, Faker gikk crazy. Liksom, der de bomma Ash Arrow, men Faker gikk inn, det var crazy, ass.
Han løper inn med Rakanuk der.
Ja. Fuckings ett på Renata, ult, Poppy ult. Uff, det er crazy follow-up også.
Flash away. Critical summoner spell, but T1 are doing a good job, I think, pushing the pace of this game.
Er det Genghis Khan cosplay? Jeg vet ikke, bro.
Ziggs wave
Så
clear.
random night. I hvert fall hvis du skal være på Worst, ta en league character, liksom.
Kanskje det er sånn China, ikke sant? You gotta win this, let's go!
The pushing power that they have shown and really accelerating this game.
Ja, det er Jover, bro. T1 for så, man. Ikke en smolder kan gjøre noe med det shitet der, man.
5k over goal, så de har fått alle objectives.
6 drugs, 4 drinks.
Herald, Baron.
Been landing some very important Rumble ultimates, and he's going to be important in the upcoming sieges. That tool is great.
Meanwhile, 1,5 yeah. What BOG har 1,5k gold behind Ziggs i gold.
Advice will they manage to put that damage down on tonight to keep him away from the battle because he has hit that 225 mark. Now sitting at 230 stacks. That doomsday clock has ticked over to midnight for T1. They are still in the lead. Chemsol, 4,000 gold ahead. 6 grubs, Baron up in a minute 30 as well. Faker has been on fine form, finding people with the quickness, with those engagers. But BLG can
Han
still
ser
hold
hva
on
kan
to the
ut igjen.
fact they have this wave pick. They also
She's
are
gonna go
on
down.
championship points, so even if they lose this game, they have another to battle back against T1. Owner forced away with the satchel, but doesn't really take too much damage. The Mega Inferno bomb only clipping onto Carrier as well.
Say the next like 4-ish minutes of this game will be so critical because Smolder working towards the rapid fire. That's when you really start to get scared, when you have the poke of the rapid fire Smolder plus the Ziggs. T1, they've got
Jeg ser på
a
headsetet til
nice
Knight.
little
Ser
window
ut som han har på
here,
Catters.
though, with a very, very
jeg så det ikke.
Soul plus Baron
Bare
coming up,
da-
which they can try and use to bait BLG out and look for their engages. So many snap engage angles.
Ja, de viser alle sammen.
Faker with a stolen
Ja, bare.
ultimate at the
Det var en
moment.
annen nå. Det var Knight og Knight. Det så ut som de hadde Catters på headsetet.
Ja, det er en ting, men jeg vet ikke om de har...
Ja, det var bare det er Knight og Junbur. Bare se på det. Knight og Jun sitt headset.
Can come in to take away all that safety.
Å ja, Jun, ja, det... What the fuck? Det ser ut som... Å, det er puten bak, man. Ja. Cat ears.
Ja, det har Catters. Se på Knight.
Ja, Loki, det ser veldig ut som det, man. Crazy Faker play, man. Dodge the fucking Smolder. Are into finish.
Becomes a question of can the Baron be secured, and with Shun down, I believe that the answer is yes. There is no smite available. Elk, crucially, still has his ultimate up, but with that, Faker
De starter Baron igjen.
100th kill at the World Championship.
500 kills at Worlds!
It's going to hit onto Owner. Fake able to dodge to the side of it. 3,000 HP now on the Baron as BLG advance. T1 have already got the Baron though, and BLG now have to begin to retreat. But the damage coming out from Elk is absolutely massive. Baker, guys, grand entrance already locks him up. He wants to stop.
Perma CC'd, bro. That's sad. Oh, and he goes back. Jeg vet ikke, men han var Bjørns Abdon. De brukte alt på ham, bro. Karl bare sånn, jeg ser nå folk skriver, flashes ut.
Pluss han hadde reddet hvis han døde.
Ja, det er det.
Flashes out and escapes with his life.
My goodness, Faker has turned it up to 11 in this
game.
game
Og han trenger ikke være med en gang for bruken. Han kan bruke når som helst.
In this game, and he does not want to give up the title that easily.
Jeg merker at Silas er veldig sånn bra I pro-play, Eller, ja, det kan også være på grunn av patchen. Denne patchen her, Silas har fortsatt ikke nerf, altså. Han er fortsatt veldig huge.
Vet du hvorfor de ikke nerfet? Fordi Silas får late nurse. De vil ikke få seg droppet når de lager sitt.
I vår patch, de nerfet han litt, men I den patchen de spiller på, er han fortsatt broken. Eller liksom har pre-nerf.
T1 really are going to have to make use of this 2 minutes of Baron buff to crack inside and get to those inhibs.
T1 need to get someone in the mid lane. They're going to send Faker over. Rumble is actually going to stay top to catch that wave, has the TP available. T1 being spread quite thin. Normally they prefer to play that 4-1 setup, but Bin doing a good job of pushing that top wave in deep. Now he can regroup, buy a little bit more time for BLG. Again, the wave clear, looking to be strong here from the side of BLG.
De liksom tar hele jungelen deres, det så over oss.
A huge amount of damage to Owner, but for now, all they need to do is stall.
They're doing exactly that. 90 seconds before the Elder Dragon comes to bear. BLG yet to pick up a Drake in this game, but if they get the Elder, their fortunes may change.
De venter på Elder også ennå. Elder basically GG.
Ja.
BLG, det eneste nå, de kan være Smolder. La oss takke. De må faktisk Elder. Pop i Ash, resetter. Kjøper items før Elder.
You have to make your final stand there if you are BLG, and if you win that fight, you might just win Worlds, you might just win the championship. That's how much of a game decider Elder Dragon can be.
I mean, Kobe already talked about the animization. BLG is strong enough to fight. Their carries are in a position, and ultimately comes down to execution and finding access to this Dragon Pit. Right now, T1 are denying all vision on, doing what he can to find angles of attack, maybe even a TP flank, but he's been caught.
Ooh! Yeah, Rakan is not having fun, holy shit.
Slain by Kuma Yushi, and now Will BLG even try to mount a defense around
Ja,
TP to the bot lane? Bin looking at the flank position. His Mega Knight's going to expire pretty soon, and Faker's looking for a flank of his own as he TPs in towards this blue side. Bin now on the wrong side of the rift. This Faker's hunting, and he's looking for a bit of the flash forward. Xenos Peasant's Knight.
Oh my.
Away as well. The hostile takeover comes up short. The Gnar stolen away by Faker. Locks Bin against the wall.
Nah, det där var insane.
On the menu as Gumayushi begins to open up.
Det er det. Ja, mann. Fordi ikke bare Faker TP. Enemy team så det, de prøvde å hjelpe han. De resten av dem satt i pusken, bare boom. Det er, uff. Det er crazy, ass. De liksom capitaliza over at en av dem overextended sånn. Oh my god.
Faker steals away the Rakan ultimate. The defense is not strong enough, and T1 will bring us to game 5.
On the shoulders of Faker, T1 will go to game 5. There is no one like him, not on this earth. T1, take us to Silver Scrapes.
The arena erupts with excitement. What looked like a terrible start for T1 turned miraculously after some incredible plays from that man in the mid lane. Game 5 is what we wanted. Game 5 is what we will get.
Owner Poppy getting a lot of picks in this game as well. Carry a Renata, obviously very big pick, and Faker Silas. As we go to the champion select for the deciding
Jeg føler neste game vi skal banne Silas. BLG banne Silas, det blir crazy.
De må banne Silas, bror. Faker Silas. Bror, Faker Silas var vi der da.
Ja, low-key, man.
Du gir Faker Silas. Ja, men Faker sånn, han kan spille alt. De han Ari, han var nede. De han Azir, han var nede.
Sus.
Det er gamle words av henne.
Ja, bro. Jeg visste ikke at det var fra League of Legends, bro. For meg det er en meme-song.
Ja, det ble meme.
Det var liksom, folk alltid spiller det når... Oh, bro, dubstep, bro. Det var en era med fuckings... Hva heter han? Background Skrillex? Nei. Bro, jeg husker det dubstep var dritpopulær sånn 2013. TPA. TPA, man.
Type assassin.
Tissue type plasminogen activator. Short name TPA is a protein that facilitates the breakdown of blood clots. It acts as an enzyme to convert plasminogen.
TPA var de som vant andre World, ja. Type assassin. Og de var liksom en lag, det underdog, ingen visste om, men de bare plutselig kom til Type assassin. Alle andre.
Ja, underdog som bare var World, yes.
Men Faker dead, bro.
Ja, men jeg føler Fakers det blir litt meme, ass.
Det kom en WWE-reklame, mann. Jeg gir faen med Cody Rhodes solo Sikoa, bro. Hva helt bror? Jeg skulle se på det. Faker har 4 games med Ari. 100% win rate. På Worlds, liksom. 6 games med Silas, 66% win rate. Hans most played of all time er Asi. Og det er ikke close engang. Hans andre most played er 80 games. Asi er for 180 eller 160.
Vent, i Pro Play?
Da det er alle tournamenter.
Ja, ok.
Og på denne Worlds, det er Silas er most played. Silas er
Ja, det... Uff.
T1 fights back and brings us to a game 5, the very last game of Worlds 2024.
Det saget kommer nå døst, dere. Noen prøver å gjøre bra play, og så feiler de.
Ja, det er det.
Silver Scrapes, we get a game 5, and we get it all between BLG and T1.
It just doesn't get any better than this. It's going to be an incredible finish to such an exciting series. It's all coming down to this one moment that will decide how people talk about you for the rest of your careers.
And I love both these teams so much. Like, they're just so fun to watch. Like, when I first saw the iteration of this T1 roster, previously T1 had this reputation for, like, they're the boring, slow team. It's like, no, this team wants to kick your teeth in. BLG always want to kick your teeth in. This is delivering. We got our game 5. It's great.
And this game, there was actually a little bit more punching back.
Finally, man.
Finally, it wasn't as much of a blowout. There was the top lane moment, but crucially, and I know we keep talking about it, but we have to talk about it. It's Faker, that's the difference maker again.
Yeah, and I know that people are always like, oh, they're glazing him again. Well, why would you not? And I think these replays that we're going to see, right, in just a second, it's going to be a good play to a great play to a go play.
Absolutely, and it was so funny when we were watching this. I turned across there and I said, someone on T1 needs to actually step up if they're going to win this game. Not 10 seconds later, solo kill heal from Faker, and it just felt like the momentum really started to swing.
And the big thing for me in this series, we talked about the early game, talked about the level 1, but an even bigger indicator of which team is doing well is which mid laner is making the impact. And in the wins, both Knight and Faker have been absolutely crucial.
They have. We said a good play, a great play, and then the GOAT play. We saw the good one already. Well, roll the great one in the bot lane.
Yeah, this play comes on the bot side of the map. As we see this setup from Owner going with the Poppy again, something that he is also super comfortable with. And this is coming off of Zeus actually getting dove over and over again on this bot side of the map, right? And so you see BLG are going to want to try to end up with a collapse, but then here they come. And again, this is like, we've talked a lot about Faker. This is also Zeus's redemption arc, I think. I said before, I think he's gotten the better Vin overall across the series. And I thought he recovered so well in a lot of these fights.
And this is also after the topside play that ended up backfiring immensely for T1. And more importantly, it also highlights, I think, why Keria, even though you look at this isn't a dive comp. You're playing into a lot of range, a lot of poke, but they're still able to make it work. And I think part of that was also because, BLG, why are we fighting this? You have Smolder and Ziggs. You can stall until infinity, which they didn't do, but it also makes these skirmishes so insanely oppressive.
I got blamed for the glazing so much because he wasn't even in that. I meant a different one. Regardless, you brought up a good point, though, and this is always the case when you talk about T1 in these situations, right? Although we need to respect that we know what this team looked like without Faker shot calling and his presence in the team, you also always need to mention all of them who can rally for moments like this. We even heard it in this tournament specifically, right? Zeus, who was calling a really important fight in the knockout rounds. We know that Keria can do the same. We know that Owner can step up together with not Huma, he's home, Guma Yushi. So, you know, it was great to watch.
But then we have the Faker Silas play, right?
Play, now for real.
You probably know it's coming. He ends up stealing the Rakan ult here when after BLG you think it's over, the arrow misses, right? But here comes Faker from the side. They even see him coming, steals the Rakan ult, sets up for this beautiful combination with the Keria Renata. It's just insane.
I mean, he used it perfectly. He's forward, then he rocket belts flashes onto the next two, charms up everyone,
Faker made my gold after.
And it's those plays that are so iconic, and Faker has so many of them leading to Worlds titles.
I mean, shades of the Azir catch on Ruler, right? In a similar situation versus an LPL team, in a situation where you're up against match point, Maurits. Class is forever.
And then it's also the follow-up, right? Like Owner flashing on immediately, Keria being at the ready, and they're gonna need that as well, because in this game number 5, do not forget, because of the fact that T1 lost on the red side, BLG will have the opportunity to go back to blue.
And this roster T1 7-7 in game 5, so they are beatable. We'll see if BLG can pull it off.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna write off BLG either. They love playing these grudge matches, these best of 5s back in the LPL. They can go forever, Emily, but this is their backs against the wall. Everything that we have set up at the beginning of the day about the pressure of all of the LPL fans, of all of the BLG fans, they are the ones that were supposed to exact their revenge on T1, and they had him, and they didn't finish it. Is it gonna come back to bite him?
I mean, they're on blue side, so I'm super curious. I want to see them go for full comfort, right? Because even though that composition that they had in the last game was good, it's like, do you really want Knight on Smolder? Even when Smolder is insane, but you want him on something with agency. You want him on something where he can control it. You see the players coming out now. That's what I want to see from
Stop yapping, let's see the players.
Player game. Hey, you get to walk past your own name there if you're T1 from last year, Azale. Must give him some confidence.
I mean, it's engraved on the trophy. They can see it. You just have to reach out and grab it. And we'll see if T1 can pull it off on the red side. BLG earned themselves that blue side advantage by beating them on red. That is the edge that they have going into this all-important game 5.
And if you look at the games thus far, I actually think BLG have looked better. It's obviously been close. The games have been really one-sided, which makes it hard. But like this punch back that we saw in topside for BLG, for example, I think spells a lot of hope. But the real question is, how are they going to be able to deal with the pressure of being in that game number 5? And I gotta say, I think it's a toss-up at this point.
It is.
All 10 players walking in look completely unfazed. Neither side seems nervous at all.
Absolutely, and that's what we want to see. And if you feel like it is building up to a crescendo, I hope so as well. We heard some of the music pieces, but one was too loud for the one orchestra and the other was too loud for the other. I want to see them synergize and fight it out till the very, very end. It is only one game that stands between us and knowing who our 2024 World Champion is. Will it be Faker with his 5th or Knight with his 1st?
It's a good question, Shox, and I don't think any of us here at the caster desk have an answer that will please you too much. However, I can promise you the 10 players in the middle of this arena full of people in the middle of London are ready to provide that answer. Faker rebooting, locking in, preparing himself for another Game 5 on the world stage. It has only happened 4 times in finals across the history of Worlds, and Faker has been in 3 of those. He has lost one to DRX, he has won one all the way back in 1-1 against Samsung Galaxy, in 2016. And now we'll see if he can win against BLG, who are on the blue side. Varus, their first ban.
So last time that BLG were on blue side,
Varus,
Ashe, and Skarner bans. And T1, they did their duty in doing the Aurora and Yone bans, and threw in the Nico as well, as both Knight and Faker are very good on that champion, as well as on Encaria, this flex pick. But I'm really curious, will they still ban the Nico once again?
I think it's Kalista. I think they'll take it away.
Ikke noe Silas ban? Ikke noe Silas ban?
and I don't think they're going to allow it to go through.
Honestly, I agree with you. I just think that the Kalista is just such a powerful bot.
But we had the same conversation where it's a question of, do you trade Kalista for Jax? And then T1 couldn't find much success from the Jax pick, and BLG really made the Kalista work for them.
Okay.
Now they have to make a decision.
Jax, country Jax.
Bin is going to get his Jax.
Yeah!
He immediately locks it in.
Alright, are we going to get the Zeus Gragas?
Pass på gutta, ingen pick Annie, ja. Ser ut som blir det over.
Zeus Gragas.
Gragas. Okay.
Han gjorde det forrige gang.
I would call it an old school counter pick, but it's the one that Zeus has been leveraging throughout this World Championship. I don't think they need to lock it in now. They could grab themselves the vibe. They're hovering it.
Yes! Straight away. Bin lays down the gauntlet, and Zeus immediately answers. Bin has only lost 3 times on his Jax this year.
Faker Galio?
Once
against
Genji. Now we'll see if Zeus can
I don't know, man.
once again.
Big Silence over.
Ja, det det. Hvorfor ikke Silence? Det var akkurat det jeg skulle si.
Big Silence? Okay. Galio.
Det liksom, hva kompen dem? Synes de vil gå Galio, man? Det liksom...
Rakan bra med Galio.
Ja, Rakan, Kai'Sa, nei, Rakan Zaya, jeg vet fucking noe, man. Rakan...
They've chosen to go for it, maybe in anticipation of BLG potentially going for the Silas, and knowing that the Galio can be an effective answer into it. Elk gonna get himself his Kai'Sa.
Ooh, we have to think there.
Ja, jeg føler de pikket Kai'Sa fordi Kai'Sa passer med Galio.
Knight går Silas.
Eller Ari, ain't no way. Han gikk Ari. Nah, that's crazy. Ja, Rakan, ja, så Rakan helt sikkert, ja. Det helt sikkert, de ville helt sikkert pikke Kai'Sa, fordi Kai'Sa kan ulte inn, liksom Kai'Sa og Rakan, for det første passer dritbra sammen med hverandre. Og for det andre, Kai'Sa ulter inn, Galio ulter, det sånn de allerede liksom dritbra synergies, så de pikket Kai'Sa for å counter, for å ikke la dem ha Kai'Sa.
But you cannot afford to underestimate it. The Xayah going to be locked in for T1. You imagine that Rakan is going to rise in priority, BLG likely looking to ban that one away.
Ja, det sant, de kan forstå banne Rakan, det sånn... Ja, det det. De pikket Xayah før Rakan, det litt, Why?
Pike. Xayah viktigere enn Rakan.
Men det sånn Rel? Nei, du vil ikke pikke Rel, vil du? Hva sånn engage support som hvis de banner Rakan, liksom, hva det de tenker de skal spille da? Ja, det... Nei, vi får se, altså, vi får se. De banner Rakan 100%, derfor.
Dette en bait, de baiter den hva helt tida.
100 ban? What the fuck? Ja, det sant, det jo sånn. Kindred, ja, det mening egentlig.
Man, but Vi, I would even prefer a Vi over a Kindred if you know,
Shouldn't have 36 wins.
Ja, det det.
Den losses Nobel.
Renata as well, follow up to the Rakan ban there, take away those two.
Ja, vi får se, jeg spent, altså, fordi jeg vet ikke. Men hva Galio-pikken da? Hvor skal Galio, hva faen skal Galio gjøre da? Det må være noe som
De har fortsatt en jungle. De kan ha engage jungle.
Ja, engage jungle, det sant, men... Poppy!
Ja, Poppy Poppy dritbra mot Poppy dritbra mot Kai'Sa, Jax og Ari.
Ja! Loki, Poppy dritbra pick. Alle av dem har dashes, liksom. Enemy team har dashes oppe. Ja, fikk Sejuani dash også, men det sånn.
Sejuani ikke så, jeg tror... Du kan holde på kun sin ikke så.
Jeg mener, bro, de banner Kindred, hva faen skal Shun spille, liksom? De banner liksom... De bør swappe spillere, man. Få... Hva heter han? Whale eller noe sånt tilbake, man. Litt sen. Tappte de forrige Blitzkrieg, eller vant de? Ja, det det.
De vant.
Ok, Rel er klassikeren. Bro, jeg spør på hva faen... Jeg spør på hva faen T1 velger, man.
Det må være bra.
I will say Poppy is really
Det carrier jeg faktisk
to this entire BLG lineup. The question is now, is the Poppy
Braum?
going
Nei.
to support? Will carry
Ain't no way det er Braum.
piloting it, or will owner be the ones with his hands on it? It's synonymous.
Nei, hva faen skal på. Liksom, du trenger Galio. Liksom, ok, Poppy jeg kan skjønne med Galio-pikken, men kanskje noe som er mer med Galio, fordi... Bro, Faker kunne ha gått Silas. Wait, what? Oh, det er Poppy support. Ok, that's huge. That's huge. Fordi tingen er at Faker kunne ha gått Silas, så det hele, liksom, Galio-pikken gir ikke mening hvis de ikke skal spille rundt botlane, liksom.
Shun have been working exceptionally well throughout the bracket stage and finding advantages for BLG and have really been playmakers when it came to the team fight.
Det er plutselig T1 bytter junglerne som er Huawei, bro. Han kommer og skyter.
GG, gutta, Huawei kommer inn, man. Nei, men det gir kinda mening, synes jeg, å gå inn Galio ulter, Keria går inn, Galio ulter, Keria.
Nei, han kommer ulter Keria, fordi hvis Keria får stønn på noen, det er garantert Galio til å ha Karl det. Det er veldig for.
Og det er også dritbra mot sånn, de har, hva faen har de? De har liksom Kai'Sa, de har mixed AP, liksom alt sammen gjør AP damage. Ja, bro, let's fucking go, T1! Yeah!
Around the grubs early on into the game. Zinzao plus Galio, such a good combo. The Jarvan plus the Ahri, also such a good combo. And we get Vin's legendary Jax versus Zeus legendary, I would say, Gragas at this point.
Oh, they're locked in, bro. Faker gikk in the locker, han sa med perfect English, lock in.
Lock in.
Yeah.
One last time we go to Summoner's Rift. One last time we see the defending champions battle against the first seed from the LPL. One more time we see these titans on the Rift challenge each other. One more time we see the weight of expectation so great on these two teams' shoulders. One more time.
And there's so much on the line for both sides. BLG getting some revenge for last year's World Championship as T1 made their way through every single LPL team. T1 looking to raise their
first trophy. First round.
LPL and BLG looking to
First minute.
Karl er andre siden, bror.
It all. A standard line of
Hvis de vinner, dette blir det 5th trophy, ikke sant? De må vinne det i game 5, bror. De visste det. Det er derfor de tapte med vilje.
Game 5, 5th win, PlayStation 5, 5G.
Yeah, oh.
It all makes sense.
It all makes sense.
5 fingers.
For that lane swap. Now we got to track, are they going to try and soak experience this time around for their level 2s to defend against
SKT 1 times 5? Ooh, fam.
And we'll head on through that
Fam teammates.
Fam teammates.
Owner starting on his wolves right now. Carrier spotting Bin out.
2.5k gold.
Skapa helt igjen. Vinner med 5k
league. A little bit of XP out of mid as Knight is just catching that wave that Faker and Zeus will push forward. It's going to be a split map.
And then with pentakill.
With a counter strike here. He's getting to range for some of those minions dying. He didn't get any XP.
Yeah, look at that. It's that melee right there that was one auto away. He does soak a little bit now, though.
Faker.
I mean, every little bit. We're on pins and needles because of soaking experience and lane swaps. It's every little bit that top laners can get.
Keria, 5 bokstaver.
Galio, 5 bokstaver.
Faker, 5 bokstaver.
From Elk, but he's going to tick over to level 2 and he should be fine now on the top side.
And they should be able to defend this dive. On was able to soak his level 2 before heading down. There's so much CC with
Fem plates på turten?
So Bin's going to get level 2 here. Go to farm this experience underneath the tower on there as well. Knight gets the charm onto Faker, has to flash.
That's crazy. I remote the flash.
Direction to get that little bit of an extension on that E.
And it might seem weird that he would do that, but it's because he knows that Oner is on the bottom side of the map, and he hasn't showcased on the bot lane dive, meaning that he's in the jungle, and the possibility of him showing up mid is very real. Knight showcasing that respect, doesn't want to give over first blood. He's getting pushed underneath this tower, but his farm is doing just fine as Faker on the Galio continues his pressure in mid.
Meanwhile, once they do teleport Bin back to that top side, he should be able to soak up his level 3 as Zeus already pushed the wave. Zeus is going to get the first move, but Faker under attack.
Has no flash, shots his punch, gets hit, there's the charm as well. And Faker might fall first in the finals of the finals. Knight gets the kill, BLG. Find first blood.
Kanskje BLG må få
50 strikes first blood
0-5 power spike to Faker.
Wait a second.
Has flash, has cleansed. Carrier looking for that flank position. Onto it to use the shadowing striking. Knight goes down and then flashes. You can see Carrier trying to bait the early flash. They're on just able to escape to the relative safety of the other side of that wall.
Another game, another BLG first blood. Finding it onto Faker, crucial. Especially given that Knight did have to expend his flash earlier, but a good response from T1 as they laid wait in the bot brush, ready to
det 0-4-10. 0-4-10.
Look at this bot wave. It is very awkward. Slowly pushing towards the bot lane of T1. They're going to require Jun to show in the lane to help them get that push out.
Exactly, he has to come all the way down here.
Ja, men du får rewards där.
Ja. Men du kan skifte options hvis du klikker options. Du kan skifte til YouTube.
What the fuck?
Ja. Du kan se fra YouTube i greia.
Hvorfor hadde ikke det gjort?
Going in, looking for the damage onto Zeus there.
Say less.
I didn't know. Were spent on opposite sides of the map.
Nei, jeg sier vi ser på Africa TV.
Ja, gutta. Ja, du kan velge language også, gutta. Jeg sier vi ser på det i Deutsch, man. Man, de har ikke russisk, man. That's crazy. De har det på gresk, da. Nihongo.
So you have to do on the Jarvan, right? It is a very gank-oriented
Man kan se runes over.
It does cost CS though, so this is something you're going to have to keep track of. Just remember that Shun did a lot for his lanes. Now he's going to try and catch back up though and see if he can clear the rest of his jungle.
And, you know, you can sit there and go, oh, it's a shame that T1 didn't get that kill in the bot lane 2v2, but they still benefited massively. You look at the AD carry difference, and because of the farm that was denied from Elk and the wave that Gumayushi was able to catch, he finds himself with about a 200 gold lead, and now he paths back up towards top. T1 have done this consistently, ready for the grub spawn. Faker ticking over to level 6 very soon. Nice trade onto Carrier. It's going to make this contest of the grubs very difficult for T1, but Oner has found an angle onto Bin.
And has the flash here. Oner dash forward with that audacious charge. Hits him with the Wind Becomes Lightning. There is the counter strike out from Bin. Oner happy enough to eat that. You can see the TP coming in from Zeus as well as T1 are bringing more members up towards the top side. Faker has the hero's entrance to come in from mid. On looks for the engage. Flash away as T1 disengaged for the moment. Oner jumping back in. There's the hero's entrance. Carrier gets the slam into the wall. It's on. Almost falls. He gets punched.
Crazy Carrier flash wall slam into Galio. Holy moly.
Does not want to let them get away. The explosive cross knocks them back in the end. T1 will win the fight.
In a series that has been so focused
Bomba.
on grubs.
Ja, T1 valgte jo grubs mer enn Dragon, altså. De lar Dragon. De gjorde det på game 1, og de bare fuck Dragon. De lar
slam into the wall, on. They get the kill, they get the grubs, and they immediately get turret plate money.
T1, even though they conceded first blood, they set up for the grubs extremely well, and BOG got caught off guard.
You feel that, Venius? That is a wave of T1 fans.
We look back at the replay. Oner walking into darkness, but he knows he has the support on. Not quite connecting on the stun. It could have been crucial, especially with Knight right there for the follow-up. The Galio ulti comes in, the connection into the wall, and then Faker securing that first kill.
Yeah, and it's Carrier Poppy this time around, of course. He's the one who got it, and the grub secure.
Jeg hørte ikke hva du sa.
Ja, du sa det ganske lavt. Oh!
Balloon these gold leads so quickly, but Faker under attack.
De ser alle sånn. De ser hele mappen.
Ja,
For dem,
de ser ikke...
Ja, de ser jo bare sin
Ja.
men jeg føler de spiller som om de ser hele mappen, faktisk.
Men det er fordi du ser hvor de har wards. Du kan liksom... Du ser at de har crazy vision control på en måte.
Og det er sånn, han er mest sannsynlig der fordi det er det beste player, skjønner du.
Ja.
De vet sånn, det er beste player at han er der, så han
Fordi,
er mest
ja, og spesielt med jungles, ikke sant? De ser liksom hvor han startet, og der mest sannsynlig hvor han kommer til å ende er liksom på den andre siden der.
Han startet der, han er sikkert der, liksom.
Ja.
Det er det beste player for han må være der.
Using that to garner a 1.7k gold lead. Gumayushi's been picking up plate after plate. Ona now looking towards this.
Men det er også liksom, du kan se på vision her, er at liksom hvis Jarvan hadde prøvd å komme bot, så har de en ward på venstre siden som viser det. Liksom, om de skulle se at Jarvan hadde kommet, de hadde kunnet reacta til det. For eksempel her kommer Ari, men liksom, man ser henne, og så bare gjør de, bare diffuser seg og alt. Ja, gutta, dere er så crazy! Ja, ok. Men det, bro, Mila, det er sånn der spoiler warning, man. Det er sånn, det kommer til å skje på alt er vanlig for meg, bro. What the fuck?
Jeg sier Mira bare stream for meg, bro.
Yeah, at this point, bro, you might as well just stream for alle sammen, bro, siden du er ahead. Med sånn 2 sekunder.
Jeg tror ikke det er 2 sekunder.
Vi hører, plutselig.
Ja.
Igjen. Nå har han bare fikk.
Vi bare randomly bare sier,
Ja, bare randomly sier,
shit.
Oh shit! Det er fake flasher opp! Bro, rail går inn!
What the fuck?
Hoping to get revenge, he is one of the players that we will be keeping our eyes on as this game continues.
Ja, og når du skriver ender da,
has been able to turn around some difficult games. The pick potential is real, but right now Guma is just
gone for it. Carrier with good step fast person. TP coming in from BOG as they look to make the play. Spear rush forward by
Okay. Og det var ikke Wallstone?
Flash forward with the counter strike. Carrier falls first.
No, that's crazy.
Ja, det går bra. Nice.
Ja, liksom det at
Jeg ser ikke at han
Ja, Katie har prøvd å wallstande, og ja, det var ikke noe, så...
Han redda ikke.
Yeah.
Fordi han bodyblocka for Ari.
Just fully funded Malignance and the shoes upgrade. Lucidity acquired. That ultimate cooldown now for Knight will be so low. T1 though, looking back at the grubs. They want to get at least 4 for their Void Might spawn.
Hvilken farge er det?
Despite a really good play there from
Hvilken side er de? Red.
All scripted, bror.
Bro. Karen her ser min signs and min fuckings... Hva heter det? Oh my god. Karen her ser min mer signs enn en sånn der astrology girlfriend, bro.
Able to secure the second kill as well. The kills in favor of BLG, but the gold still in the hands of
so much pressure on the shoulders of these BLG players, and now even more so onto that of Knight. A player that is so well renowned in the LPL.
Han har 3 kills, bro.
His first world championship. He is the richest player.
Jeg vet ikke hva tanken var med å gi Faker Garo, man. Bare gi Karen Silas, han carrier, man, liksom.
That's the question that everyone asks.
Nei, det er de som er 4 times winners, man. La oss ikke chatte over.
Ja, det er sant, det er sant. Low-key, they're gonna prove us wrong, bro. Bare vent. Liksom, de skal scale, man. Okay.
T1 can't quite find the fight that they were looking for right now.
Faker doesn't quite realize he's sitting on a ward, but chooses not to overcommit to the play. TP's in ready for the action to kick off, but too chaotic just yet. 15 till the next Rift Herald spawns.
Helt til Mila sier det da vi blir excited. Han sånn kurin.
Vi sover, vi hører Mila, vi åpner
Ja. Etterpå, han awake, man. Det kommer om 2 sekunder, vi skal se play.
Jeg bytta til YouTube, så jeg ser sånn. Jeg skal randomly bare si,
Bro, jeg er den som er behind her, altså. Ok.
Jeg er på 13.25.
25, bro, jeg er på 13.22, man.
Du er på 22, jeg ble på 22 nå, bror.
Not slowing down, going to catch another wave as the resets now come through from T1. Dragon spawning in 55, the Herald in 25.
And again, the reason we're focusing so much on Knight, him getting all of this gold, is because Elk has been put so far behind in this game. It's going to be a while before there is another really big carry threat on the BLG side, and so Knight is their big threat of getting kills. Bin, of course, on the sideline is going to look to farm up and scale up.
Han rusher Essence Reaver.
Eller ikke. Derfor? De ga... Ok, nevermind. Jeg trodde det var... Rel.
Nei, perfect.
It's going to be even harder, and it becomes that question, as you highlighted in Draft, Kobe, can the Jarvan actually lock the side down? The flash is about to come off cooldown for Gumayushi. Both neutral objectives are alive. It's T1 that set their sights on the Herald, and they're going to be the ones...
Okay, let's go to Herald.
Now, they will begin it. They have the vision control around there as well. You can see Knight pushing in the bottom side, does have the TP. He's also the only gold lead in his team right now.
Bro, what? Du kan shredde gjennom
Tonight's TP is available. It looks
tower.
like they are just going to concede it as the bot side of the map.
BLG plukker opp Inferno, though. Kinda nice.
Secure the Herald and the top tier one as well. No one could really gain purchase on the mid wave. It's just played out.
Crazy smite, that's crazy smite. Jeg så den smiten der, altså.
Are tier 2 tower?
Top side objectives have been turned so quickly into power gold during this series. They're looking to do it again.
TP.
His way through that bot side tier 1 will now take it. Then TP.
Nah, når du sa TP, det kom 3 sekunder etterpå, det er crazy.
Disengage as soon as they see that teleport.
Faker!
Investment from BLG.
Okay. Jeg faker opp.
Carback. T1 not losing any gold on the map either.
Yeah, BLG feeling like they need to invest Knight's teleport to deny that big influx of gold from one of those side lane secondary turrets to try and stop that snowball that has been so prevalent. Allows them to push right back out here for Bin, as well as Elk taking care of the wave in mid too. Some critical income for them.
One of the things we were very excited about coming into this game was Bin versus Zeus, but T1 have actually put Gumayushi versus Zeus in the vast majority of this game. And remember that given that Elk has been so far behind, he's been either playing into the Galio or he's been playing into the Gragas. And Zeus has quietly built up a very healthy lead for himself. Just a few moments ago, he was about 1k gold ahead. Now that he's back out onto the map, he's spent that gold. And Bin yet to actually complete his first item. Let's see if this back will secure it for him. And there it is.
Oh, Faker går in! Oh, Faker double kill!
Du er bak oss, bror.
Hva er det samme
The Grub's advantage as well with that Rift held in pocket.
Okay,
T1 do have the pressure advantage on the map. They want to push in like this. They'll take a tier 2
Har de puttet ned
Nei, du kan se det på høyresiden. De har fortsatt den purple der.
Just keep Elk in mid lane here where it's nice and safe with your outer tower still up. Farm up with the static shiv on the Kaisa. Keep on farming till he can at least get his second item here. And then they can try and look to actually contest. Little cheeky steal away attempt here on the
Det safe play hadde vært å bare putte han mid.
Det er 3 folk, du sier faen, han løper mot dem. Det er Gragas og Robber.
Gragas
I don't care, jeg løper.
In terms of XP, he's been able to accelerate, actually get ahead of Guma, because T1 have been playing so much around their AD carry to put pressure on the map. Base is going to be interrupted there by Carrier. But BLG quite happy to play this game slowly for now. They're not in any real risk. The Baron is still 2.5 minutes away. What's crucial is that they get items on Elk and that he can have impact in these later fights.
Put pretty drastically behind in the early game. So the gold it fluctuates between about 1.5 to 2k between the two teams, which BLG will be happy enough with considering how the early game went. Faker lying in wait here to see if Knight oversteps. Knight
wants to push out the
wave and then get himself back to base spin. Pulling the wave across over here with the counter-strike. Towards T1 again with 2 minutes on break. Calm down. 2 minutes until we start to see that established for the neutral objectives.
Yeah, BLG doing their best to clear out the deep vision that was left behind by T1. Whenever you're retaking the opposite side of the map, you have to be so careful clearing out those wards. Because they are good at getting off these very quick flank plays. LG's for that crowd mid. Charge won't be
han fikk også folk ble pissed fordi BTS måtte også.
Ja, BTS måtte militæret.
Men det er fordi e-sport teller som athlete. Basically. Og hvis det er athlete, du trenger ikke. Men musikk teller ikke som vi må fortsatt.
Det er som sport, ja.
Det er samme som han
Faker pushes out bot, he then goes into the fog of war. Knight has to answer, so BLG realize, well, we can't force a play because Faker's always going to be able to respond first. Knight answers the bottom side, then TP's back in, so now BLG have the impetus to put a bit of pressure back down onto the map.
I mean, Faker recognized the TP came out of mid, immediately pings back towards bot, wants to push out another wave, says someone has to come and catch this. It's Bin that's going to be forced to go back to base to head towards bot, because he's the one that has his TP available. They're going to send Knight now pushing to the top side.
Question mark,
the problem is you've now got your TP-less mid laner on the top side with Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. So with the push that they've been able to get on bot, Faker gets a quick base off and he's already back out onto the map. T1 are going to have set up for this Dragon, and I feel like BLG's just going to force to concede it.
Yeah, BLG, they need to open up the map more so they can start to make use of some split pushing and some Kai'Sa ultimate follow-ups. And so they do have everybody hovering on top side. They were thinking about trying to finish off that outer tower. They don't want to overextend too early for it, though.
I think that they should commit to it, though. T1's obvious play next should be towards the Dragon. They've set up good vision towards it, and Knight knows that he doesn't have to use
crazy overall.
They will spot
Crazy overall.
How effective this Gragas is.
Han bara går in, bro. Holy shit.
With the steadfast presence position is here to try and help out his top laner. That Fimbulwind and Cosmic Drive combination is causing a lot of headache for him.
That and the phase rush, some very useful tools for Gragas to always keep you at arm's length, or belly's length in his case. Meanwhile, Knight did end up finishing off that outer tower, that extra gold that they wanted in payment for the Dragon.
Let's go, Cloud Soul.
BLG kind of giving up the minimum amount here in order to still get some trade.
Ultimately, yeah, I think it's the best trade for them rather than try and force the fight around the Dragon at this point in the game, especially when you know that Elk still hasn't even completed his second item. Meanwhile, Gumayusi, Infinity Edge. Such a powerful item spike for the Zion.
Elk just finishes his Ginsu's, as you say that statement, Betty. There is 2 items on the Kai'Sa, but she scales up so well as the game goes on. When they get towards the time when W is just artillery more than anything else.
And there's so many things that he has to consider when he's going in for it.
Han spiller chess, så du kan RuneScape mens han spiller
and even Gragas, so BLG.
Bro, du skulle sett det, bro. Det er en klipp av der Faker spiller så der Dodge Mario game. Mens han kurer opp i League. Og greia er at det spillet der er faktisk crazy bullet hell, bro. Han hadde insane reactions.
Laid out for both sides. The 4th Dragon of the game is where I expect a lot of action to be happening. In the meantime, both teams are prioritizing farming, looking for outer objectives, and ideally, if either one of them could break open that mid tower, that would be great. But in terms of the siege, I think that it's not easy for either side, given the amount of wave clear they do have. But that point of tension continues to build up as both of these teams fight for that crucial edge to help determine who will be the 2024 World Champ.
For Elk, for On, for Shun.
Bomba.
It's their first time here in a Worlds final.
Bro, hvorfor de hover ikke på Gragas, man? Gragas bomba?
They were here last year, they've been here 3 years in a row. Weren't able to win it in 2022.
Vet du hva som har vært cinema?
They dominated wave.
Om Zeus gikk hillbilly Gragas-skin.
Hell yeah.
Jeg hadde klikket da. Om man ikke helt vil gragas. Crazy. For de her, de har alle skins unlocked. Når de spiller, så du kan velge mixer skins.
They just haven't played them at Worlds before, and here we sit 23 minutes in on a
right,
knife edge.
Jeg fikk høre før de pleide å putte en i Worlds, de pleide å putte en Teemo i
whole idea behind bringing that into this roster was to help push them over
right
the
in
edge,
spawn,
to
og
give
at
them
de
that
pleide å
last bit
spectate
of power
derfra.
needed to get them to where they are today. They've ultimately
Visste du at nye championen er 3 Teemos stacka på toppen av hverandre? Det er bare spaghetti-koden til Riot Games.
T1 roster here. Legends already with 3 world finals in a row. Looking to win 2 back-to-back. And we get the side lanes traded. Jax on bottom side, Galio on the top side.
Jeg tror de skal reworke Shyvana og så gi henne ny movement. Det er derfor.
Build and build to this crescendo of pressure in our final game of the year.
It's crazy that it's all come down to this. So many comfort picks on both sides. The Sunlit Sky now finished for Bin. 2 items finished for him. Junglers starved of gold a little bit as we often see at the highest level. They could secure that second item ahead of this crucial fight. That would be absolutely huge. Both now fighting for vision. Resets come through for Zeus. He's making his way back out onto the map. Has the arm guard, a crucial pickup. Providing a little bit more durability and...
Okay, watch this. Her er planen de har. Keria skal gå ut. Et på faker ulteri.
Pressure? What pressure?
Og så tappte de.
Elk not yet completed that Nash's tooth. Not quite at the point of consistent hope that we often see from the Kaiser.
He's almost there. Has the blasting wand, has an
Guma CS.
It's coming. De lagde 100 sanger, og så tappte de.
One of those games where a single fight's going to decide it, you know? As soon as a team starts snowballing, it's a Drake into a Baron, into a few towers, into a gold explosion. I think that's why we see both teams so tentative about making that play. Obviously, no neutrals really up apart from the Baron for them to fight over right now, but there's a lot of this bouncing waves back and forth without really finding purchase.
And the first step before T1 can go take this dragon is they have to secure vision on the Baron. Because of the Rage Blade being completed for Kai'Sa, you can actually burn through Barons and neutral objectives very quickly. And so that's why we just saw these last like 30 seconds, 40 seconds of T1 really trying to make sure that they will have an early alert system if BLG try and do a cross-map play on them.
Bin ticking over to level 15. Zeus sticking around very deep in the bot lane because he's got full information as to where all 4 of the members of BLG are. Poke back and forth over the control wards, but the vision will be denied from T1.
Critical defense of their vision here from BLG.
And then T1 immediately fight back. They reclaim control over that space. Control ward still sitting in the inventory of Keria, but crucially, none left for BLG. I'm sure On would love to get a quick reset off, but I don't know if he's going to be given the time to do so. Pings coming down from the side of T1 on the bot side jungle.
Aura?
Finds on Shadowing Strike going in.
Bomba Cloud?
Han gjorde bomba.
Yeah, Bomba Cloud!
Yes, sir.
Sends it back to the fountain, and now BLG have to play a 4v5 if they want to try and contest. I think
Bomba
the
Cloud
decision will be not to. They'll just back away, clear out their own jungle, but On went in on Zeus, and T1 immediately collapsed.
Again, T1, they're so confident, and we're like, they've got the Galio ult to back them up. Zeus is very tanky. They were not worried for a second during that pick. On definitely bit off way more than he could chew, and that is a 100% sacrifice of the dragon, of the objective. Critically, it is just putting T1 to that soul point and not breaking the game quite yet.
Gumayusi picking up the Phantom Dancer, immediately swapping it over for the Nabori Flicker Blade. Help securing that kill, giving him a nice injection of gold. You can hear the support from T1 from the crowds. The BLG supporters ever present in the arena as well.
You have to believe that T1 are very confident in their team fight and their strong setup here.
I mean, why wouldn't you with how strong Gumayusi is?
And so that's why maybe you see BLG wanting to rush into some picks.
Whenever
they see anyone,
Worlds, det mer vision,
because they do kind of feel that unspoken mounting pressure.
Don't say, man.
You can feel as well, just kind of on the map, how T1 is slowly but surely beginning to gain more control. BOG feels like that they're being pushed back even further onto their side of the map. And T1 remaining calm. Of course, this game is far from over just yet. That deciding fight is yet to happen. All summoner spells are available for everyone on the Rift, TPs included. The next dragon still a ways away after T1 secured that mid-tier 1 from BLG. The Baron becomes a very scary point of contention for both sides.
How exciting is it that our entire year of professional League of Legends is going to be condensed down to presumably a big fight now to break open the entire series and determine the world championship.
It's just absurd, and for the players down there as well, that weight on your shoulders.
I'm nervous, and I'm not even playing.
It's just monumental. It's not just you, it's not just your team, it's your fans, it's your family, it's your region that have supported you through thick and thin. And
Ona, very close here.
Pressure on you, Shadowing Strike going wide. Shun tries to dash across the wall, but immediately he's locked up, goes in with the Cataclysm. Gumayushi pops the Feather Storm. Ona looking to re-engage on top.
Can't go fast as.
Ben gets onto the back line, Gumayushi cleanses away, but Ben has already put him in the dirt. Kevin is next up. BLG find 2, T1 able to back away for the moment, but the TP behind by Ben as he looks for a little bit more. Oh, they go back in. Baker flashes in and down goes Nice.
Hell yeah, bro. Owner ain't no fucking Huawei. He gonna win.
Bro, Huawei må se på Owner, Til nå han har spilt som Huawei. Han må spille de får Baron.
That's huge. That's huge.
The crown may be heavy, but it belongs to Faker, and they're
5 kills, 50k gold.
What a turnaround!
Hva blir det? 5 void grubs, gutta. 5 void grubs. Notice the 5s, man. Notice the 5s around you.
From Bin to follow up the engage from Jun, and crucially, you're gonna see a charm come through from Knight that forces Gumayushi's flash.
Gumayushi er level 15 også. Bro, nå vi bare reenacter hvordan det er å ha skizofrenia, man.
He's gonna ulti because he has no choice. He has to in this situation. And then the charm from Knight there forces the flash from Gumayushi. Bin sees the angle, so he flashes, sidesteps the knockback, and he's able to work with ult to get the kill. And at this point, you think the fight is over.
Exactly. Then they're on the chase.
Nah, at de klarte å turne det, det er crazy, ass. I'll be honest. Liksom, de drepte Knight, de drepte Ari. Og prøvde å gå på Zeus, men bro, de visste ikke hvem the real threat var, bro. The real threat var Owner all along.
We'll always see that trap in that
4-second channel.
Ja, bro. Can't see Rai, han må pick en bedre. Bomba! No, Faker, kom in! Oh my god. Oh my god. 2v4, 2v3, 3-mann stun! Owner for the clean up! Teamet hans kommer! Holy shit!
The unkillable Demon King! Unkillable one more time!
Unbelievable once more! How does he keep doing it? I mean, with the Baron buff, 4 members dead. It's only Knight left to defend his base. His crumbling
T1. Prøver du å gå for en? Prøver du å gå for en? De prøver å gå for en! Let's go! They're ending the fucking game! Arya fucking useless, kan ikke gjøre jack shit!
The same empire! T1 are your 2020
Plus 50 poeng, man. Plus 50 points fra Pick'ems, man. Uff. Thank you for my capsule, bro. T1. Thank you for the capsule. Easy BLG. L. BL. Bagata. BLG. BLG, bro. BLG.
Reckless, bro. Han gjorde reaction.
Reckless kommer in, bro. Reckless. Se på Reckless, bro.
Han en del av laget, bror. En del av laget.
Nei, han var bare der for å sitte på.
From this entire T1 roster.
Når du fikk til sin diss, drop means for Reckless, det var... Faker blir... Han vil bare gjøre Reckless.
He is the GOAT for a reason.
De fikk han til å si det.
And this will be his 5th World Championship title. We are witnessing such a legendary resurgence from T1. A new era for T1 and an incredible performance.
Yeah.
Please keep that roster together again. That right there is a
Jeg husker de lo første kampen de vant, bror. De var happy go.
Bro, første kampen de tapte, bro, husker du? De var helt stille, de bare, vi må lokke inn etter det! Hva skjedde nå, bro? De lokka inn, man! Så beautiful, Art, man, art. Uff. T1. Yeah, T1 gonna win this shit, bro.
To making it all the way to the final. A full 5-game banger. They will lift the Summoners Cup once more.
Oh, those steps must feel so sweet.
Han lar dem gå først.
A 5-game
you
save any T1 take to the main stage, and they deserve every accolade that is bandied towards them. It's back-to-back. London, Europe, the world, give it up, it's T1, your 2024 World
I øynene mine, vi fikk den pokalen, bro. Den 4. premien til oss, man. For the fans.
Baker said this one's for you.
Altså håper de ikke knuser premium som I Eurovision.
Og så blir det nødlagt.
Det.
An incredible run. T1 have done it once again. BOG won an incredible run on opponents. And they pushed them to the very brink. But what a performance. T1's 5th World Championship. And they will raise that cup once more.
Ja, man. Nei, hvis vi får en T1-skin på Aurora, selv om jeg så ingen spille henne, det blir huge, man. Jeg skal kjøpe den.
Nei, det må være T1 Silas.
Ja, fuck, man. Silas så sant. Men fuck, bro. Jeg spiller ikke Silas, bro. Fuck.
Om det ikke T1 Gragas?
T1 Gragas, bro. Vi må ha T1 Gragas, bro.
Vi må ha Gragas.
Wallah, vi må ha T1 Gragas, bro. Holy.
Han var Aura,
bro.
It's good!
Let's go, man. Let's go. Yeah, man.
Gumayushi's supporting carrier.
Sliter med bad.
But det e-sports gamers, det ikke sports gamers.
One of a kind to say them.
No!
Ja, et kvalitetsspill.
Ja, det betyr den er laget av metall, det er ikke sånn plastikk-bullshit. Damn. Et poeng her klarer ikke å bære den. Den dropper ned, den knuser. GG.
Largely built through the academy system of T1 with the addition of Carrier. Phenomenal stuff.
Incredible stuff from them through all of Worlds. Let's take a look back at T1.
At T1.
챔피언으로 떠날 계획입니다.
Yeah. Bomba gutta. T1 Gragas gutta, det ska ske va.
D1 may have limped through summer, but this is Worlds and they are here to stay.
T1 again managed to find a favorable fight, but Faker's not done. Faker! He gets the double! That was insane footwork from the Rakan. T1 refused to lose a best of 5 to the LPL.
Bomba bro.
On to the semifinals.
수비 선수 미래를 원한다면 증명하세요.
Under Faker the knockup, and he's dead, and it's going to be usually taken.
El Chovias.
The speeds go wide and the poppy goes.
Cinema.
And Gen G for the last 2 years have been the kings of Korea, but we know the world is T1.
5 stars this year, man.
World champions will return to the
Faker skiltar baklengs.
BLG now.
Ladies and gentlemen and everyone else, it is our divine privilege to bring you the World's Finals.
It's just a bloody brilliant re-engage, isn't it, from T1?
As Faker is not of this earth, he finds the engage, he finds everything T1 were looking for. T1 are the past, the present, and the future. A new era, the same empire.
London, please give it up for your reigning
London er det ikke Paris?
world champion
Clueless.
T1.
Jeg trodde de var i Paris, men de snakker ikke om appellbærer og ble Marseille.
Ja, det var semifinalen, så de var i Paris.
Åh, de flytta, oh my god, that's crazy.
Zeus will be joining us very, very shortly, but we do have Chris Greeley here to celebrate T1 as well, the global head of LoL Esports.
LoL.
Thank you, Shax. What a series that was. Congratulations, T1, our 2024 World Champions. We are beyond excited to crown you as this year's champions and welcome you to the legacy of greatness.
Han leser fra teleprompten. Ja, du ser at han leser fra teleprompten, bro. The teleprompt is right over there.
이 자리에서 함께 여러분들의 위대한 유산을 이루어내는 시간을 함께 보낼 수 있게 돼서 정말 큰 영광입니다.
Your journey throughout the season and the tournament was nothing short of incredible. It was a joy to watch you rise to the top and claim your victory. You have made your fans, all of these fans, and the LCK very proud.
The stare.
올 한 해 T1의 여정 그리고 이번 월즈에서 T1의 여정은 정말 경이로웠습니다. 이렇게 또 한 번 우승을 이뤄내면서
hadde vært fancy, det hadde bare sagt noe helt annet,
모든 팬분들 그리고 LCK를
Han bare
자랑스럽게 만들어주셨습니다.
Du ser ikke helt ut.
Ja, du får sparken, altså. Eller mer enn bare sparken, altså. Jeg tror du får bot.
To celebrate this outstanding achievement, you will each
Har du signert noe, eller?
Nei, men det er sånn, du vet, live events. Man kan saksøke hvis du prøver å instigate, skjønner du? Live events.
Ja, vi får se, altså. Om de har lov.
오늘의 월드 챔피언십 우승을 기념하기 위해 또 한 번 메르세데스 벤츠에서 특별히 제작하는 챔피언십 링도 수여받을 예정입니다.
Hva gjør dere? Vi skal med Uchi. Han henter
I also want to take a moment to thank the city of London for being such gracious hosts to us. Yeah.
Vent, han hva da?
Han proposer til henne.
Your hospitality has made this event unforgettable.
I don't care, man.
Of course, a huge thanks to all of the fans who joined us here in person.
Jeg proposer til Gumayushi.
Your passion and excitement have made these worlds truly special, so thank you all.
Reckless World Champ, Kekvi. Reckless World.
I'd like to invite Riot Games co-founders Mark Merrill and Brandon Beck, League of Legends executive producer Paul Beleza, and Riot Games CEO
Dylan Jahada to share their congratulations as well. GG to your world champions, T1.
Ha på dress I hvert fall da, bror. Se bare kommer lue, bror. Det Worlds, bror, finals. Se de andre på dress, bror.
Crazy, ass. Det crazy, ass.
Men nå må du huske at...
Hvem disse folk her, by the way? Hva faen de?
Det de som har lagt en league, bror. Hvem de, bror? Vi spiller spill.
Hvem de?
I'm gonna lie, du
Jeg visste ikke, bro. Bro, gutta, det kunne vært oss, man. Vi kunne ikke tatt med dress på... La oss lage MOBA også, ikke ta med dress på finalen. De spiller vårt nå.
So let's fire off the first one. Faker, I have to go to
you
first.
Faker smiler.
Da ser du mye.
In 2013, you won your very first world's title. We are now more than a decade later. How do you reflect on the journey that you have made over those years and that you can celebrate your fifth world's title in League of Legends?
Vet du hva? Sånne spørsmål? Jeg håper de sånn preparer beforehand. Slik at liksom, fordi å svare dem in the moment når det så stort publikum, jeg vet ikke, altså, jeg føler det så enkelt å bare si noe random shit.
Ja, det sant.
Jeg tror det mer at jeg føler hvis du har vært der flere ganger, du vet hva.
Ja, man får training også, det helt sikkert. Man får sånn training på hvordan liksom du...
Han on the stage, skjønner du.
Ja. Se han, Karl sa en setning, bro. Et ord, to...
우승을 할 수 있게 돼서 정말 너무 기쁘고 또
lucky.
여러분들 앞에서
Ja. Vi valgte å bli
Vi
lucky.
holdt på å tape plutselig. Jeg gikk inn, jeg så på de sa lock in, gutta.
Ja. Og det sånn jeg gjorde I 10 år.
I am very happy to be able to lift up the trophy in front of you guys, and this 5th title was possible thanks to all the support from my fans.
Let's go, gutta!
Forskjellen.
Support from my fans.
And once again, we saw how you react to these big moments, be it
Hvem hva?
in the moments where you can. Can you look back on these last 3 years and what you've done with this T1 roster and tell me about how proud you are at what you have achieved?
De måtte bare vinne en game.
페리아 선수 그리고 한번 굉장히 주요한 순간마다 멋진 플레이를 보여주셨습니다. 지난 T1과 함께한 3년의 시간을 되돌아보면 이겼을 때도 있었고요. 졌을 때도 있는데요. 이제 오늘 우승과 함께 지난 세월을 되돌아봤을 때
Keria, stop crying.
어떤 멋진 길을 걸어왔다고 생각하시나요?
일단 T1에 오고 나서 좋은 팀원분들과
Jeg fikk ikke fullføre med alle, bro.
Bro, jeg fikk ikke fullføre alle sammen ruter for han. Bro, det første gang vi hører han snakke, bro. Let's go! Bro, Keria carry on, bro. Du aner ikke, bro, Karl.
일단 땡큐하고요. 그리고 일단 T1에 오고 나서 이제 많은 선수들 분들과 많은 이제 좋은 사람들이랑 계속 함께 하면서 많이 인간적으로도 그렇고 게임적으로도 그렇고 많이 배워가지고 이렇게 시간 동안 많이 배워서 이렇게 2연속으로 우승할 수 있었던 것 같아서 이제 너무 감사한 것 같습니다.
First of all, thank you for the chant, everyone. Thank you. Ever since I joined T1, I was surrounded by amazing people, and thanks to them, I was able to mature and grow so much as a player, but also as a person. And because of that, I was able to claim this back-to-back championship.
Mature. $500 skin for Keria. Get the $500.
In 2022, you said you wanted to win. In 2023, you said you really wanted to meet New Jeans. What was the motivation in 2024?
이제 22년도 결승에 진출하시고는 정말 우승하고 싶었다라고 하셨고 23년도 결승을 진출하고서는 뉴진스를 정말 만나고 싶었다라고 하셨는데 올해 결승은 어떤 게 가장 기대되셨나요?
일단 이번 결승은 좀 준비하는 과정에서 되게 후회 없고 열심히 했다고 자부해가지고 이제 지든 이기든 받아들일 수 있을 거라고 생각했던 것 같고, 네, 지든 이기든 받아들일 수 있을 거라 생각했고 이제 그래서 이겨서 너무 기쁨에 눈물을 흘렸던 것 같습니다.
Looking back at the journey we had throughout Worlds this year, I am extremely proud of the path that we were walking on. So I was thinking to myself, regardless of the outcome, I will be just really happy and proud of ourselves. And I am very grateful that I managed to win this back-to-back title. So I was in tears.
Koma, my sincere congratulations to you for yet another Worlds title. You who were there in the first iteration of the back-to-back championships way back in 2015 and 2016. How do you look back on this run with the team after you came back to coach T1 after 7 years?
Old coach back.
Han har sin egen warskin.
정말 축하드립니다. 이 팀이 15년도, 16년도 연속 우승이라는 첫 대기록을 썼을 때도 팀과 함께 계셨는데요. 이번에 또 한 번의 연속 우승이라는 대기록을 썼을 때도 7년 만에 팀에 돌아와서 팀을 지도하고 계셨습니다. 어떤 의미를 갖고 있을까요?
Han har den mest expensive skin i hela League of Legends, men
아까 포지티브는
시간이었더라고요. 정말 그동안 이제 우여곡절도 되게 많았었는데 이렇게 다시 T1으로 돌아오고 너무나 좋은 선수들과 너무 이제 스태프들 진짜 항상 뒤에서 아낌없이 지원해주는 뭐 프론트 분들 이렇게 이런 분들과 너무 운이 좋은 사람이라고 좀 생각하고 있어요. 그리고
Jeg føler han her er en
팬분들에게도
reincarnator.
너무 감사드립니다. 그냥 감사한 마음밖에 없는 것 같습니다. 감사합니다.
De klapper som om de skjønte hva han sa.
Ja, man klapper for å vise respekt, men hva mener du?
Ja, de må høre på hva hun kan, og så si hæ?
I was very amazed that after such a long time, I had a lot of ups and downs, but I found my home back in T1 and I was able to find another huge success. I think it's because of the great players and talented players that we have, but also the staff members who supports us as much as possible. And thanks to them, I was able to, and the team was able to accomplish this greatness all together. So all I can say is thank you. I am very beyond grateful right now.
And I also have good news. I have heard that Zeus is able to join us right now. So if you please give him a warm welcome to the stage.
Zeus kommer tillbaka! Karl måtte gråte, bro. Karl måtte gråte.
Kanskje han bare måtte på toalett.
Are you okay?
괜찮으신가요, 제우스 선수?
네, 좋아요. 좋아졌어요.
Very good, very good. Much better.
Much better. I'm glad you did. When it comes to this game 5, Zeus, you counterpicked Vin's Jax, and I know that in your career there have been moments where people have counterpicked you and it didn't end up so well. So talk to me about the confidence you must have had going into this game 5 to secure T1 the championship.
오늘 정말 중요한 5세트에서 빈 선수의 잭스를 제우스 선수만의 카운터 픽으로 완벽하게 정복했습니다. 사실은 굉장히 중요한 순간마다 제우스 선수도 카운터 픽 당한 경우도 굉장히 많았는데요. 오늘 5세트 임하시면서는 어떤 자신감으로 경기 들어가셨나요?
She's helping out.
일단 빈 선수가 잭스를 워낙 잘해서 견제를 많이 되긴 했지만 제가 그라가스를 하면은 제가 더 잘할 수 있고 그리고 충분히 카운터 칠 수 있다고 생각해서 자신 있게 뽑았던 것 같고요. 그리고 네 그런 것 같습니다.
Bomba, bomba, bomba.
Vin's Jax obviously is very, very strong. We were wary of it, but also I was pretty confident that with my counter pick, with our play, we'll be able to overcome this. So I was entering the rift with a lot of confidence.
Yes, we definitely saw it. Owner, you have been a pillar for the team this year when it wasn't always going so well for
Crazy
T1.
live interviews.
How do you reflect on all the work you have done for T1 and the work you have contributed
Owner, ett ord. I locked in.
the 2 Worlds victories that T1 was able to book?
오너 선수 그리고 올 한해 T1의 조금 흐름을 돌이켜 보자면 힘들 때도 오너 선수가 언제나 단단한 기둥처럼 팀을 밑받침해주는 역할을 많이 해오신 것 같습니다. 지난 2년간 T1의 여정을 돌이켜 볼 때 오너 선수가 팀에 어떤 그런 승리에 기여를 했다고
I was depressed. Had nobody in my life. Nobody were there. BLG? Men det gjorde inte man. Ja, vi kunde ha gjort det. Ja, vi kan göra det. BLG kunde inte alltså.
선수들과 함께 할 수 있는 거에 대해서 너무나 좋게 생각하고 있어서 그래서 좋은 결과까지 나오는 것 같고
Det er sikkert mange av folka her som kan koreansk. Lærte seg bare for å høre på folk her.
Bro, det er meg i den nutshell, du aner ikke. Jeg lærer meg japansk bare for å høre på japanske streamere. Jeg ser på så mange japanske youtubere bare for å liksom lære meg japansk, og det er crazy.
First of all, we won back-to-back championships.
Konnichiwa. Hello, Creed.
I mean, yeah, there were some hard times, but there were also some good times.
Det var så bra da du måtte vise med Sando.
I was surrounded by amazing players, so we were able to accomplish this greatness together. Also, sometimes there were moments where the hardships were getting us, but thanks to the support from the fans, we were able to overcome it, and you guys are my biggest motivations.
T1. Hell yeah, alle BLG-fans er quiet nå, altså.
I would also like to ask you about this huge achievement and what you want to say about the group of players that have worked through, as we heard, these hardships and came out on top once again.
톰 코치님께 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 정말 올 한해도 여러 가지 역경을 딛고 산전수전 다 같이 함께한 동고동락한 우리 선수분들께 해주고 싶은 말씀이 있을까요?
Kanskje Hui gjør noe neste måned.
저희가 올해도 작년과 비슷하게
Weibo Gaming gjør noe neste måned.
특히 서머에 되게 힘들었던
Oh shit, dere er i draft allerede.
캐리아 선수가 형 플레이오프만 가자. 또 플레이오프 가니까
Jeg visste ikke at dere var.
가자. 정주 가니까 뭐 결승 가자. 그렇게 계속 목표를 수정을 해 나가면서 저희가 좀 높은 곳을 바라봤기 때문에 이렇게 좋은 결실을
Pick me girl? Hell yeah, jeg vet ikke hva pick me girl er, men hell yeah.
I feel like it was pretty similar to last year. We were going through a lot of thick and thins, but especially this summer was very rough for T1. And then one day, Kariak came and talked to me. Well, let's just make it to the playoffs and we'll see. And then we made it to the playoffs and he was like, let's just make it to the road show, you know, let's just go to Gyeongju, the host city of LCK finals. And then we made it to the road show and then he was like, let's just make it to the finals. We kept on adjusting our goals and somehow we were able to make it up so far up here and we accomplished it.
Amazing.
Crazy interview us.
Yushi, congratulations on another world title. Naguma, Ruler, Uzi, Bang, Deft, all names that have so much meaning in our scene that I think you should be named in the same sentence as. Where do you see yourself amongst these heroes of the role you play with what you have achieved?
Bro, some 2019 ruler? Holy shit, that shit was crazy.
선수들을 돌이켜봤을 때 항상 거론되는 우지 선수, 룰러 선수, 뱅 선수, 데프트 선수가 있는데요. 이제 오늘의 우승과 함께 더불어 이제 구마요시 선수도 그들과 어깨를 나란히 할 수 있다고 생각합니다. 구마요시 선수 개인적으로 이런 위대한 선수들, 전설적인 선수들과 견주어 봤을 때 본인이 어느 정도까지 올라왔다고 생각하시나요?
일단은 작년에 이어서 하나님께 감사와 영광 먼저 돌리고요. 지금은 그 역대 그 최고의 선수들과 아직 뭐 비슷하다고도 말할 수 있겠지만 아직 모자랄 수 있다고 생각하고요. 하지만 제가 데뷔하기 이전부터 제 목표는 역대 최고의 원딜이 되는 거였기 때문에 언젠가 반드시 정상에 서겠습니다.
Head high, chin up, scissors ready.
First of all, just like I said last year, I want to thank God.
It's for
Thank
reckless.
to my God
True.
that I was able to accomplish this great result one more time. Also, adding on to the question, yeah, I can say that I am now on the similar level compared to those legendary AD carries, but also I can say that I still have a long way to go. But just looking back at the days when I was dreaming about debuting a pro scene, my one and only goal was becoming the goated AD carry, so I'm gonna keep on going.
And of course, we have to ask Guma, because of the croissant last week and now spending a week in England, how have you been enjoying the cuisine here in London?
그리고 지난주에는 파리에서 멋진 크로아상과 함께 파리의 여정을 마무리하셨는데 이제 런던에서 일주일 머무르셨잖아요. 런던에서 미식 생활은 좀 즐길 수 있었나요?
It's good.
It's good.
It's good. Jeg fikk den nå, mann.
Do you need to translate that? I don't think so. Okay, now while you are, of course, all champions, it is now time to acknowledge the contribution of one player in particular, our Oppo Finals MVP.
Hva der sier han kunne ha vunnet Worlds, man.
To present the award, please welcome Lord to the stage.
God damn!
Thank you so much.
Smash or pass.
Congratulations on winning Worlds yet again, and congratulations on an amazing season from you. London, once again for T1, please. Based on votes cast by a panel of experts, each representing the regions competing at Worlds this year, your 2024 Oppo MVP is... Faker!
Selvfølgelig, bror.
Kan ikke en annen team være MVP?
I don't fucking know. Nei, jeg tror du må vinne for å være MVP. I don't fucking know.
Faker, congratulations on a second MVP trophy. The first one was in 2016. You're the first player to achieve this. When you think of 2016, how much of a different player are you today?
다시 한번 이렇게 결승전 MVP에 선정되신
Victor Ghost!
16년도 이후로 두 번째인데요. 또 이렇게 두 번째 MVP 수상하는 선수는 페이크 선수가 처음입니다. 16년도에 본인을 돌이켜 봤을 때 선수로서 얼마나 달라지셨다고 생각하시나요?
La oss snakke.
네.
Han sier ett ord, folk har jublet.
Vet du hva? Jeg tror det var Jungle sin take-off
네, 16년도 때 뭐 MVP 받은 게 잘 기억이 안 나가지고 네, 정확히 뭐 신경을 안 쓰고 있었는데 이번에 사실 MVP는
winning Worlds. Er det your girl?
그때나 지금이나 저는 뭐 좋은
Så prøver å si du kunne ha vunnet Worlds?
이런 결과가 따라오는 거라고 생각해서 중요한 건
What?
우승했다는 게
Noen ganger du spør sånne dumme spørsmål.
Yeah. Du sa jungleren vår sin take var riktig, bro.
I actually could not remember that I won FMVP back in 2016. It was very vague in my memory, but saying for today, because I was not paying too much attention about winning the finals MVP. What matters to me the most is just winning the finals, and I'm very happy. Well, comparing the 2016 myself and me right now, I don't see a big difference because still I am surrounded by a wonderful teammate, and I was able to accomplish this great result all together with my team, and that is exactly the same back then.
Eller må vi si at T1 transitioner alle sammen fra male til female for å celebrate victory in this.
Breaking records, so 11 years in, after everything you achieved, what is your motivation? What do you fight for?
페이커 선수는
Jeg hadde Ignite, jeg hadde drept han, bro. Det er så fucking...
업적을 쌓는 거 특히 중요하지 않다. 가장 중요하다라고 언제나 말씀해주신
So
선수인데
fucking annoying.
이 오랜 세월 동안 활동하시면서 또 한 번의 우승, 또 한 번의 FMVP 수상을 하셨는데 여전히 본인에게 가장 큰 동기부여나 동력은 무엇인가요?
일단 뭐 가장 큰 동기부여는 저는 이제 팬분들이 또 저를 보고 또 긍정적인 에너지 많이 얻어 가셨으면 하는 마음이 가장 큰 것 같고요. 그래서 계속해서 열심히 준비하고 스스로 굉장히 의미 있다고 생각하는 결과를 만들 수 있는 것 같습니다.
My biggest motivation is my fans because I believe spreading positive energy and influence to my fans is the most important thing to me, and it means a lot to kind of realize that you guys are actually getting a great influence from me, so that's my always biggest goal.
Now, last question that I have for you. 11 years ago, you were winning your first world title. When you think about the person you were back then, if you were to send a message to this young boy who was about to win his very first world championship, now that you have 5 stars on your jersey, what would you tell yourself?
아버지,
11년 전 13년도에 첫 월드 우승을 하셨고 오랜 세월이 지나서 다시 이 자리에 와서 또 한 번의 우승을 이루어내셨습니다. 그 시절에 어린 소년 페이커 선수가 월드 우승을 하려고 했을 때를 지금 바라볼 수 있다면 어떤 감정이 들 것 같으신지, 이제는 정말 엄청난 경력을 쌓으셨고 5번째 별을 유니폼에 달 수 있게 되었습니다.
This game.
하고 싶은 말씀 있을까요?
즐기라고 하고 싶습니다.
Go ahead and have fun.
Congratulations yet again, Faker. Congratulations to T1 London. One more time, please.
Now, before our champions lift the trophy one more time, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge all of those who made Worlds 2024 the incredible event we've lived and breathed over the last 6 weeks.
The 20 teams who traveled from every corner of the globe, their support staff, their families, their friends, all of you guys, the host regions we had, Germany, France, the UK, all of the teams we have competing all around the world all year long. Our tireless effort, the support team, our production, the event teams we have, thank you to all of you.
That is its charm, to be sure.
And of course, last but most importantly, the millions of League of Legends players and fans around the world whose love, dedication, and passion for this game has built this community over the past 15 years. Thank you so much from all of us. GG, well played. We love you. And now, one last roaring time for T1 as they lift the trophy again as your 2024 League of Legends World Champions!
God's excited. 나이스.
Sometimes you can let all your emotions out while killing these fucking noobs. Fucking great. You really wanna...
Decision right now. Do they just let Faker farm turret play?
Already they've locked up T1 in the middle of the meat grinder, and one has gone down. Zaya's falls. Faker getting chased down as well, and Ben smashing forwards. Kubayushi now slowed by the Ash, and you can't escape the quiver of Alpha's blood again. The scuttle grab will go across. On goes in with the quickness, knockback with the pressing guard as well. Call the pause, not coming down, and the dart comes in. The hostile takeover, and T1 have been able to defend Faker. They keep him alive.
Do you want to punish Faker?
Faker has flash, but the flash in from on into the pullback. Faker's down. Knight falling low, he gets the torso of Faker's already on the page. The dash away. Kuma didn't even get an opportunity to join up. This bullet bank steals away the Mega Inferno Bomb. Now cast the flashes. Faker takes the tower. Flashes. Guys, it's hunting season for Faker in the top lane. Down with the volley. He pops the locket, but he will go pop first. BLG starting to turn this one on T1's heads. They found two. And Gumi usually gets swooped up. Should take it out by his ears. The equalizer. Exactly that for T1 as he looks for a little bit more. Oh, they go back in. Faker flashes in once again when you need someone. When you need anyone to stand up. It's Faker. Faker's going to fall as he pops the shot punch, manages to buy himself a second. Over here to save his mid laner once again. Faker still stands. He has ascended. He stands above it all. And he looks hungrily at that world's trophy. T1 are the past, the present, and the future. Are you ever the same empire? T1 are your 2024 world champions.
Mira la sombra.
Hva visste refrenget på This Is What You Asked For? Det er fra en female. Det høres ut som det er en male som synger. Han synger som en gutt, mann. That's what I'm trying to say.
Han synger som en gutt.
Ja, mann. Jeg tok det fra Mira.
Ja, de slappet litt av, bror.
De popper opp, man.
Arm ble demon mode.
Oh, this guy, man. What are they, bro? Yeah, I'm the free reels. Still will go top or go top? I can go mid.
I go mid.
Okay.
The memories I stitch here will be my own.
Crazy equal in us. Hva var det? Det er mye by the way.
Ikke tenk på det. Nei, jeg spiller.
minute.
Okay, boys. Faker?
Det er nesten som om vi budsjetter framme.
Det er nesten som om jeg ikke hadde noe mer.
This is what we want. Går det bra, Mila?
Wouldn't be fair if I didn't present my
Jeg dør mye til bare.
promptly.
Det kan bli violent da.
Så det tror jeg ikke. Hvorfor følger jeg med på disse idiot-ass-junkerne, man? Holy moly.
Hun har zombies.
LeBron, my goat. Spør Cityland, so you like watching other people.
I play with balls.
Yeah, we play with balls with.
Mountains beyond the cliffs.
He's my wife.
See one up close.
Jeg elsker ligge når du møter sånne folk. No fucking way, boys. Hvorfor er Faker? Yeah, you fucking wish I had. Boys, Faker top.
A rush, really?
Mm-hmm. Det er crazy hvordan han vet også sånn cirka hvor jungleren er det. Oh fuck, we're doing this. We're so doing this. Hell yeah, we're so doing this. My god, de overlever med en HP, mann!
Den stunden var insane. Vi begge hadde dødd, hadde du ikke hittet den.
Ja, jeg bomba min Q.
Ja, vi begge hadde dødd, hadde du ikke truffet stund.
Ja, heller den. Etter World-kampen der. Bare en base, bror.
Abdi så på Worlds, nå han lokka inn, man.
Mila så på Worlds, han lokka out. Faker Silas. Det er Faker mot Knight, jo.
Bortsett fra at det er ikke Faker er ikke Galio, men
It's real, and I won't ever forget it.
boys. Wowie. Skal vi gjøre en Wowie der? Ok. Så ser vi får Ekko med. Yeah, kom Wowie Baron, gutta. Huge, boys, huge.
Remember when she sewed my dress with these scissors? Now they cut a different cloth.
Ok, jeg split pusher topp. Dere gjør greia deres. Vi vinner.
You have slain an enemy.
Jeg blamer alt på at Ekko baita meg, altså. Men det er fortsatt. Om karen ikke dør her til en Seraphine, da? Yeah. Vi får ta den inhiben her, og så kan dere jette. Ok, never mind, actually, det er en faker. Actually, never mind, bro. Danish er Gumayushi, man.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Han bare bomma alt. Just to show off. LeBron, my god. Well played, boys.
S plus indeed.
The edge function has crashed.
Nei, det skjedde med min også.
Prøver du edge, bror?
Ja, man. Jeg prøvde reverse negative edge, man.
Snakkes det da? Ja da.
Kan spille mer fortsatt, Anders. Jeg skal ikke lyve noen steder.
Ja, bare gjør noe flere.
Ok. Panda blir level 30. Crazy smurfen, man. Ja, jeg skal på Durans sesong. Hjelp meg. Okay, I'm back.
Fuck League Brygg, I'm out.
Ska du spela Valorant eller ska du actually liksom träna eller något sånt?
Träna, jag vet inte om kompis min är på jobb tror jag. Margin bro, han var på jobb. Så jag tror vi ska träna idag. Cardio sent. Jag blir damned för jag tränar ut honom bror. Kan aldrig cheat på han. Ja brother. Aldrig.
Men det var...